Finally, the Miami Dolphins back for Christmas. That's right. We got a Christmas Day game, baby. Welcome to the Fins Tailgate. This is Late Night Exhale. I'm your host, Ali, and this is a holiday special. Got me in my ugly sweater. Get your spirit on. Happy holidays to everybody. Hope everybody in the chat is doing a good time. Hope all is well. It's Thursday. It's really good. The Jets are losing. The nobodies from up north. That might be Buffalo Bills, but that's another story. We'll talk about that later. Welcome to the Fins Tailgate. This is Late Night Exhale, a special Thursday night holiday edition. As I said, happy holidays to everybody. Hope all everybody is doing well. Hope everyone's doing good. You know, we got family coming from all different areas, from out of town. You know, I'm baking cookies. We got cakes being made up in here, you know, wrapping presents. Most of all, on Sunday after opening those gifts, we have another gift, one more to give. The Miami Dolphins playing the Packers. That's right. The Packers are in town. Rodgers and the Packers defense are in town. Can the corners stand up to our wide receivers? That's a good question. Can Rasul Douglas cover Tyreek or Waddle, Sherfield? Or can their defenders catch up with the speed of Mostert? You know, do we finally unlock Gesicki in the tight end position? Is this the game that it happens? Stay tuned. Let's talk about it. Everybody give a warm welcome to my man, Color. What's up, Color?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Good. I see you're my little
Color.
Look at this.
You got Santua's elf tonight, Color.
Yeah.
Also known as Papa Smurf.
Yeah, see, this is the candy cane that I want my defense to beat the shit out of Rodgers with on the field.
Well, I was gonna say my Smurf hat is still a lot better than your ugly sweater. I mean, really? Oh, that's just gross, man.
If it's an ugly sweater and you're calling it ugly, then it's doing its job. Bro.
I know.
It's
that
doing
is
its
the
job.
ugliest thing I've ever seen, man.
It's all good. I love it.
I can't look away. you know?
Yeah, that's the whole point. It's definitely doing its
It's
job.
kind of like why people watch me. They're like, dang, man, that dude's ugly, but you can't look away.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
What's
How
up,
you doing,
Scott
Colin?
Jackson? How you doing?
How you doing, Colin?
What's up,
How's
Michael K? Shake Money. Shake Money from Zamunda. How do you think you're gonna like the confrontation between the Dolphins of Miami and the Packers of Green Bay? You calling the game for Zamunda this week?
Oh man.
Uh,
So how you doing, Color? How's everything? You ready for the holidays or how's
yeah,
the
I'm
holidays?
going to the game Sunday. Compliments of the ability to buy them from Ali. Appreciate that.
You're welcome, sir.
I'll be keeping Ali's seats warm.
Please do. Please do.
Going
Definitely.
to treat myself to a Christmas gift and watch my boys whoop the Packers' rear.
I would have gone,
This will
but
be
my
fun.
wife said if you're doing that, you might as well pack up your shit. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm not going.
Well, Mom really likes TD, so she wants to see TD in a Santa outfit on the field. You know,
There you go.
he usually rolls in with a Santa costume on for Christmas games,
Cool. That's
so
pretty
that should
dope.
be fun.
Definitely, definitely.
Any of you thought that the Packers were going to take over our stadium, you're wrong.
Do you have any special like things that you do for the holiday, like or do you just sit back and watch football, or what do you
Not
do?
in the last few years. I mean, I kind of reverted to a little more introverted life these days, but I still kind of do my own little thing to celebrate. But sometimes it can be a little tough because I get a lot of nostalgic memories and all that I don't want to have. But
I got you.
that's what the purpose of the season is. But at the same time, I just want to wish everybody a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, Happy whatever you celebrate. Winter solstice is today. Winter solstice is today, as I said earlier on DTA stream.
Happy Yule,
shout out to all the people doing crazy things in the woods, burning stuff. We love you all too. Happy winter solstice.
I didn't know with your German background if you did anything different. That's why I was inquiring.
Well, I mean, a lot of times they'll usually celebrate Christmas time at midnight on Christmas Eve, which would be midnight of Christmas Day, but everybody has a nice dinner, usually earlier in the day. But they'll have, if there's any kind of celebration or gift exchange, it'll run at midnight. A lot of times they'll actually set their tree up that night, Christmas Eve, lighting it up at midnight with usually real candles. I mean, these days they probably modernized the lights. I mean, nobody's probably really burning real candles anymore, but they would do all that on Christmas Eve and set their tree up and all that. Because in their tradition, usually a Catholic tradition, they would run their holiday all the way till Ash Wednesday, which is sometime in February. So they'll set up the tree on Christmas Eve, which seems late to a lot of us Americans in the American culture. You know what I mean? That's what they're actually doing as their celebration on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, is setting up that tree and decorating it and lighting it and gift exchange, and then they leave the tree up until Ash Wednesday, so it still gets its two months usage like ours does. You know what I mean? Interesting. Busy buying them on Black Friday after Thanksgiving Day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we pretty much we do the normal stuff. We usually get together for Christmas Eve and have like a big like Thanksgiving style dinner of some kind. We open gifts and everything on Thanksgiving. I'm sorry, not Thanksgiving, but Christmas Eve. And we also open up all of our rest of our presents, on Christmas Day, of course. But we also, go to church, midnight mass, and we used to go caroling. Not so much in Florida, but we did up north a lot. And
well, that's the other thing the Germans would do. It'd be going to midnight mass on Christmas Eve too.
Yeah, so we generally do that. We also have some other quirky type of traditions, and you might find this interesting. I found out that I believe it was, I want to say it's Iceland that does it. The tradition that I think people celebrate on St. Nick's Day, where they'd leave their shoes out, and if you were good, you got something in your shoe, And if you were bad, you got coal. You ever heard of that?
That seems something Norse or Germanic
Yeah, I want to
or
say it was
both.
Iceland or somewhere in that vicinity. They celebrate, and what it is it's kind of like that whole take on Elf on the Shelf. They have
Hmm.
these little figurines that are supposed to watch the children, and each day they get put into like a weird position or something like almost like gremlins doing something bad. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right, right.
And there's this whole demon involved and stuff. It's kind of interesting, on the holidays you see all these weird traditions and
Well, you
theories.
do, especially with the old Norse and Germanic cultures, you do get a lot of the pagan influence
Yeah,
adopted in still, because
yeah,
let's face it, you had the state-run religion, but you still had peoples that were conquered by Rome that just still did their own thing, and nobody was going by village to by village making sure nobody celebrated the old pagan ways. You know what I mean? So that's how a lot of that got incorporated into a Christianized Christmas celebration, the Christmas tree, the Yule log,
yeah.
stuff like that, Saint Nick, Santa Claus,
Mm.
which is all good tradition. It's just, whatever, everything evolves, let's say, you know what I mean? It
Yeah,
just
I
is
hear
what it
you.
is,
I
you
definitely hear
know?
you. I mean, I would just I find stuff like that, like how it's trickled down into modernized today, like
Hmm.
how like they took things from like different aspects. There's
Yep.
not just one, not one
Right. And it
like
wasn't
country
always,
or culture.
Catholic,
Right.
Roman Catholic appropriation. Some of it was, but it was also just people that were in far off villages that were still just doing their own thing. Even if they identified as Christians and followed the Christian tenets, they would still, in the Celtic regions, they would still be, praying to statues of Apollo and Mars, you know.
Yeah, it's really interesting what different cultures do for the holidays and stuff. So it's
Yep.
pretty interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, we got an interesting show tonight. We're going to be talking Christmas games of the past, future, and present. We're going to be talking about it all. But before we do that, color, let's do the famous rundown.
What?
Everybody, make sure you hit like and subscribe. We really appreciate it. Without you, we wouldn't be here. If you'd like to donate to the channel, we have Cash App or Venmo. We got different shows coming up and things coming around. We got Vince Tailgate, with Captain, and you got the Rabbit Dolphin with Lewis. Color commentary. Have a cup of coffee with Color. How's that show coming along for you? How's everything going over there?
Great.
That's
Love
what
the
I
turnout.
thought. Yeah, man. Check out the mornings with Color, man. Have a cup of coffee with him. You got Dolphins debrief. I know DTA is going hard right now. And they got the debrief going on. Some great content over there. And every Saturday night, you can check me out, Late Night Exhale. Like to say thank you to our sponsors. Check out Backroom Collections. You want to get some cool stuff. I know it's kind of late, but never too late. If you want to get a last minute gift for somebody and you can tell them, hey, it's in the mail, check out Backrooms Collection. They got some really cool canvases, artwork, different stuff. They got accessories for those mini helmets that people collect and whatnot. So definitely check that out. Use
By the
code.
way,
Hmm,
I hate to say it.
Go ahead.
They benched Zach Wilson.
Ah!
Guess who's running the Jets offense right now?
Well, I thought he was injured, or is he back now?
Who do you think?
Is it Flacco? It's Flacco.
Nope.
Mike White?
Nope.
I
It's
don't know.
none other than the reason for our season. The man who taught Tua how to throw a football himself, Chris Strevler.
Oh my god.
And he's moving the football. He's moving. They're almost in the red zone. Dude's a big
Wow.
dude. He's like running all over him.
Wow. Yeah, Jets, I'm sorry. Your season is over. We'll talk about you soon. Anyway, use code TFTG at checkout. Save 10% off of your Backroom Collections purchase. Check out Backroom Collection. The link is below in the description. Definitely check that out. Also, we got Fanatics, the official licensed partner. Check out Fanatics. They got officially licensed gear, everything from NFL, Major League, NBA. Check it out. They got all the memorabilia, all the fandom stuff you want to wear. Definitely check them out. They got some really cool stuff over there. Make sure you use the link below. It definitely helps out the channel. So we really appreciate that. Again, we got merch out the galore. Check out our merch store. The link is below. We got stuff for the kids, hoodies, hats, activewear for the, if you're lady, any of the ladies. We got mugs, to have a cup of coffee with color. We got those beer pint glasses, which I'm going to get a set of them for my man cave. That video is coming soon. Definitely check that out. It's in my DNA. Hell yeah, it's in my DNA. I love that shirt. I need to get that. Flip flops, tank tops. We got it all. The hats, they come in different colors, by the way. You can two-tone them, whatnot. Beanie hats if you're somewhere cold. And check out the flag. This flag is gorgeous, bro. It's big, good material. Definitely great for tailgating. Definitely check it out. Anyway, thank you, everybody that's in the chat. We really appreciate you guys. Shout out to everybody. Let's see who we got up in here anyway. John Featherland, I see you. Lucas, what's up? California, how's it going, buddy? Shake Money, how's it going?
That was dumb not to challenge that reception, man.
Yeah, they should have. Michael
But
K.
did you notice Strevler just ripping it, dude?
I'm more excited about my Dolphin fans than the nobodies from New York, but
I know.
Or New Jersey. I'm sorry, it's not even. New York.
He's gonna throw an interception. Yeah, keep shouting everybody out. They're way worth more than a Jets quarterback.
All day long. Let's see. We got Scott Jackson. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Pamela, how's it going, Pamela? Nice seeing you. God Soldier, how's it going? Kyle. What else we got? Ace of Spades, how's it going? Aquavision, how's it going, man? Canes, Dolphins, 1989, how's it going? Lewis, what's up, Lewis? Mike L, how's it going? Crypto keeps changing his name. I never know which crypto I'm getting today. Well, the real crypto, please stand up.
Who's he going by today?
Now it's Crypto Dolphin Fan something.
Oh, that's his original. That's him. That's
I've always known him as. I've always known him as Crypto. There's no
Crypto Dolphin Fan with a number, I think.
Yep. Let's see. Anybody else did I miss? Andres Negron, how's it going, bud? Hey, if I missed anybody, I really apologize. But shout out to everybody that's in the chat. We really appreciate it. We wouldn't be here without you guys. So definitely thank you. All right, Color. Let's talk about something. Did you know in 1971, the NFL actually has games that have been inducted into the Hall of Fame? So NFL on Christmas. This is an NFL Christmas game. In 1971, the Dolphins prevailed a seesaw battle during the 1971 AFC divisional playoff game. Miami's Garo, and I apologize if I don't pronounce this, and please correct me, Color, because I'm not really good with last names.
Yepremian.
Thank you. You already know which name I was going with. Ended the NFL.
There's only one Garo in the league.
I got you. Ended the NFL's longest game ever with a 37-yard field goal in double overtime to give the Dolphins the win. The Chiefs' Ed Podolak turned in one of the single greatest postseason performances when he accumulated a combined 350 all-purpose yards. The Miami Dolphins won 27-24 against the Kansas City Chiefs in double overtime. Oh, that was a good one. That was definitely a good one.
Sorry, turnover on downs. Jags have the ball.
Color. All right, so that's an interesting. Do you have any like holiday games or Christmas games that were memorable to you? Doesn't have to be one of these that are on this list. I mean, any game in your fandom time.
It's hard to remember because I've seen so many games in December that I can't. It's hard to remember which ones were exactly on the 25th. You know what I mean?
I can remind
you. I do remember the first game I ever went to was a late December game, or mid-December game, I should say, the 17th, close to Christmas. So all the festivities were on. And one of them, like a Kansas City from the Dan Marino era, sticks out in my mind, but I don't know if that was on Christmas either.
The Dan Marino era that sticks out would be against the Lions. That was a big one. 1990.
Okay.
The
And
Dolphins down the Lions it's in Miami to win the AFC Eastern Division title. The win also gave Don Shula his record 319th regular season victory. Miami dominated the first half as running back Bernie Parmalee rushed.
yeah, that was the UPS driver.
Yeah, he rushed for 3 touchdowns. Detroit railed in the fourth quarter, but their comeback fell short, of course. They won 27-20.
They railed?
That's what it says. Railed. Yeah, they missed the I. I
Wow.
think you meant to say rallied.
Right. I was going to say that.
I don't know. Someone missed an I there.
It's pretty brutal, man. That's a pretty brutal halftime scene going on there. You know what I mean?
I don't know. That's what it said. So what it is, what it is. But yeah, that's an interesting game too. There's some other ones. I mean, some of the top Christmas games were not necessarily Dolphin related, but there's some interesting ones out there. We'll talk about that as we go along in the show. So what
remember too, something else, Ollie. Back in the earlier days when there was only a 16, obviously, I mean, one game isn't that big a deal, but there was a lot less, everybody had a bye week, but the way they did bye weeks, there was a time when there was only 16 weeks. Mm-hmm. Even when the bye weeks started getting implemented, they still fit them in without adding that 17th week. But
yeah.
As I've gotten older, the Super Bowl has gotten later and later and later, especially now that they don't have to really do anything with the Pro Bowl. It was usually, we had the Super Bowl wrapped up usually by the end of January. And so to have Christmas Day games usually was pretty dang late in the season, or like a wild card game earlier in my life. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So a lot of those Christmas games are a lot of other teams, that if they would have been big ones, instant classics, if you will, you'd have a lot of Kansas City, Denver in that mix, I'm sure. You know what I mean?
Looking at the list that's in the Hall of Fame as a Christmas game, there are a lot of Kansas City, Denver, Pittsburgh shows up here a lot. So it's kind of interesting. But
yep.
Yeah, another famous one, New York Jets played Miami on Christmas Day in 2006.
Oh yeah, you were in 7, you said?
2006.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Jets and the Dolphins battled through a tarantula rainstorm and in sloppy field conditions. Neither team scored in the first half, but had touchdowns in the fourth quarter after the rain let up. Jets kicker Mike Nugent won the game on a 30-yard field goal. They won 13-10.
It could be that kind of game.
Yeah, Ronnie Brown rushed for 110 yards on 18 carries.
But it's every bit as likely all that forecast could change, and it could be blue skies and sunshine over the stadium. Who knows?
This is true. I'm going to make an early prediction. We haven't even talked about the game yet. I'm going to make an early prediction right now, caller. If Tyreek and Mostert both have 100 yards receiving and 100 yards rushing, what that means is
Lawrence has some wheels, dude. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mostert has, let's say he has another over 100 yards game, just like he did last week, right? And then Tyreek busted out for over 100-yard game as well, right? Dolphins ain't losing against the Packers. I'm calling it right now.
Yeah, I mean, it really is simply a matter of a standard.
Mm-hmm.
And if we play up to that standard, we're beating them easily. And that standard is what we witnessed in Buffalo Sunday night.
That is correct.
Forget all the mistakes we made. Forget the meat that was left on the bone. That was the type of game where you can say, hey, who cares about the meat left on the bone? It happens. Buffalo's a great team.
Buffalo did exactly
that is precisely the game you're allowed to say that on, people.
Yeah. What the Dolphins did was not expected.
Exactly.
That's what we've been wanting this entire season.
It's about being respectable, competitive, and knowing you have a chance to really win, a real chance.
Yeah.
Couple mistakes we made get cleaned up, we win that game.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
When it comes to leaving meat on the bone, we left meat on the bone against Buffalo. We cleaned that up.
And
We beat them easily.
If you're one of those people that say that we got killed by Buffalo in Buffalo, we didn't get killed, dude. No.
If couple different things happened that game.
We gave them a run for their money.
A couple different things happened that game, and we're up by 3 scores in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And Buffalo knows it.
Yeah. They got some lucky calls.
I can count at least 2 runs from Mostert, Ali. That were a shoestring away from going to the house.
Yeah, 100%. I was there. I
just
agree
that
with you
alone. Forget the drops from the receivers in the end zone. We can argue about that all till the cows come home.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Color. That game, we were definitely in it all the way until the very end.
Let's not forget we got a 65-yard run from Mostert, and it just didn't score.
And if you try to say that it was, because of the weather, you guys did well. No, the weather was just really good football weather for both teams.
It was because of the weather that your guy was able to take the team on his shoulders and beat us.
Yeah.
So
it wasn't that.
Touche. Well done. Tip of the cap. We're going to beat your ass next time.
That's right.
But the point is, because we played to a certain standard, we can say, we'll get you next time. Feel like we can mean it. That's what I mean by playing to a certain standard. And if we play to that standard, we easily roll Green Bay.
And let's not forget, regardless of what happened, we already beat Buffalo once this season. So it's not like we're getting swept. We're not.
You could argue, things went our way. Yeah, well, things went their way this time around.
That's right. And if you remember when we were doing our early predictions this season, I know you were. What'd you say? I said we could go 14-3, and you were what? 13.
I was 13-4.
We both said the Buffalo game in Buffalo was going to be tough, and it was probably going to be a split.
That was one of my 4.
That was one of my 3 games that I said we would lose. I still feel that if you go back and look at it, we didn't lose those games that we should have won. Cincinnati, the Jets, and Minnesota. The Minnesota game was very winnable, right? If you go back, we didn't. If we had Tua for all 3 of those games and the injuries that happened didn't happen, we could have won, and we would. Even if we still lost these last 3 games, we'd still be at possible 14-3, and I still would have.
And the thing to me is about Minnesota, people go, well, we didn't have our quarterback. Well, Minnesota's a special case because Tua was cleared to play that game.
Yeah.
And so everybody, Armstead's not going to be in there. Why take the risk? Well, there you go. That's why. Because now you're going, if we could have done, could there have been something that Tua brought to the table that helped our defense perform better, as we've seen in some cases? Because if you look at our defense points per game given up, it's actually better when Tua starts the game. Okay. I don't know why. It shouldn't be a correlation, but it is. Okay. Stat-wise. And of course, you saw how things fell apart in the fourth, like against the Vikings, like they do all the time when our offense can't produce. Mm-hmm. Could Tua have kept us in the game enough to where our defense does find that extra little bit in the fourth? Are we in that game? Can we pull out that game against the Vikings? Do we have a better shot of winning that game against the Vikings than the Bills had if Tua is playing the game?
Yeah, I honestly think we would have won the Vikings game, no problem.
I mean, you can point to who was it, Ali? The Lions, that the Bills needed overtime to beat by 3.
I think it was. I don't know if it was the Lions. Was it the Lions? Let me check. That's a good one.
How you doing, New Attitude?
What's up, man? In addition to it, the Packers did lose to the Lions, by the way. That's still loss is a loss, regardless.
Yeah, the Packers' signature win is an overtime win against the Cowboys in Green Bay.
And you also can't tell me that they're let's look at it this way. Rodgers threw 3 interceptions versus the Detroit Lions. You're gonna tell me their secondary is better than ours? I don't
I'm
think so.
sorry.
Detroit Lions, right? They grabbed 3 interceptions against Aaron Rodgers,
Wow.
right? So is their secondary better than ours?
I don't know. People say so, but here's the thing. And I pointed this out earlier on Larry L's show. Somebody had said, oh, well, their secondary. Oh, Mark said it. Their secondary is superior. And I'm thinking to and I asked Mark, and it finally got him to shut up because he couldn't counter the answer. But I'm just simply asked, superior to who? Our defense, our secondary, or Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing people are forgetting. Their defense or secondary might be better than ours. Okay, but are they better than Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill? Because that's who they're facing, not our defensive players.
Yeah. Defenses don't play against defenses. Defenses play against offenses. And
sure,
honestly,
they might get a better
and
performance
everybody
than us.
will tell you, everyone in this league will tell you, and everyone in the media will tell you, and anybody that knows anything about football will tell you that Miami's offense, regardless of the issues that they've had, is still a high-paced flying offense, right?
I
You
mean,
still
right.
have 3 of the fastest players in the league. Actually, the
Look,
fastest.
if Tua does something that he's proven he can do, which is to deliver the football to our playmakers on a consistent basis, and we get a decent running game, what's the problem? I say you go right at their strength.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you establish a little bit of a run, but you go right at their strength. You defeat that awesome secondary, and then what are they going to do on the back end? Because they can't stop our run. I mean,
and the other question is do we unlock the tight end finally? Does the tight end come to play? You know, is this the game?
Well, if you're adding the impossible in the equation, because thus far in 14 games we have yet to see it, so there's no indication or evidence that we will. Okay, but if you want to find the unicorn, let's go. Yeah, get our tight ends involved, and it's not even close. It wouldn't be close with any of our opponents.
Yeah, and I know people are concerned about Tunyon, and I understand why you'd be concerned about the tight end position. I just don't rate Tunyon as that big of a weapon for him. You know what I mean? I think
Aaron Rodgers is going to do Aaron Rodgers things. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers is going to look better than any quarterback that's played in Miami this year. Absolutely.
Ooh, better than Josh Allen?
Oh, I don't know. Well, Aaron doesn't have to deal with the drop off in the fourth quarter like Allen had to because of the weather.
That's true. That's true.
And it don't matter how good Josh Allen is. Aaron Rodgers can put the ball in places in space time that like only certain quarterbacks understand how to do it, like Dan Marino. You know what I mean? Like,
so how do you attack Aaron Rodgers then? Because I find Aaron Rodgers,
you put him on the ground and you put him under pressure. He does make stupid mistakes when he's under pressure.
So when he's under pressure, that's where that's
right.
How you get in his head.
But he can also make some of his best throws in history under pressure too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there is that.
That's true. That's true. I feel if you want to attack their strengths, like you said, on both sides of the ball, you go after the quarterback. You're like 40 seconds ahead of me, bro.
Remember Watch it. You need to just refresh your thing because we're both using Amazon. We should be equal.
Oh, that's true.
Watch what happens, though.
Oh, shit. Now I see what you were talking about. Kicked it with his foot?
They got 2 words for that. Game over.
That's right. That's right. All right.
Like the Jets are going to go down in defeat, ladies and gentlemen.
So, but anyway, you talked about going after the strengths on both sides of the ball. I think if you go after Aaron Rodgers early and you go after their secondary early, you cut both those snakes at the head level, and then you don't have to worry so much. You establish the run game like you said. I think that I'm not actually not worried. I'm very actually confident based on what we saw, what we did against Buffalo last week. I'm actually very confident going in this game.
Agreed.
So,
now, if we get put to shame and you and I look like fools on Monday morning, then how does that look any different than any other Monday we've had for the last 3 weeks?
Or the last 20 some years. So
yeah, I mean,
be honest. So it's no different. But I'm actually very confident going in this game. I see it going our way. Based on the injury report, I don't really see a lot of really big issues there. My question would be, do we know if Wilson's playing? Do we know if he's playing this?
We don't have word yet. He seems, he has said he's on he's feeling better, but it's day by day. So
we still have another practice for tomorrow, right?
With how we ran the ball against Buffalo, they may not even mess with it, and we'll be fine probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they probably.
I doubt that Green Bay's front four is anything near what Buffalo's was.
Hopefully, somebody takes the Green Bay Packers to Disneyland, hype them up on all that sugar and goodies that they serve there. Disney World, sorry. So, I don't know.
I'm just hoping we don't try to go too vanilla and steal a win while going vanilla, because we haven't proven we can do that yet. We gotta
let's actually talk about something that I haven't.
We just gotta do what it takes to win, man. Go ahead.
Let's actually talk about this, because there's a couple takes I haven't heard a lot of, not from the media, not from other YouTubers, other shows I watch or join or whatever. Matt LaFleur, he knows LaFleur, how do you say his name?
LaFleur.
He's familiar with McDaniel. You know what I mean? They work together for a hot minute? Either at San Francisco
I think so. I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think they work together, and he may know his tendencies or things that he may know of. So this might be another showdown, possibly.
Well, with a name like LaFleur, he knows one thing. He stinks.
I mean, it's the Packers, man. They're a bunch of cheeseheads. What do you expect? It always stinks. Oh, you're cracking me up, man. Cracking me up. But anyway.
That was not a shot at our fellow Frenchman, by the way.
What DTA is talking about.
Hey, they freely insult us all the time, so,
Color, you have a request in the chat.
What's that?
DTA is making a request in the chat. Can you please show me that badass shirt?
Man, there you go.
Do you want him to take it off? This can be an OnlyFins show. $1 tips. Just kidding.
I do need to polyurethane it because it's starting to crackle up on the logo.
That's funny. That's funny. What else do we got, Color? What else? What kind of news we got we can talk about before we really break down the game and we create the panel? Oh, big news. Sunday ticket, subscribers.
Oh, wait. Big news until this happens, dude. Come on, man. You talking about big news?
I don't have it on me.
Oh, you don't? Well, there you go.
I don't have it. That's fine.
Well, there you go.
You go on your channel. You create on your. Hold on.
Nah, it's all right. We blew it now.
You blew it?
Might as well just bust the news.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, in that case.
It's live.
It's
breaking. News. It's breaking.
And
it's live. See, I still fit it in.
Breaking
late to the
news:
party, but I
the
still fit it in.
NFL has a contract with a internet subscription cable company. YouTube TV will now have the rights to NFL Sunday Ticket, people. So I currently have YouTube TV. It's pretty good stuff. You can get stuff in
Bro,
4K.
where the heck did they come from?
They've been around for a hot minute.
No, I mean, like, when it comes to the talks in the competition and the bidding and all that, they just come out of freaking nowhere, man.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. I was expecting Amazon, to be honest, to have.
You know what? That's a sign.
That is a sign. What's it a sign for?
That's a sign that Buffalo is going to lose their last 3 and we're going to win our last 3 and win the division.
That would be some shit, dude. That would be some crazy stuff. You know what?
Hey, put it this way. When Mark woke up this morning, he thought 2 things were true. Never would YouTube TV get the Sunday Ticket contract is one of them. And the second is the Buffalo is not going to lose all 3 of their last ball games. One of those realities has now been smashed.
That's true. That is absolutely true. And you know what? I still have one more request from Santa. That's exactly what I want for Christmas to happen. Buffalo lose the last 3 games.
Well, only Santua can provide that.
Santua? Well, Santua, please make it come true.
I know this. I saw Santua kissing Mama. No, just kidding.
Oh God. So where's Big John Stud, man? He needs to get that Santa Maria stuff going on, man.
I know. Santeria.
Yeah,
no,
Santeria.
No ma, just Ria.
Sorry, Santeria. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I don't know, but if he happens to be listening, Merry Christmas, Big John. Yeah, love you, buddy. Oh, I did text him a couple days ago just to say hi, and he did respond. So he's doing okay, just living it,
Cool,
chugging along.
Definitely. What's up?
Trying to get back,
I see Jan in the comments. What's up, man?
What's up, Jan?
So that's what I want for Christmas if that happens. Rock and roll. But big news. DirecTV no longer has the contract. I believe it starts next year? Is that what we know?
Yeah.
Next year,
and the shroud of the dark side has been lifted.
I have YouTube TV. If people are looking to maybe change their cable service, YouTube TV is specifically over the internet.
Does all right.
It does really good. I have
servers.
Yeah, great servers. They have 4K that they provide as well. Looks pretty good. You have all the same access to like HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, all that stuff. You can add on. Their base
really good servers.
Yeah. Their base package has essentially, and by the way, YouTube, if you're watching, if you want to really good servers.
Yeah,
really good servers. We'll be glad to do advertising for you guys, if you want to partner up. But
love you guys.
Definitely. But no, for real, like they include
shout out to YouTube, everybody. Our gracious host.
But Color, they automatically include DVR with their package automatically. No extra cost for that.
Sweet. That's pretty cool.
So their base package, I think after tax, is $70. You get like 80 channels and unlimited DVR in full high def, by the way.
Awesome.
Unlimited.
Awesome.
So it's, whatever you want to record. I have thousands of hours of recordings I've done. I've recorded every game that I watch if it's an away game, and whatnot. So definitely some cool stuff. Another cool thing about YouTube TV that you guys may not know, you can share it with family members. So like, let's say you don't want to pay for the full package.
It's America. Nobody shares anything.
Family, your uncle and your cousins want to, hey, let's split the bill. You can do that, and they have access from their, devices, smart TVs or whatnot.
Nobody shares anything in America. This is America, bro. We're talking about sharing.
Yeah, well, we got to share at some point.
Sharing is caring.
So Aquavision says, that price is going to hike. That's the part we don't know yet. I'm kind of hoping that it's only like $10 a month like I pay for my other subscriptions.
Well, this is why I was hoping it'd be Amazon, because it was likely it wouldn't be a yearly thing, and you would be able to add it on for like 10 or 15 bucks a month. You know what I mean? But I don't know.
But the good news is you're not stuck to any contract, by the way. That's the other part of YouTube TV that's kind of nice. So when you want to cancel them, let's say you only want them for the season and that's it, you can can it after the season's over. You know what I mean? So that's not a bad thing.
YouTube, your home for great Dolphins content.
That's right. Let's check us out.
Live, authentic, real.
Hit the like button also.
YouTube.
I love it. What's up, Try Hard? It's been a hot minute since I've seen you, bro. How you been? So definitely. What else do we got, Color? Here, I'll another top Christmas moment. This one actually has to do with the Packers. Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers had an impressive performance against the Bears on December 25th, 2011 in Green Bay.
Oh, was that the one with the famous Hail Mary?
He had 5 touchdown passes. No. The Packers defeated the Bears, and Aaron Rodgers set a record for the most Christmas Day touchdown passes. That's kind of interesting. So,
when you got a hankering to tell everybody about a movie, YouTube, your host, your life, live.
Imagine that, Color. Cup of coffee with Color, only live on YouTube TV.
Did I mention really, 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 really good servers?
Everyone give a round of applause for Color. He's been doing every show today from morning till now. It hasn't stopped. So you're getting the man, the myth, the legend.
And who made that possible? YouTube.
All right, Color. We got anything else to talk about tonight? Prediction. I haven't given my prediction to anybody, I don't think. I'm going, you know what? I'm going to be the homer. I'm going to say 35-17 Miami.
Well, that ain't too homerish. I mean, I'm going, I figured Aaron Rodgers would overachieve against our home defense a little bit, put up 20 points, and we're going to find some way to score 4 touchdowns and a field goal and win 31-20. That's my score.
Okay. There you go. That's not bad.
I got chimes, man. I want to make sure nobody's buying me coffees over here because I don't want to leave nobody out. Could just be this text chat that we're all always getting talking on.
Captain's probably like, what the hell are you guys shouting out YouTube for? What else do we got on the docket here? I was trying to see if there was anything else we forgot to talk about before we drop the link.
Oh my God.
What is it?
My buddy from Missouri just texted me a message. -5 degrees in DeSoto, Missouri.
Oh, right wow.
Now. Dang, that's cold.
Wow, shit. So
that's 10 o'clock at night right now over there.
Yeah.
-5 degrees and clear. Well, thank God for small favors.
Eric Fisher now has a calf injury, FYI.
No. I'm sorry?
Eric Fisher now has a injury. He has a calf injury.
Oh, is that why we brought in the 3 linemen that DTA was talking about?
Probably. I mean, I heard I heard what's his name isn't doing too bad, by the way.
By the way, day one TFTG audience member and contributor Lance, who drives a truck for a living, his home base is DeSoto, Missouri. So hopefully he ain't home for right now yet for the holiday because it's chilly as well in Missouri, man. Damn, that's cold.
Damn that. Yeah, I heard Eichenberg hasn't done so bad in the last 2 weeks. So how do you feel about that? How they're using him?
I mean, look at the Buffalo game again.
I mean, he looked pretty good. I mean, we didn't let too much. I mean, yeah, they got to Tua once or twice, I think, during the game. That was about it.
From what I understand, they even changed up his responsibility and allowed it to change up somebody else's that helped out quite a bit. So
yeah, so we'll see. I want to see more improvement along that line.
Yeah, Miss Finns ain't lying. She's like, you can't even feel your feelings at -5. She ain't lying.
Yeah. Wasn't it didn't HB said he was in like -30 area where it felt like -30 or something?
Yeah, he's up in the north, so yeah.
Damn, dude. That's crazy. I don't know what it would feel. I've never been in -30 weather. I've been in about 130-degree weather.
The worst I felt when I was living in that part of Missouri, because DeSoto was the town just south of where I was living. Like it was like 5 minutes down the road from me. But the worst I felt when I was living in Missouri was -14 overnight.
That'd be interesting.
But the game at Arrowhead that I went to was 19 degrees all day long.
I was stationed in Kuwait for a hot minute when I was with the Air National Guard, and it was 130-degree on average, and they actually had to close the pool during the daytime. You could only shower at night.
Right.
That's the most extreme weather I've been in. I've been in a level 3 snowstorm, but it was never -30 or anything.
Right.
-2, maybe -5 at once, but that was the most.
Lucas is saying it's 0 over in Massachusetts. Shout out to Lucas holding down the fort in the enemy territory.
Mm-hmm.
I always have a special place in my heart for the Finn fans living in New England, Connecticut, all them New England places.
Yeah, definitely. It's crazy what the weather has been like, especially up north. I know they had like an Arctic blast of some kind that it was ridiculously cold weather.
Yeah, they got a new name for it they've been using for the past couple of seasons, the bomb cyclone.
Yeah, something like that. I forget what causes it exactly. I used to know, but
anything to sensationalize it in the news, you know what I mean? So everybody was feeling jealous that everybody respects Floridians so much because we live right on the front lines of Mother Nature, and everybody, gets jealous. So they got to point out that, hey, they deal with these mega blizzards and terrible weather too. So now we named it a bomb cyclone. So we can put a name next to it. Bomb Cyclone Harriet destroyed the whole Northwest. It's like, whatever. Yeah. It's a mega blizzard.
That's so the Jags beat the Jets 19-3,
Thunder blizzard,
by the way.
Yep, see that 19-3. About a minute 22 left. Jags have the ball. They're kneeling it.
Yeah, it's victory kneel. So
good for them.
Oh yeah, definitely good for them.
I told everybody Duval was gonna take care of business tonight.
That's true. That is absolutely true. I will say,
shout out to Roach and all our other friends in Duval County.
Yeah, how's he been doing, man? I haven't heard from him.
He's been doing all right. He popped up on my show earlier today and then on DTA's for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miss Finns she logged us in. We haven't done our picks this week, but we did. We did the Thursday night picks so that we could leave our ability to do the rest of them intact before Saturday. So make sure you're checking out Miss Finns too. Hit the notification bell on her too, so you know when we're going to do a quick show to get our picks in for the week. Because Miss Finns had some holiday festivities to attend to Wednesday night, and we couldn't do our regular league-wide Wednesday, but we still wanted to get the picks in, and both her and I on her show this morning did in fact pick the Jaguars to win tonight. So shout out Duval County.
Yeah, I end up having the Jags winning too, so it's really good to see. The Jets are still trash. Doesn't matter. They'll never take off.
Doug Williams. I mean, Doug Peterson getting things in form. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like we suspected he would.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed what they've done this season. You know what I mean?
Yep.
we'll see where they go from here, but it's pretty interesting. I will say that really hinders that. The Jets are kind of out of it now, right? Or they still?
Well, I mean, they're going to be hard pressed to keep up with us now. Yeah. That gives us a lot of room if we beat the Packers this week. A lot of room. Yeah. It virtually makes it immediately makes New England unimportant, which is arguably the hardest game. That's the best defense we play under the worst conditions of Foxborough the rest of the season. So the Jets losing tonight, if we beat Green Bay, I think we could lose our last two and still make the 7th seed at the very least. Not that I would want to do that. I'm just saying the Patriots becomes totally unimportant. And then the Jets becomes, do they ruin our seeding or not? You know, do we go from the 5th or 6th seed to the 7th seed if the Jets you see what I'm saying? We'll have to look at it in detail. Maybe when you start up the panel, maybe you can bring it, or we can bring it up and discuss it. You know.
Yeah, I think we're going to be
look at different scenarios now that the Jets have lost.
Mm-hmm. I think we're going to drop the link soon. I'm actually going to probably do the rundown again.
Yeah, and we've also increased a little bit. You know, the game's kind of ending, so I'm sure TD's going to let up. We're going to have some new people coming in. We'll reset the rundown. We're only at 56 minutes in. Seems long tonight, Ali.
Yeah, I think, dude, it
seems weird. Like we've been on for hours already.
I don't know what it is, but this season, even though we've changed time, you know, and we're an hour behind now, it seems like the day or hour ahead. No, we're an hour behind. We're an hour and a behind.
Right. And I've been taking you off the rails all night. It's amazing. It's only been 56 minutes, man.
Yeah, it just feels like the nights are getting like darker a lot earlier. Like it was 4 o'clock and it looked nighttime at my house. It was ridiculous. It was like,
pretty much, and that's a guarantee. Fern Fins, that's a guarantee. No need to win out anymore. 2 wins and we're in. So I just want to take care of business and get it done. I'm tired of worrying about it. Let's just beat the Packers like we know we can.
So we beat the Packers and we either beat the Patriots or the Jets and we're in.
Exactly.
We don't have to beat the Patriots and Jets and the Packers.
We really technically, I mean, if we beat the Packers, we could still squeeze in by losing both our last 2, but that's not a comfortable scenario. You know what I mean?
I gotcha. Interesting.
We could check into that, but suffice it to say, after what we saw tonight, the Jets aren't bringing nothing to the table against us. Not at home.
No, I don't think the Jets are going to bring anything.
And everybody that was a little worried about falling in, you know, this is why we should have taken care of business, because I knew these teams were going to finally fall back. And here we go. Now it's like, what are the Jets going to bring to the table at the end of the season? Well, it wouldn't have mattered. There was still a scenario if we would have beat the 49ers and the Chargers. There was still a scenario where we could have had the top seed without and win the division without even having to beat the Jets.
There was a scenario at one point. That is true.
We had that much control and command by just beating the 49ers and Chargers, if that's what we would have done. That's what people didn't understand. It's not the end of the world. I know it's not the end of the world. You know? Mm-hmm. And to be honest with you, I just didn't want to have to play, not so much play the extra game, but it would be really, really nice to be having to play the wild card in Miami and not somewhere else. That's just been such an Achilles heel for us as an organization that stems back to the Marino era. This is, maybe I'm jaded, I don't know, but
yeah,
I just don't see our probabilities as near as high, given the splits that we've seen on our defense between home and road defense. Come on, people. You didn't want to just win the division and have everything run through Miami?
I wanted to win the division. I wanted to win in a way that we don't have to worry about the last 3 games, where we can start resting players, where that's what good.
Right. If you're going to give up home field advantage, at least reward yourself by having days off or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Give Armstead or Tyreek or whoever.
That's what the champions do. The yearly contenders are the ones with the X next to their name now. that have clinched the playoffs and don't know where yet, but they've clinched the playoffs already.
Fern Fins 2021. Yeah, I agree with you. It's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit. If we're in the Super Bowl, it's lit. Color, let's do the rundown. We're gonna drop this link, and yeah, you put it up, and I'll talk about it. If you want to.
All right, give me just a second. I'm gonna get this Amazon screen off and put you back on the big screen so I can see better. Oh God, I can see you guys way better now. And this, all right, how about we'll start with that one just to get you going.
And this rundown is brought to you by YouTube TV. Great servers.
YouTube. When you need great servers and feedback, YouTube.
Definitely. All right, make sure you hit like and subscribe. We really appreciate it. If you want to help out the channel, we do accept Cash App and Venmo. Definitely check out all the shows that we have. We have the Fins Tailgate every other day of the week. The Rabbit Dolphin with Lewis. You want some smoke, want to talk about what's real, check out his show. You got Color Commentary with Cup of Coffee with Color. Sometimes Color goes every other day sometimes. But definitely check that out. He's got, great turnout in the mornings, so definitely check him out. Dolphins Debrief with DTA, giving you guys updates, as they come in. And every Saturday night, you have Late Night Exhale with me. Definitely check it out. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. All right, Color. Fanatics, official partner, 100% licensed gear. Get your hats, your jerseys, your memorabilia, all different sports, teams, names, and everything. Check it out. I get all of my jerseys and Dolphin stuff from them directly. You make sure you use the link below. Helps out the channel, so definitely check that out. Speaking of sponsors, also check out Backrooms Collections. They got some great canvas stuff. Definitely check it out. They got canvases. They got different levels of artwork, different teams, not just the Dolphins and stuff. So check out if you want to use, if you want to save 10% off, make sure you use hashtag TFTG at checkout for your 10% off your purchase. Make sure you use the link below to get to them as well. Our merch, we got our own merch. We got T-shirts, we got hoodies, we got activewear, we got colors.
How come you're the only one with the legs, dude?
I just have them there so you can look at them all day.
I think they're pretty cute feet too, bro.
I'm not a feet guy, bro. I'm sorry.
Neither am I, but when they're cute, they're cute.
Okay. All right. Well, we got T-shirts. Definitely check it out. We got you gotta show the other T-shirt. You don't have the other T-shirt?
This one here? Yeah,
it's in my DNA. I want this shirt. I'm gonna order it. I'm gonna order this shirt.
Okay, definitely. So what could that acronym stand for besides deoxyribonucleic acid? Obviously, the D is going to be for Dolphins.
Dolphins. Okay.
Damn, what could the N stand for that relates to the A? Dolphins and ass. No.
What kind of show you putting up tonight, Color? That's so funny.
Miami Dolphins and ass. Pour another drink in my glass.
They should put an F at the end, because if there was an F at the end, you could say Dolphins now, always, forever. I don't know.
All right. Anyway, we'll figure it out one of these days.
I'm too tired for that, Color. All right. What else do we got on Color? You forgot some slides.
You sure? Did I forget something?
The flag. Yeah, put up the flag. You got flip
flops. Oh, the flag. Oh, yeah, the flag. Can't forget the flag.
Thing is huge. Definitely
4x6. Nice material.
Yeah, it's really nice material. I'm very impressed with it. I'm going to definitely order another
Approved by Ali.
Approved and licensed. It's definitely good stuff. Definitely check it out. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. Really appreciate it. I just dropped the link in the chat recently. I'll do it again. I'm about to start bringing people up. I'll be, come enjoy time, have a good time. We'll chat. We'll talk about
all your fault.
We'll talk about the holidays, what we're doing for holidays, for Christmas. Color might do an elf dance of some kind, so you never know what's going to happen here at the Fins Tailgate.
We got a lot of energy tonight. I don't know why.
What is up, Crypto and DTA? Welcome to the show.
What's going on, man?
I got some bad news for you guys. Even though the Jets lost.
All right, Crypto's not allowed on the show. He had bad news.
Hey, Ali, bro. I just want to say I'm sorry, dude. I don't know why, but it freaking does.
No.
Like when I come in now, it puts me automatically on stage. So that's my bad, bro.
That's
I don't know
because
why
you and Crypto have like the unlock key. If you notice, Crypto can never be muted when there's a meme going on.
Mm-hmm.
He has some kind of like.
He's got some kind of algorithm running in his background of his computer that automatically unmutes him as soon as he gets muted.
Me and Kohler, we were trying to figure it out the other night because remember Kohler did the same thing on yours where it just put me on stage and I was like, awkwardly put myself backstage.
There you go.
Go ahead, Crypto. What's your bad news? I was just kidding, bro. I was just kidding.
No, I know we were rooting hard for
the.
I know we were rooting hard for the Jets to lose this game, and yes, they did lose, but they can actually still make the playoffs if they win their last two games.
Yeah, good for them. Doesn't matter.
They can still spoil our party if we lose 2 straight.
Hey, Crypto, do you have your Jets?
We have to win 2.
Crypto, do you have your Jets hat on or what?
No, actually, it's the hat I got on is blue. So I guess you can go in between the 2 colors. Crypto is just making a point so to let us know that they still have a chance, right? It's not like they're out. That's basically what he's trying to say. I think there were some people thinking that tonight's loss was the knockout blow for them. It's not. Technically, they still mathematically
it's still a knockout blow because that team ain't going nowhere, bro.
Well, hey, it's like someone getting sentenced to 30 years in prison. I mean, yeah, they're going to have a chance at life, but really, how big is the chance? You know what I'm saying?
Well, they can just simply win their last 2 and we lose 2 out of 3. That's how they make it.
That's true.
Crypto. That's why I love you, man. Always coming with what we don't want to hear. You know what? I'm just trying to sit here and enjoy my holiday. I got some fresh Chex Mix right off the stove, the Muddy Buddies, and you got to come at me with that.
Chex Mix and Nutty Buddies. Everybody welcome Robert to the show. What's up, Robert?
What's going on, man?
Not much, man.
What's going on?
It's been a bit.
We're talking about how the Jets fans are a bunch of trashy people that don't need to be up here, nor do the Bills fans.
I mean,
well, Mark isn't. He's permanently in the backstage.
So
Mark was in the backstage, and then he left. I don't know where he went.
We know why.
It is. Jets choked down the stretch.
Dude,
Bills,
the Bills
That's
are
what she
never
said.
going to win a Super Bowl, bro. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to call it right now. The Buffalo Bills are going to choke during their playoff run.
Oh, I don't doubt that one bit. They don't look like
they'll choke.
All that great team.
Yeah, they'll find a way to choke.
And
they don't even need Scott Norwood to be on the team.
Dude,
we lost that game by 3 points, and yeah, it sucks. But I look at that game and I feel way better about our team in comparison to the Chargers and the freaking Niners game.
They don't want this smoke. If we play them in the playoffs, dude, I don't think they want the smoke.
That's the other thing. You saw how we played against the Bills last week, right? If we do that against the Packers, there's no reason why we can't beat the Packers. I'm sorry. If you play exactly the same way.
I just don't trust our defense, man.
Our defense?
How about theirs?
I'm not worried about beating the Packers. I'm just saying in general, the element of our team I don't trust is our defense. And I'm probably not going to trust it the rest of the season, if I'm being honest.
I do have questions about the defense.
They may fold,
not
but
necessarily
our
the
home
personnel
defense
that I have
is playing good.
questions about. I have questions about some of the calls made on defense, and that comes from Boyer's position. And he is on the hot seat for me right now. I do agree with you on that.
We have talent.
Boye. It's Boye.
We have a lot of talent on that side.
Boy, who?
But I don't trust Boyer. I want Boyer gone, whatever you choose to call him. I want him gone.
Boyer on YouTube TV.
Hey, Kohler, that's a good strand, huh?
YouTube.
But
he did.
And like Josh
Kohler, that's a good strand, huh?
Josh,
it is, bro. It really is. I think because I'm really feeling froggy, bro.
Hey, everyone, welcome.
Hey, you are gonna get some much.
Hey, everyone, welcome this guy. This guy hasn't been on my show in a while. Alexander Rene Diaz, what's up?
Oh my God! What's with the song? That's perfect.
I don't know.
Exactly. That's
Howie
Alex's
Color.
theme song.
What's up,
Howie
Alex?
And the
Color.
lighter,
How
dude.
you
He's got
guys
the
doing,
lighter.
man?
Happy holidays to you, my friend. How's everything?
Happy holidays to you too as well, and your
What's
color
up,
as
Alex?
well.
Alex,
What's
I
up,
know you've been a
today?
Dolphins fan forever. What
Merry
do
Christmas,
you
brother.
have you been to a Christmas game?
No, never.
Never. So even being the fan for as long as you've been, you've never been to a Christmas.
The closest one I ever went to was 1996, the Jets and the Dolphins at Giant Stadium.
Okay.
When,
Has anybody
yeah.
here been to a Christmas game? I
Yeah, that
haven't.
was
I'm trying to
Christmas
know.
Eve.
Nope.
I want to know what color is going to expect going to the games. That's why.
Christmas Eve. I've been to a Christmas Eve game.
Oh, that'd be
Yeah,
interesting.
they
That
tend
was,
to flex
that
all
was,
the games on
fact-
Christmas Eve.
In fact, that was the Kansas City Miami game in Arrowhead, Alex Smith's last season.
Oh yeah.
First time I ever saw
Jakeem
Tyreek Hill run. First time I
Jakeem
ever
Grant.
saw Tyreek Hill score a touchdown live.
Jakeem Grant also scored a touchdown on a screen pass.
Unfortunately, he was wearing red.
Yeah.
Yeah, you almost
Jakeem
had
Grant-
a chance to see him twice.
Jakeem
Color.
Grant
Jermaine
also
King does
color.
have a good point, though. Jermaine King says that our defense plays really good at home.
Yeah, but like
They do.
the
But-
problem set is we have to look at going on the road because we couldn't take care of business. So if I'm talking about the team for the rest of the season, I need to look at it with the majority of my concern being placed on how we play on the road. And Boyer doesn't seem to get the job done.
Yeah, not on the road. You're absolutely correct. I
It's
agree
really
with that.
odd. Why? It's hard to figure. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
You
what's
know,
the difference?
Robert,
it almost seems because
the-
it's
the
not
last-
like
Well, sometimes on the road.
it's
I
not
mean,
like we
to
have
be
a.
honest-
I mean, I don't know.
I'm sorry,
Mm.
Color. I was just saying the
I
last
was
three
just gonna
games,
say we don't have a huge effect. It's not like our crowd is like that much
Here's
affecting
the
our.
other part.
You know,
We also have to take a step back and realize, and I don't mean to interrupt you, Alex. I'll let you go next
No,
right
you're
after
good,
me,
man.
okay? And I'll make sure that happens. But
Just tell me to
here's-
shut up, man.
no, I'm not going to do that, bro. You have more respect for you than
It's
that.
all right. I know.
So essentially, if you go back and look at it, we do have to take a step back, and not all the blame is on Boyer because some of the calls he's made is the correct call. We just get screwed
Yeah.
with some stupid penalty. Do you understand what I'm
Agreed.
saying? There's
Oh,
been a
it's
lot
just
of
better
times in
quarterback
games-
play on the other side. We have been playing good quarterbacks in there.
Well,
in
there's
their buildings.
that too. I mean, like what happened against McCaffrey and Purdy, for example, that was tragic. That was tragic, and I really feel like we should have made different calls during that point. You have to stop McCaffrey. The fact that you didn't really do anything different the entire second half just blows my mind.
Well, I mean, for the Niners game, you can say there's a multitude of issues, and that's not just one person.
yeah,
that's kind
But
of
if you
all
guys
over the
if you
place.
guys look deep into it, you know, the last three games, you know, the defense has not been playing that bad actually. You know, if you kind of look at it, you know, if you dive deep into it, the
Alex,
defense is
They
actually
No,
did
doing
win the
well.
turnover battle.
Hold
To
on.
Alex's point,
Hold
to your
on.
point, Alex,
mean,
is we're
okay,
not supposed to
when-
lose a game in which we have the turnover battle
I
won.
want to
That's very
contest
true.
that. I want to contest that
Yeah.
statement when you're done. So I'm not talking over you. I'll let you finish, but I
No,
want to
no,
contest
you're
that.
fine, Robert. No, you're fine, Robert. I just think is that you know the game against San Fran. They held.
I don't even know who you are.
All right, I'm sorry. So the game against San Fran, they didn't really play that bad until the end. Towards the end, you know, they held them in check pretty much. And in the LA game, they gave the offense all opportunities to get back in that game. And in the Buffalo game, you know, they made a couple stops coming out of the gate in the second half, and we ended up taking the lead. You know, we just had a just bad luck. You know,
Bro, the
Go away
49ers
in there.
game, that was two of shit in the bed. The Chargers game, that was
No
the whole
question,
team shit in the
CTA.
bed.
no question.
I mean,
I'm not. Yeah,
But
Yeah, you
the
can't blame the
Bills
defense.
game, the Bills
Capitulation
game,
at the end of the Charger
it-
game.
hold up. Let
Mhm.
me rebuttal that real quick.
Go
The
ahead,
Bills
Robert.
game, I absolutely can say our defense let us down. And when you give up 32 points, that's not a win. Yes, it was against the Bills in their house. And yes, we had receivers drop passes that should have given us a win if they would have caught it. But they also let them drive the length of the field in like 3.5 minutes and couldn't get a stop when we needed it. On top of that,
But-
Boyer made bad calls that put people 20 yards off the line when the opposing team was 20 yards from the end zone. I'm not giving the defense a pass on that. Am I blaming it all on players? No, coaches included. But the defense did
Robert, you
not
got a
play
point
well in
there.
the Bills game.
Robert, you got a good
Going
point.
back to
and I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
that
I'm
one.
sorry to interrupt you, Alex. I apologize.
No,
but
you're
going
fine,
back to
Ali.
coaches, the biggest
You're
issue
fine.
this season has been really tackling. That is atrocious this season across, from the secondary to our defensive linemen, our linebackers. What is up with trying to clothesline people? I don't understand how this happens. Like, you don't want to wrap up? Freaking wrap up, lock your hands together, and you bring that bitch down. And the fact that they don't do that, I don't understand. Everyone wants to play, no wonder they're going to a flag football Pro Bowl joke, right? Because that's exactly how it seems like defense have been playing, to tackle. It's like so stupid.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Actually,
I agree. I agree with
Rhino's
that
got a great
statement right
point.
down there.
Yep.
I agree with that statement down right there. Look, the Bills' offense is just a really good offense. It's like I think. Coming out of that Bills game to put all this shit on the defense.
It's good old-fashioned TKO is what I call it. Nothing more, nothing less.
To say that the defense is the reason we lost that game is nonsense.
Mm,
I agree, DTA, because it's a good old-fashioned TKO. When the boxer gets more points at the end of the score, the scorecards get turned in and the other person gets a win. Do a TKO. It's nothing more, nothing less. The Bills got the TKO.
And here's the other thing with that is, listen, our defense is, they haven't been consistent. That's the problem. They have not been any type of consistent, but they do keep us in. They've had games where they've kept us in the games, and you have a defense that's out there playing pretty well, considering all the injuries and everything they have, all the circumstances that's going on with them against one of the best offenses in the NFL. And the Bills defense, if you look at the Bills offense and what they've done in their last game, they do that to everybody, bro. Everybody. And this is like a playoff caliber game. The thing is also hang on real quick, Robert. When the offense the defense has got to be tired staying on the fucking field all the time because our offense can't give them a break by putting together successful drives consistently and staying on the field themselves. And honestly, I don't know, bro. I get tired of hearing like the fire boiler and it's the defense. Like we always want to blame everything but what is. Well, here, in my opinion, I think that game played good, and I think that, and this is just my opinion. I'm not saying anyone else should feel like this, but I think that McDaniel outcoached them. I think that we showed up. I think we have a better team, but I think that night they had the better quarterback. That's period. End of story. They had a better quarterback that night. Josh Allen won that game for them. He did Josh Allen things.
Yeah, I agree with you in that detail.
But that's why I keep calling it a TKO.
Guys,
and that's
I'm
not
only
a knock
blaming
on
the Bills 100%
I'll
for this
go back
loss.
on that.
And there's nothing wrong for that.
Guys,
I'll go
Zach
back
Wilson
on that.
is getting ripped right now on Thursday Night Football. Oh my God, they are ripping him a new one right now.
Well,
I'm sorry, Robert. I couldn't hear you, brother.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're good, Alex. You're good. I just couldn't
I
hear.
can't talk real loud, and I can't talk over people because I'm at my in-laws, and the walls are not us.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry. Well, happy Halloween.
I don't have as much space, so like I can't get as vibrant as I usually want to get. But if I'm being fair, it is not the defense's fault every game. But I'm not ever going to call defense that gives up 32 points or gives up an 80-yard drive at the last possession of the game for a freaking game winner when the offense actually did a good job of continuing drives and possessions. And I've already said the offense had a couple of misplays that were touchdown catches in the end zone they should have had. But you shouldn't expect your offense to put up 33 points to win a game.
For the record, we punted one less time than they did. And they also had a turnover. So that's basically 6 turnovers.
Yeah, they had right.
To our
we
4.
had extra possessions.
Yeah.
Right. Then they did.
Yeah, we're good. So, like, you get where you're coming from, DTA, but that's just a game where I expect the defense to stand up a little bit more and have more of an impact.
I agree with that, Robert. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not giving the defense an excuse by any means. That's unacceptable to me too. But I'm saying is we can't sit here and say the defense's fault, it's the defense's fault, and not ever put the blame where the blame needs to land. And in my opinion, you got to the defense. All things considered, how far down the depth chart we are. how decimated it is. All things considered, that on the road and everything, they had some good plays. It's not like they were out there just laying a goose egg the entire time. But you also have the inconsistency. At the end of the day, the inconsistency that lays on both sides of the ball, our offense and defense. They both need to play much more consistent and complement each other. And at the end of the day, like I said, we can say whatever we want, but at the end of the day, in my opinion, like I said, I think McDaniel went in there with the better plan, and I think we have the better team. But I think Josh Allen did Josh Allen things because he's just Josh Allen.
He was doing some
He
heroic
played,
stuff.
bro. Josh Allen put that
I
game.
think
Josh Allen put the game on his back, and he won it.
Yeah. I think that when it comes down to it, that the Buffalo Bills thought the Miami team that played against the Chargers was showing up. I think that's what they thought, and I think that's what they thought they were getting. So they were more laxed until they finally realized what was happening. And like you said, they have the better quarterback, and they had the ball last. Whoever had the ball last was going to win that game.
Right. Hence my language of the TKO.
Yeah, and that's basically what happened. I do agree with you in the sense that some things are not all on Boyer. We are playing with our third and fourth string, corners, for example. Our secondary has been decimated for the most part. So I do agree with that comment. But at the same time, I do feel there's been questionable calls throughout the year, not even in the games we've lost, the games that we've won as well.
100%.
That 100%. I think that Boyer needs to get better at if we're going to keep him as the defensive coordinator.
So
now, let me.
I agree,
Robert. I'll let you go in just 1 second. I just want to land real quick here. I'm sorry. If our goal going into the next season is to win Super Bowls, if our goal is just to win Super Bowls at any point, we really need to think about who we have calling our plays on defense. The offense is fixed. The offense can run itself for the most part from what I've seen. The defense is a big question mark, and that's where I'm with Robert on this. They need to figure out what they need to do there. So go ahead, Robert. I know you got cut off somehow. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. My freaking laptop died. I plugged it in. So I didn't catch everything you said, DTA. But I think
essentially what I said, Robert. Essentially what. God damn it. I'm sorry. Essentially what I was saying is that in my opinion, and again, I see stupid ass comments in the fucking comment section, like saying that we're only missing 2 starters on defense. That's a fucking lie.
Yeah, that's
first
ridiculous.
off. Secondly, both ends of the ball need to be more consistent too, and including our offense. And if we can sit here and play the blame game, but the offense also has got receivers that are supposed to be out there catching balls, that are dropping balls that could have been a potential touchdown. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Hindsight's 20/20. It is what it is. Like I said, the blame can go to both sides of the ball. I just don't think it's just the defense. But like Ali said, that's a very valid point. I think that Boyer needs to be held accountable for the stupid play calls that we've seen in both games we've lost and won. And this defense has by no means been perfect. But I think that they've also equally had games where they've kept us in it, or tried to at least, and gave us the opportunity, but we didn't capitalize on it. And essentially all I was saying is that, in my opinion, they played a pretty good game considering everything that's going on. The offense, played a pretty good game too. But at the end, the Bills ended with the ball, and Josh Allen put it on his back, and he won the game for him. I still think we have the better team. I just think they had the better quarterback that night. He played better, executed better, and did more. We got to put points. We have to put points up. We got to stop doing stupid shit. Like, dude, in certain scenarios, it's fine to go for 2 or to go for it on 4th down. Others, kick the fucking field goal or take the extra point. It's just stupid shit. It's dumb play calls on both ends of the ball.
I agree with that sentiment. So here's how I see it. I think Mike McDaniels is making rookie head coach mistakes. I think he's going to take a good, long, hard look at some of the stuff he's done this year at the end of the season and be like, okay, I was bad in these areas. And I think it's going to be a meticulous deep dive from him. But he is making mistakes. No one can tell you he isn't. If they are, they're lying to themselves. Tua's had a couple of bad games, hands down. We can't definitively say what he is till the end of the season. Josh Boyer, this is where I have, I think, a difference of opinion. I've seen enough of 20-yard back off coverages and zone coverages that just don't make any sense to make me sick and vomit. On top of that, our defense is dependent upon two super good cornerbacks, which are ridiculously hard to find. Like getting two top-notch man press corners. I don't think that's a sustainable format when you consider injuries and all that, and this year has shown us that. So if we're going to predicate our defense on that, I think that's a problematic idea. So I would almost say you need to look at hiring a new defensive coordinator with a more balanced approach that manages his pass rushers a little bit better and get away from being dependent on two top 10 cornerbacks or top 20 cornerbacks, because I think that's very problematic. Because X hasn't played like himself. We haven't had Byron Jones. Our secondary has been decimated. But say you didn't lose, I'm forgetting the safeties we lost. Brandon Jones, and say you didn't lose Nick Needham. I still don't think our defense would have been great this year. And I think that's an unreasonable expectation to say that you could expect to lose one good cornerback a year.
You on mute, Ali. You trying to say something?
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't realize I was on mute. So if Trill Williams doesn't get injured during the training camp, do you think our secondary would be bad as off as it is now?
Do you think he's a replacement for Byron Jones, like a straight up?
I believe so. I think Kader Kohu and Trill Williams
they playing pretty good.
Are the upcoming talent that this team is developing right now, and they're going to be taking over. Look, everyone up here, Robert, will tell you, I'm probably one of the biggest Xavier Howard fans you'll find, and everyone up here knows that. I'm a big X-Sport. I love him, but he's not playing the way that he used to. Now, we can say, yeah, he's been dealing with the lingering groin injuries and blah, blah, whatever. Thing is, and then the fact of the matter is it's kind of like what we were saying about Tua towards the beginning of the season. Availability is the best quality you can have, right? And being, he's missed time in the past for stuff like that in past seasons. And the thing with Xavier Howard is getting a full season out of him. Like, I understand, I don't have that expectation where he's going to be coming in and averaging like a pick a game like he did that one season. But we still know, like, I can't remember Kohler. Who Kohler was saying earlier, he's basically got the same amount of interceptions as Van Ginkel or something. I forgot what he said, but it's just when you hear it, like, and I know he's had a couple that he dropped or he was out of bounds when he caught. It's just he's not playing the way that he used to. We've seen him getting burnt and burnt and burnt and burnt. And in my opinion, bro, I honestly think that they're either going to take Byron Jones. I don't think will be in a Dolphins uniform again. I think that to some degree they may use him to try to flip it for some type of draft capital to get back what we don't have. At some degree, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for him. I just don't see him in a Dolphins uniform anymore. I think
nobody's going to give us anything for Byron Jones, bro. That's the reality of it. Byron Jones.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
Maybe a fifth round pick. You're right. Absolutely.
Yeah, and maybe so. But hey, that's better than nothing for him. The thing is Xavier. I think Xavier Howard's going to be with the team for a while. I know that he's not playing at the level. Like, it's almost as if I don't know if he's plateaued or if he still has those golden years in him or what. But he's just not playing the way that he used to. And I honestly think that, like, I like guys like Trill and Kohu. Both of those guys are going to be the upcoming. I think you're going to see slot and perimeter corners for this team.
So, but let's play devil's advocate.
But I agree with you. I agree with you. I just I'll land with this, Robert. I agree with you. You can ask Ali, you can ask Kohler, you can ask Crypto, you can ask Alex Hell. They've all heard it. How long, guys, have I been calling for? You guys all know. How long have I been calling and asking this team to go pick up a corner?
I wanted, what's his name, Patrick Surtain's son on this team more than anything else.
So, like, I just think it's a bad philosophy to be super reliant on that, though. Like, you want good corners, you really do, but we are super dependent on having 2 shutdown cornerbacks.
Well, yeah, that's how this defense is predicated. It was built from the back end up, man. It was built from the corners up.
And I think it's problematic.
It has worked in the past. I mean, the Patriots built the dynasty doing that.
They also had a much better linebacking core than we did, and
What's
they
that,
had
Ollie?
a better defensive
Hold
line.
the fort down for a second.
You got it.
And they had a better offensive line, and they had a better running game.
I'm just
and
talking
as much
about
as I hate to say
I ain't
it,
talking about the offensive side of the ball.
But it factors in. It all factors in. Like, to say the Patriots did it that way, they had a bunch of advantages we don't have.
Not just the Patriots did it that way. The Jets did it that way too. When they had Rex Ryan as the coordinator.
And did they ever make it to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, they the only team to beat the Patriots in Foxborough in the playoff game.
They didn't make it to the Super Bowl.
They beat them in the playoffs.
That's not what I asked. I asked, did the Jets did the Jets make it to the Super Bowl with Rex Ryan as their head coach?
No, of course they didn't, but they still won a playoff game. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, a bunch of defenses won the playoff game. So did a bad Chiefs defense.
They were successful in doing it. That was my whole point.
Okay. But did they have any injuries on their defense on their back end? Did they lose one of their top 2 starting cornerbacks?
They've had injuries like a lot of NFL teams.
Did they lose one of their top 2 starting cornerbacks that year? Because I don't.
No, they didn't lose their top 2, but they was injured throughout the year. That wasn't like they was completely healthy the whole year.
We're talking about building a system that's dependent on 2 top quarterback plays.
If you got depth, it'll work.
That's my problem set with. I don't think you can get enough depth and effectively manage cap to do it. I don't think it's the best way to go about it. I think you need good cornerbacks. I think you need good linebackers. I'd rather have a super strong defensive line, good cornerbacks, and good linebackers. That would be my preference.
That's fine. I'm just saying it has worked before throughout the aisles of history.
I think we're looking at
That's not a innovative idea for the build from the back end forward. It's been done over the millennia.
Yeah, just when's the last time it's won? I mean, won at all. When is the last time it's won at all?
No, because it's a different.
When has the Dolphins won anything since those teams have won at least one playoff game building it that way? That's the real question.
I didn't ask for one playoff
before
game.
We go criticize.
Ask for who won a Super Bowl with that.
The Buccaneers.
Well, the Patriots have been winning all the Super Bowls. The Buccaneers won it. They've had good shutdown corners.
The Patriots have had more.
The Ravens in their day, despite their good linebacker and lineman, they still had good shutdown corners when they won it.
The 49ers.
The Seattle Seahawks did it with the Legion of Boom, even though they had good linebackers, but they still had shutdown corners, cornerbacks that could shut you down.
But that's not what we're talking about.
If you build linebackers to complement our cornerbacks, it'll work.
I think we're paying too much for our cornerbacks to be able to do that right now and to have depth. Like, I would prefer a shift in defensive philosophy. I think we're too dependent on 2 positions that are injury prone and are hard to replace when they do go down. And yes, we have young and up and coming guys that are going to replace those guys, but where's the depth behind those young and up and coming guys? We don't seem to have it.
That's the job of the GM to build that depth, but
right. I'm not calling it impossible. I'm calling it incredibly difficult. And I think there's a more efficient way to go about it. That's what I'm saying.
So what is your proposed way?
So my way would be get good cornerbacks. They don't have to be top of the line, elite, right? Get good linebackers and have a really, really strong defensive line. So it would be a minor,
I
upgrade
trust
to our
Chris Greer to
defensive
go.
line. A significant upgrade in our linebackers.
I trust Chris Greer to find a good.
Good.
Sorry, Robert.
No, you're good, man.
No, I was gonna say is that I trust Chris Greer to find the start another good corner. And then rebuild this secondary because he found guys like Brandon Jones, Javon Holland, Howard. Oh damn! I gotta take it. Shit. Fuck. Sorry. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Robert.
He's been good at finding talent in the back end, but there was not that many elite corners in the NFL. I think it's a little bit easier to find really strong talent on the defensive line and build depth there and have a super good defensive line and then have good to average linebacker and cornerback play. Because if your defensive line is getting home quick and in a hurry,
that's literally what we have. Arguably, we have less than average linebacker, but that's literally what we have. Our defensive front is like rock solid. We just need depth on it.
Yes.
I'll agree with that.
Quick question. I want to ask everybody.
Literally what we're building is what you suggest.
Yeah, well, we started.
Kind of in place without the depth. Yeah.
We started out in reverse and we focused on the back end, and we are experiencing difficulties from not being able to have enough depth on the back end. Granted, we are injury riddled all hell, but our focus has been to overpay the back end at the cost of our linebackers.
Now, I have a question. I saw Baker is a free agent at the end of this year.
Is he?
No.
You re-sign him, or do you just let him go?
Let him walk.
You let him walk. Yeah, you let him walk 100%, bro.
Well, they probably could have fixed that if they'd have got
Baker?
Smith from
Baker?
Chicago,
Jerome
the
Baker?
linebacker thing, and it would have been fixed.
No, I think he has one more year, bro. I think he's 1 year. I don't think he's a
They
free agent.
restructured his
I
deal.
looked it
I
up.
thought
He
Jerome
is a
Baker
free
signed an
agent.
extension.
We
He
have
is a free agent.
27 unrestricted free agents, and Jerome Baker is one of them.
Awesome. Let him go.
I thought he signed an extension.
Yeah, but he can be let go after this year. And
Yeah,
I think
you
he's
let
all but
Jerome
gone.
Baker go because I
Let
mean,
him
you
walk.
look at it. He doesn't contribute enough to really, to this defense. Everything he's done, like he may rack up a lot of stats, but a lot of those stats are already 10 yards up the field. You know what I mean? That he's getting. It's not like he's getting sack after sack, interception, or whatever it may be.
He gets the tackle, but it's too late already.
It's already 10, 15 yards up the field every time. So for me, yeah, he does a lot of running, but he's not the type of linebacker we need on this team. We need someone that goes from sideline to sideline like faster than anyone else, and someone who hits the gaps correctly in the middle too.
We need someone with instinct, and he doesn't
That
have it.
too. Yeah, that as well.
I think Channing Tindall can develop. I mean, it's possible still.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It is, Channing Tindall. I wish we saw more of him, and I wish he would have developed, like I thought he had the potential to.
He'll get his chance. He'll
They
get a
said
shot.
that they don't trust him.
I think he'll get a shot.
I think it's like the same thing with Eric Izukama. I think they don't trust him enough, and that's like I saw something from one of the media beat writers today that Izukama is actually backing Tyreek up, and that's why they haven't been playing him. I don't understand that. I don't understand the premise of that.
Do you guys know that Jerome Baker is the 15th best linebacker in the NFL right now?
Based upon what?
Statistically, it's a lie.
He may be the best when you look at the amount of sacks and solo tackles, not sacks, but solo tackles that he makes. But that's not what we're looking for.
He has 4 sacks.
Yeah, but he misses a lot of tackles too.
He does miss a lot of tackles.
He does. But I just think
coverage
he's
is not even that
underrated.
good.
He's having a pretty decent season. Underrated.
I mean, it's an okay.
I understand.
You probably say
He's
underrated.
not
I can
making
see,
an
but
impact, and he's getting
would you-
paid like he makes an impact. That's the problem.
I can't deny, I can't argue with you there. Honestly. But let me ask you guys a question: would you guys trade a 7th-round pick for Zach Wilson?
No.
Hell
To be
no.
his backup?
No. Bro, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. Zach Wilson will not be playing for a playoff team. He has more of a chance of becoming a MILF porno star than he does playing on a playoff team. And that's not a joke. I'm not even trying to be funny.
He's got a head start on that.
Well, boy, we got an early Christmas gift, guys. The Jags beat the Jets. So now if the Bengals beat the Patriots and we win
Just
Sunday,
don't go blow your wad.
I'll tell you what, I think it's well into the 90s. We've locked up a playoff position.
That's a huge win. Like,
that's a true.
Yeah,
now you got to look at the Jags winning the division. With Tannehill
There's
out
a good
for
chance
the
we
year.
could put the Jags in the first round.
What, Tannehill? You asked about what about Tannehill?
Yeah.
Well, what's the name? Only needs to win 2
Tannehill's
games.
gone for the year.
He's done for the year.
Is he? What happened?
Yeah, Tannehill's done for the
He
year.
came back and re-injured this freaking
ACL?
I think his ankles. Yeah.
Oh, his ankle now?
His ankle. Yeah,
So
he came back
announced
into the
as-
game and then he re-injured it, made it worse. Yeah, he's out.
Talk about the
Trying to
major
play
fall
hero
down,
ball.
Yep.
Might be better
He's
for
just
them.
at that.
They got
not-
who?
he's not that
Malik
quarterback.
Willis, though, right?
Crypto,
Yeah.
honestly, Tannehill's not that type of quarterback to play hero ball. He never was.
Right. He came back in, tried to outdo Herbert, and he lost.
Yep.
That's
His
one thing
ego
about
brought him
Tannehill,
back into that game.
And that's one thing about Tannehill that, at first I was a big believer of Ryan Tannehill because I was going back and forth with people saying that he was better than Andrew Luck. He was the better quarterback out of Andrew Luck. But boy, was I wrong about that. I mean, but
do you know if Andrew Luck was still in the league today?
He never lived up to be the franchise quarterback.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, if Andrew Luck was still in the league today, boy, our team may have looked different because I really believe Miami would have gone after him in a heartbeat, bro.
I would have loved to see
probably in
Andrew
free
Luck in
agency.
Miami.
I think so too.
Well, you would have had him in Miami if it wasn't for Matt Moore winning those meaningless games at the end of the season.
Oh,
when we was trying to suck for luck. Matt Moore's the reason why Andrew Luck wasn't the Dolphins.
Thank you, but no thank you.
That's why.
And Todd Bowles too.
Can't say you're wrong.
Yeah. That was bad. That was all on Matt Moore.
See, they beat the. Yeah, but tell me you guys didn't feel like great knocking the Jets out the playoffs in the final game in Week 17 back in 2011. Tell me you guys felt great.
Bro, I feel great every time we beat the Jets.
That was a good feeling knocking them out.
We knocked the Jets out.
Well, that was
because
I think we knocked the Patriots out too in that last week. When we
we lost
11-5.
the Patriots.
So,
we lost the Patriots.
So now I want to ask you guys.
They was 11-5 and we was 11-5 and we beat them.
Go ahead, Craig.
Oh no, that was 2008, Crypto. That was the year we won the AFC.
Say we win Sunday.
Okay, go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
No. Say we win Sunday, okay? And then we beat New England and we've locked the playoffs up. Here's the question. Do you play Tua or do you say, you know what, we'll rest them for the playoffs?
No, you play him.
No,
it's too much.
You play Tua because you want to try to move up.
You want to risk Russ.
Okay, no, it's just a question because I was thinking about that tonight. If we lock up the playoffs after beating, say, New England, what are you really playing for? I know position could be, but I'm just saying, would you risk playing him? If
It's play the Bengals or the Titans. I don't give a shit which one of those.
Or the
two
Jaguars.
teams we play.
Actually, the Jags.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not gonna. I wouldn't want to let the fucking.
I'm not
Jets
gonna count
our
my
house
chickens
put
before they
some type
hatch.
of ass whooping on us either.
Right.
Yeah,
No, it's just a
everybody's
hypothetical
0-0 at that
no,
point.
you know when you play a team like that, they want to get some last laugh at you. That's like a free hit at one of your players. So that is a good question to ask, Craig. To be honest, do you play him or not?
True. Yeah. If we beat the Patriots,
risk him being rusty for the following week and then getting steamrolled.
Hold on. If we beat the Patriots, right, and we lock up a playoff spot for that after the Patriots game, if we win, you play. God bless you.
Gene Prinska made a good point. He said if he balls out, he'll sit in the fourth, and it probably will be a situation like that where like maybe he comes in, balls out the first half, they sit him in the second or something. I don't know. Maybe it ends up kind of like the Texans game.
I would be more okay with that than I would just not play him at all.
Yeah, I'd be more okay with that too.
You can't just arbitrarily sit
believe it or not, you probably could win with Teddy Bridgewater at quarterback. I mean, you probably could win.
The question for me and our backup quarterbacks are: can they finish a game?
I say you bring him in. You treat it like a traditional 3-quarter preseason game. But you still monitor your offensive line. If they're falling out and have a great game, you let them play as long as it's okay to. And if it's not okay to anymore, win or lose, no matter what the scoreboard, you take them out of the game. You don't risk it the rest of the way. But Tua, as we all know, is a rhythm guy, and that's game over game as well. So I don't like the idea of resting Tua against the Jets if it didn't matter.
That just came in
same year, Cole.
Peyton Manning in the ass when he was 14-2 and they set him down. They lost their first playoff game.
But no reason to be stupid either. You can treat it like a traditional 4th preseason game where they kind of let the first guys go for like 2 to 3 quarters. You know what I mean?
So I have a serious question for you, Robert.
Yeah.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I'm just wondering.
Doesn't matter because there's not enough wood in the world for the wood to chuck.
Let me ask you this. We win in Green Bay. We win in New England. We locked it all up. Miraculously, sure, I said Buffalo, it's probably not possible they lose all 3. But what if they lose their next 2 and they have to win their last one? And we are still in a position now. Hey, we got the Jets, but we don't know what the outcome of the Bills game is yet. Do we play the Jets strong, still going for the division, hoping the Bills lose later on or whatever? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
at that point, because they'll flex that game at night. Probably
we'd also know. Let's say the Bills drop their next 2, and then they go play the Patriots to end the season, and they miraculously drop that one. And we know about it before we play our game against the Jets.
I would say
go for the division then?
Yeah, if you're still playing and there's a chance to get the division, you do what it takes.
You have to play because that would be everything on the marbles.
You have to be ready for these contingencies, not so much because Buffalo could slide, but the same thing still applies all the way to the end of the season. 1 finger injury away.
Or snowball.
Yeah, but I mean, there's playing scared, and it just kind of is what it is. You have to go for it.
I know some ladies that have had that same problem with their sex life. They're always just 1 finger injury away.
Damn, DTA. Holy crap.
Wow.
That was good.
There you have it.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Rhinos. That we're talking about winning the division. Yes, that would give us the number 2 seed. Correct.
Yes.
Damn.
My bad.
But here's something interesting. If forget the division, I'm just going to forget. What if Buffalo loses to Cincinnati? All of a sudden, and KC wins out, all of a sudden Buffalo drops to a 3rd seed, and there's a strong chance we could play them again in the playoffs.
That's correct.
Yeah, either the 6-3 matchup or the 2-7 matchup. Yeah.
Exactly.
And we all know one of the hardest things to do.
I'm gonna take off.
Okay, Alex.
Exactly, Shelby. Exactly.
Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night, bro.
All right, Alex.
One thing is very hard to do in this league is to win against a team twice in a row.
Yep.
So that is very hard to do. I mean, I don't think a team has actually beaten someone 3 times in the same season before.
Oh yeah, it's happened, but it's like
happened like
it's
1 out
really
of
low. It's like less than
times.
3% of the time.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Like, well, Cullen, you remember the 82 team? We beat the Jets twice that year, and everybody was like, "Oh, we can't beat the Jets again," and we beat them.
Yeah, it does happen.
That was one of the outliers we talking about.
So, but I'm excited. I mean, I think we can win out. I really do. I think we just got to get our defense, and to just blame, Boyer and injuries and that. My question is this: where's Chubb? Where's this $1 million first-round person been? I haven't seen him much. Have you guys?
I've seen Chubb make an impact. I like what I've seen.
I will say it does look like there is pressure getting to the quarterback more so often now, even though that he's been double teamed and he's been taking some of the pressure off of the other players, and that's why you might see more of that. You see more Zach Seiler, more Christian Wilkins, more Melvin Ingram and whatnot. It is not to our standards, though. I will say that we do need more, and we need more pressure, more sacks. I do agree with that.
Yeah. Well, that's what I meant.
Organic pressure.
Exactly.
But, hopefully this defense can figure it out. Like I said, you can't put it all on Boyer because, even that Buffalo game, lots of guys were there and they missed tackles on Josh Allen, especially that game time drive with the 2-point conversion. They had him and they let him run around like crazy.
I get you on that.
I don't understand how we get so fooled. Okay, let me lay it out like this. It's hard for me to fathom why we can be so good against the run, right? But we get so fumbled up and so confused when it comes to stopping a scrambling quarterback.
Exactly.
I just don't get it. You think after playing after that game, after that record game that Justin Fields had against us, you think that would have been at the forefront of their minds to address that, to at least help negate that a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
it can be difficult at times, especially when you got your backs to the quarterback because you're trying to chase Diggs around and Dawson knocks it down the seam. So it could be a little easier said than done.
Yeah. Well, and I get that, Crypto. I get that it's like a pick your type of thing, but there's got to be a solution. What in the hell was that?
Sorry, man. Somebody sent me something. I didn't know it was going to play the audio. I thought it was on mute. Sorry.
No, you're good, bro. It had me jump. I was like...
Basically, it's a Packer fan at the Bears game harassing Bears.
Oh, is that video he gets thrown down the stairs?
Yeah, dude. It was like, oh, shit.
That's bad.
Did you see the man at the end of this game screaming at those people?
What happened? Which game?
The Jets game at the end of this one.
No, what happened?
A Jets fan was just freaking out, screaming at these people. But
Jaguar fans or just other Jets fans?
No, a Jets fan. Oh yeah.
Well, the Jets are showing what they are. They were a farce. I'm sorry. Yes, they beat us, but they beat us because we had Teddy, and then that messed up call against Teddy. The Jets were a farce. I told Jet fans, they said, no, we're not. And now look at them now, 7-8.
It just kind of is what it is.
No, but I'm saying Jets fans would get mad at me when I'd say they're a farce. And they're like, oh, well, we beat you. I said, yeah, you basically beat our third string and you still struggled. If he hits some of those throws, it's a different ball game.
Are you guys worried about
Tyler?
I don't think you're wrong.
Go ahead.
Right.
So,
TDR, were you saying something? Go ahead.
No, I was saying, are you guys worried about Chris Streveler? I wonder why we cut him.
Dude, he
I didn't even know we cut him.
Yeah, he kind of looks like a Viking now. His whole look, he looks like a younger. What's his name? Fitzmagic. You know what I mean? He kind of reminds me of him.
His play reminded me of Big Ben a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
His arm reminded me of Tim Tebow.
What's up, Winsy? He did kind of run like Tim Tebow a little bit. You're absolutely right, to be honest.
That guy had no arm, man. Wow.
I didn't even pay no attention to that.
Yeah, I'm not so worried about the Jets anymore, bro. What's up, Winsy? How you doing? How's everything on your neck of the woods?
Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Definitely.
How's it going?
Definitely
yeah.
pretty good.
So I'm kind of
How you
figuring
doing?
it out now. It looks like if we do miraculously pull out the division, best we'll do is 3rd seed.
Cool.
And we'll likely face the Chargers in Miami.
All right.
You don't think the Chargers are going to win it? Well, I think they're going to win every game, but they're the Chargers. They could blow a game against a bad team.
I mean, the
Wincy,
Chargers weren't leaps and bounds better than we are.
Yeah. I don't want to say they're better than us. I think they got us on an off night. Their offense is good. Their defense is not. It's not as good as what people are really.
Without winning the division, we can get as high as the 5th seed. That's the rarest scenario.
Wincy, I want to ask you a quick question.
Without winning the division, we can get
without winning
5th.
the division. The rarest and highest scenario is the 5th seed.
Crypto Color, hold on a second. I want to ask Wincy a question. So this is our holiday show. I want to know, you're in New Zealand, correct?
Yes, I'm in New Zealand, brother.
And do you guys have any different holiday traditions or Christmas traditions there?
Well, it's pretty much the same as you guys, except for it's summer over here, so we don't have snow. I just finished my last week of work, so yeah, it's been pretty good. I went and played golf, and as you guys know me, I'm playing golf, but besides that, nah, there's no difference except for we've got summer, you guys have winter.
I got you. So it's just really a season difference that you guys have there versus what we have.
Yeah. So I grew up watching a lot of American movies with all the Christmas holiday movies, and it used to snow on the movies from America, and we had summer here. And we'd be like, I was like, where's our snow here? Like, why don't we have any snow? And we don't have snow here. It's actually about, so what would you guys do with degrees? So here it's about 30 degrees.
Oh, I gotcha. What would that equate to our temperature, Color?
Oh, they use Celsius, so that'd be right around they use Celsius. 80 something.
80 something.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
So
I was just curious.
weather.
I was just curious if New Zealand had any other traditions that we don't have or don't, practice. So that's why I was curious. But thank you for sharing. Definitely. What's up, Snapper? How you doing? How you been?
Hey, what's up, Ali? What's going on, man?
Not
How you
much.
doing? Happy holidays, by the way.
Happy holidays,
Irvin.
What's up, Crypto? What's going on, Color?
What's up, man? How you been?
Nothing much, man. Just busy, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. This guy has come on my show, and I have to give this guy his own intro, bro. Hit the breaking news, Color. Can you do that from your end?
You don't. Did you switch brands?
No. I will do it. Here.
I got it.
It's a big one. It's a big one.
Uh-oh. I think I might know who it is.
Hit the breaking news.
Oh, shit. It's breaking. It's live.
Breaking news, everybody. Everybody welcome Jubitron to my show. What is up,
Whoa,
buddy?
Jubitron.
I mean, Santa.
What's going on?
Santa Claus has come to town, ladies and gentlemen, and brought us one of the best gifts we could get all year, bro. Holy shit.
Jube has made the appearance. What's going on, man?
What's up, Jubitron?
How's it going, everybody?
Oh, man.
How you guys doing?
Pretty good. How you been?
Right.
It's been like for a whole season and forever.
I've been all right. I had to step away for personal reasons.
We get it.
But
we got you.
You guys, I'm always here. I'm always watching.
Still got you on Discord.
That happens, man. Popping in the past couple weeks here and there.
Yeah, I'm
feeling the waters, testing them,
dipping
the toes.
Yeah. I'm just glad you're okay, bro.
I'm good.
Yeah.
That's the gift, man. That's the Santa Claus gift.
Well, and I came because I wanted to say, love you guys. Wish you happy holidays, whatever it is that you celebrate, and just know that I love everybody here, and I'm still around. I'm still around.
Right on.
All right, man. You're
come around at your leisure, bro.
I'm in the shadows.
Just come around at your leisure, man.
Appreciate
You're
you guys.
always welcome.
Hey, I'm gonna hop off. I just want to come say hey and love you guys and
Merry Christmas.
have a Merry Christmas, guys. All right.
You too, buddy.
Yeah,
Hey, you too, man.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Later.
Good seeing you, man.
Yeah.
Good seeing you.
Wow, that was short-lived, but definitely.
Damn.
Rubitron. That's
Yeah,
the
there we go.
Rubitron.
Santa
Feliz
delivered, man.
Navidad, man. Jam.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So if people don't know, Rubitron's an OG. So he's been around for a while. At least, I think.
He's about a day zero.
Yeah. Yeah, about. I want to say.
Zero dayer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
So definitely. But, yeah. So, yeah. What happened to Wincy? Did we lose Wincy?
We did.
I don't know. The whole thing got smashed when Rubitron came through, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got off kilter. I'm sorry if I interrupted anybody, but
That's all right.
when Rubitron comes, it's like a blue whale or a white whale or whatever you want to call it. So that's awesome. Yes.
Ollie, what is your lineage?
My lineage, my culture or heritage, I guess you would put, ethnicity. I am quarter Irish, quarter German, and I'm half Persian.
Persian, like
Persian's
from Iraq?
interesting.
Persian, like Iranian. You didn't wreck my show, Rubitron.
Yeah,
Not
you-
at all.
you
100%.
didn't wreck it.
You're welcome to my show anytime. I don't care
Absolutely.
who's speaking. It could be the freaking president of the United States up here. You're welcome to come wreck my show. Just saying. Anyway,
Rubitron's in the building.
so yeah, I'm half Iranian, if you want to call it that. But Persians, if you're calling yourself Persian, you don't really look at it as a nationality wise. So
Okay.
yeah, so my dad's from Iran, if that's what you're asking.
Oh wow!
I just found out I did a 23andMe and found out that I'm 10% Egyptian. I had no idea.
That's awesome, dude. That's awesome.
Okay.
Interesting.
I am like
Interesting.
a percentage. I want to say it's Spanish, and how we figure it happened at some point in Color, who's the human encyclopedia here. He can tell you more about it. At some point, either the Persian Empire or the Ottoman Empire or something at some point controlled parts of Spain and South Europe, and that's where it comes from. So,
Well, at two different points, as two different types of peoples. Remember, there was even earlier. The Phoenicians used put that part of Spain as a jumping point for their trade network.
Mm-hmm.
And then you even have Parthians, and then eventually, Persians too. But yeah, absolutely. And then of course you have the first Arabic Caliphate and the spin-offs from that made it up into Spain with the Moorish kingdom and all that was in Spain for a while. So yeah, it's all relative. Then you got don't forget Ollie, you also got the Sarmatian connection, which was also a nomadic Iranian peoples from in and around the Black Sea region that found themselves indentured by the Romans in Britain.
Yep.
So you got, man, it's just all over.
Look at the cat dragged in. Look at you
I
got
know.
limping
Everybody
around.
welcome. Everybody welcome. The one and only, the only Bills fan, Mark. What's up?
Hey guys, how you doing?
He
Happy
said the one
holiday
and
season
only.
to every single one of you fine folks.
Yeah,
Mark, how you been?
Happy holidays to you too, sir.
So, Mark, I
Doing
want to
well.
ask you, what are your plans for Christmas Day?
Mine actually, we're having a little Christmas soiree tomorrow at my house.
The soiree, is that what they call it in San Diego?
Yeah, we'll call it a soiree in San Diego.
Yeah, a little cool Santa Ana breeze.
Yeah, I'm doing a 6-pound prime rib tomorrow.
I'm coming out to
giant
San
pickle
Diego.
lasagna, a big tuna
Oh my
casserole.
God, this
chicken
guy thinks
wings.
he's in like summer or something.
Yeah, chicken
We're making
wings.
a
I got
prime rib
some
here, too.
Chinese food coming in. Some pie.
Chinese
I got some
food.
pasta coming in.
Nice.
Is there any way we can get one of those big snow
I know we got, like,
machines
4
blast all over his party?
He'd probably like that though.
Yeah.
He'd probably like that color.
Yeah.
Well, I will be spending Christmas in the hospital.
I'm
My
kidding,
mother's
Mark. Merry
currently in the
Christmas, man.
hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Craig.
Yeah.
Sorry
She
to hear
had a
that,
blood
Greg.
clot.
Sorry about
So,
that, man.
I'm going to cook her a nice chicken, and then we're going to have mashed potatoes, peas, and then I'm going to take her a little piece of cake.
Nice.
But she comes home Wednesday, thank God.
Is there a certain way you tell whether it's a mean or a nice chicken?
If it doesn't bite you when you eat it.
We have like chicken legs, so I'm gonna cook those up for her.
But I mean,
Kohler's on fire tonight, dude.
do you like stick it with other chickens to see if it picks on them?
Yeah, I want to know what strain it is.
Kohler, you're on fire tonight, bro.
No, I just leave it alone. I just leave the chicken by itself.
DTA, it could take a downturn really quickly, and I can go from George Carlin to Stephen Wright like in 5 minutes, man. So
hey, I'm here for whatever. If that's the turn that it takes, I'm here to witness it.
For those of you in the back of the audience that don't recognize Stephen Wright, his latest kind of stuff, he is a stand-up comedian, but he's really, really dry. And you might know him as the bum that was sleeping on the couch in Half Baked. That was Stephen Wright.
Hey, you and me both, California. Well, I'm half, but
yeah, I'm Scott. I'm Scottish and Welsh and English, and then I'm half German on the other side.
Yeah, my wife's family, they're English and Scottish and Irish and everything, and I'm part Irish myself. That's actually what I was going to say, TDR, that we celebrate Christmas Eve and we also celebrate Christmas. So on Christmas Eve, that's with my Persian side of the family, so we're having a bunch of Persian food and stuff. And then we're having prime rib and everything on Christmas Day with my wife's family. So
sweet.
Yeah.
Nice.
That sounds good, man. I'm sure you'll enjoy that.
Oh, yeah.
I have a question for everyone. What is one change you guys want to see next year for this team?
Change one
thing. What would it be?
Better coaching.
For me, I don't want to say better coaching as a whole. I would say I want better coaching from Boyer if we're going to keep.
You know what? It really comes down to how things pan out.
Right.
Not just how. I mean, obviously, look, most people have to resign themselves to not being the one team that wins the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? That being said, it just depends on how we exit, to be honest with you, because we could find ourselves in a situation where we exit so badly that things could just get blown up again in the coaching staff. You know what I mean? And I don't know if I really want to see that.
I don't
but we're so stuck in limbo because we put so much into going all in that where are we left if we exit badly, let's say.
To that point, caller, I would just rather see stability in our owner because he could pull a trigger at any moment if he's not satisfied.
Mm-hmm.
And anything could be unsatisfaction with him. It could be in his mind. It could be Super Bowl or Boston. He could blow it up.
Regardless of whether we
just don't know, he's that unstable.
Right. And regardless of whether we know, because a lot of people think, they say, "Come on, Color, okay." Regardless of what we know, the fact of it is, Ross said publicly that the decision at quarterback was solely on the coach. So if he decides, you know what, I'm just not convinced anymore, and I want a new hot rod, and I need somebody to blame, he effectively can still blame Mike McDaniel for a Tua failure. You see what I'm saying? Regardless of whether you all and I know that wink, wink, nod, nod, he told him he had to try him out for a year, whatever. That don't mean he's not going to turn around, change his mind, and say, since I said publicly that everything regarding the quarterback falls on the coach's decision and he has full power in that decision, if our exit is bad enough and it's because of that, Ross could easily turncoat on McDaniel and say, remember what I said publicly, and hold him responsible for the whole thing.
Yeah, but how many times can you fire coaches? You're not going to get a coach.
He's proven he can do it as many times as he wants.
Yeah, well, it's just interesting now that his daughter's going to take over the team instead of the other guy. When he does, he publicly announced that about a month or two ago.
I don't disagree with you. You can publicly announce it, and you could actually put it in paper. But just because you're the person that you see on paper and the person you see in front of everybody doesn't mean you're controlling.
Well, not only that, but that was put out there as a saber rattle to see how far the NFL was willing to go.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He may not have to pull that lever. You know,
that is absolutely true. Here's one interesting thing that just brought to my attention. So if we win out, we beat the Packers, we beat the Patriots, and we beat the Jets, we'll have the same exact record as the 49ers last year.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and
that's
then
always good.
That's right in there.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's kind of interesting how it worked out that we'd have the same record and we're going into a playoff. Imagine what happens, like, let's say we get to the AFC Championship game and then we lose. Is that good enough for you guys in the sense
it just depends on how we lose. If it looks in a situation like we're totally outclassed, which is ironically, that's why Buffalo game Sunday night was so important for me, because that's what it signaled to me, is that I doubt we're going to go out like that.
Yeah, I don't think we
either. I have more confidence that it's going to be a dogfight on the way out, and we'll probably be able to remain everybody intact, including even maybe the quarterback if we don't have any other better options on the table.
Yeah, I think
because we will Jared Goff him if we can, if there's somebody available.
I
don't know who I'd want to pay. Like,
it's really, but remember, I agree with you. I totally agree with where you're coming from, but it's not you that makes that decision. You've got to decide for yourself. Where do you think Ross would stand on that?
I can't say you're wrong, and I can see where you're coming from, Color. I just really hope there's some logic behind that thought process, and it's not go pay Lamar Jackson $40 million.
Well, at the same time, bro, we cannot, and we continue to do it, and I understand why, because nothing's for certain in the future, but we cannot underestimate how little money that's going to be in 2 to 3 years.
I get it.
And even that goes for Tua. We could give Tua a long-term contract and make it look like a big contract without it actually being one.
I agree with you. You aren't saying anything wrong. Like, where you're coming from is completely.
And I totally agree with your standpoint too. It's like it's a tough situation.
Do you think the NFL? Here's a hot take. I'm going to give you guys a broken take. Do you think the NFL or whoever made the decision regarding the Pro Bowl did Miami a solid?
What do you mean?
Because if by Tua getting snubbed by the Pro Bowl, that saves I think $10 million off of Tua's contract.
I see what you're saying there.
He had an incentive. I don't want to say it's $10 million. I want to say it's like a couple million. But
I thought it was like 3 to 4 million or something.
Yeah, I thought it was 6
million.
million. The official number is 6.
Hold on. Let's speak about the facts. The facts is that there's incentive for making the playoffs. Mm-hmm. There's incentive for making the Pro Bowl. And just with the Pro Bowl alone increased his salary for this season to $22.5 million. If you add on what the incentive is for making the playoffs, it was going to be around 30-some million that they're going to have to pay him this season.
Can you also add more money to that, Ali? I've got a place you could add more money from.
Go ahead. Go ahead with what you're saying.
Well, they saved him from lessening his trade value by making him play in the skills challenge.
That's true. It's an interesting take.
It might have saved us $10 million right there.
I don't know.
Let me ask you something.
I mean, I'm quasi joking. I don't really feel that.
I'm just curious.
With all the pressure off, he probably can put the ball in the basket. You know what I mean?
Maybe some of Miami's friends that they have in the front office not front office, but the top dogs be like, hey, do us a favor and don't pick him. You know what I mean? Just because you think about it, money is going to be tight. We have 27. Craig pointed out we have 27 unrestricted free agents. We got to pay people. Yeah, there's definitely money coming in both from the YouTube and the TV deals and all that stuff that we got going on now. I agree with that. But at the same time, we still got to pay people.
Money coming in from where? Money coming in from where?
TV contracts and
YouTube.
Thank you. That's right. YouTube.
What do you guys think of the YouTube thing?
Well, I have YouTube
It depends
TV
upon
myself.
how much they're going to charge me for freaking
Really,
Sunday
really excellent servers.
Yeah. Craig, I actually have YouTube TV. I enjoy it. And one thing I like about it, I can share it with my entire family. So there's like 5 households that we share it with, and we split the bill. Their subscriptions are anywhere from $5 to $10 a month. I don't know what ticket is going to be yet, so hopefully it's around the same. If it's around the same, then I'm saying it's good. The good news is you're not held to a contract when you sign up for YouTube TV either.
It's a month by month basis.
It's month by month, so you can just have it just for the season and then cancel. You know what I mean? You're not stuck to it. That's the good news.
Yeah.
So and it has unlimited DVR recordings, by the
way. Right. And here's the thing. So if you go with just straight internet from your cable company or phone company, whatever that cost would entail, and then you add about like a basic package from YouTube TV is what, $30 a month, Ali, for like your base package, which is like maybe 25 channels or something.
Well, unless they've changed.
Yeah, you're gonna easily add packages for the channels you love, so it's gonna get right up to what you kind of pay for cable anyway. But you can still, it's still a little bit more a la carte.
It's the same
than
as Sling
cable.
TV.
Like I said, it's a little more a la carte than cable, but not still quite the real deal a la carte experience.
Yeah, it's like you still get everything like you would with your cable TV. There's no difference. It's just all over the internet. That's the only difference.
And if you're in my situation with Comcast, they have a 2 tera or 1 or 2 terabyte limit too, which I don't even come near reaching, even with all the streaming I do and all that. However, if I'm watching full TV, 8 hours a day or whatever, that's downloading off of that. So the solution to that is not only do you lose your package discount because you're only getting internet from them, but you also that you have to add on to make you have unlimited internet. It's like $50 extra a month for no cap.
Yeah.
So you have to factor that in too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it ends up being almost just as much per month as that get every channel from the cable company, including your internet.
Yeah, there's a lot of different factors you got to think about,
depending on what channels you're willing to give up and that you find you don't watch. If you're a more simple person with TV, it's going to be cost effective for you to cut the cord. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would just use it for Sunday Ticket. Like, just make Sunday Ticket reasonable, and we're good.
Like I said, I was hoping it would be like $10 a month or something.
It's going to be similar pricing, most likely.
The good news is you don't have to worry about having the dish break down on you. That's the other part of it. Or not the dish breaking down, but the bad signal. You don't have to worry about
signal. Cloudy days coming in, messing up the freaking halftime.
Something. You know what I mean?
I snuck in with being able to be approved for their streaming service already anyway, so I didn't have to deal with those issues on my Sunday Ticket. But either case,
I get 80 channels and I'm paying $65 a month. You know what I mean? I'm not even paying that because I'm splitting it with my other family members and they have it at their house. So you can play it on different devices, your phone, computer, or smart TV. So.
And ultimately,
that's what's so good about it.
I mean, ultimately, everything we see of the garbage that's on a lot of the channels we watch, you can just watch eventually on even places like YouTube.
That's
Yeah.
And another cool thing about it, and this may not be cool for some, but like if you're traveling, I know Mark, if he was here, but if Mark travels, for example, he can put in, it automatically detects you're in a different zip code. It'll give you local stations for that zip code. So if you're traveling somewhere and you want to watch a game that's in that area, you can do that still.
Hey, if I use a VPN, can I just tell I'm in Florida and then I'll get Florida channels?
You can still do that too.
Ooh, that's a good question.
You can do that. But you got to make sure your phone location is set.
Some services can tell you're running a VPN now and just shut off all access to any VPN.
You assume like I'm doing it from my phone.
That's true.
How is this different from Hulu Live? And how much do they want for it?
Absolutely nothing.
Well,
Hulu Live is a similar service, just maybe different certain channels. There may be 1 or 2 channels different that are available. You know,
in fact, I think Hulu had an issue with CBS for a while, didn't they?
Right,
Did they
right,
fix that?
right. DirecTV Live is the same. AT&T Live is the same. Everybody
Actually,
that has their stream is similar to the YouTube Live.
TDR. To be honest, DirecTV Live is garbage compared to
Sure.
this.
And it's redundant now since AT&T owns them anyway and has their own live. You know what I mean? Plus, the others, the third parties that are involved too. TiVo has a live service now. So does Roku, and so does Sling TV is another one.
Yeah.
You don't have to get a Sling box anymore. You can just get Sling TV like YouTube TV. You know,
It's just an
That's what I had.
Could you imagine being AT&T investing in all these fiber optics, and now it's just becoming obsolete?
Dude, it's everything has been geared, like everything is going to be all about streaming from here out. I don't think there's going to be anything with like actual hardware anymore. That like the Fire Stick. I still have my Fire Sticks, but then again, those.
Oh yeah, forgot about them too.
And
don't forget Google TV, Apple TV. Same thing.
I'll say this: I have all of my out of network Dolphins games. I get by other means. I'm not going to go into that on here, but if they are really doing what Mark said, if they're going to be doing an a la carte where it's team specific and you can just buy the out of market games for one.
Dude, that'd be really nice. And it's not out of the realm of possibility, DTA, because that's how the MLB runs their
also
multi-ticket
YouTube
package.
TV has NBA Pass, and you can do that with NBA Pass as well.
Right. Like I pay $90 a year instead of whatever the normal $200 or $300 is. I pay $90 a year for just St. Louis Cardinals. You know what I mean?
That's how I watch all my Laker games.
Did I pay $90 a year to get a season's pass to all the Dolphins games where I didn't have to do janky shit? Hands down.
Yeah, and remember that Tesla is putting all those satellites in low orbit because they're trying to take over the internet game right now. My buddy has it. He says that it's pretty damn good.
Everyone, welcome to Mark's Takes. What's up, Mark?
No, I just wanted to pop on in. I had to jump out for a moment. But yeah, this is going to be great. My girlfriend, for example, is a diehard Bronco fan.
Yeah.
And it's going to be great for her because she'll just be able to stream Bronco games because she doesn't really care about the other games. And, you know,
you confirm they are doing it all
that are one team specific. It's a great deal.
Okay.
So they are doing Mark, have you confirmed that they're doing the a la carte or what?
I read it today on PFF that they're going to be doing an a la carte thing or a package that's gonna allow you to only.
Well, even if they would have dude, maybe if they just did, hey Mark, maybe if they just did divisions, you know, like you have to get all teams in one division for a little less, you know, but still.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, Color. But if you guys learn anything and I learn anything, we'll share knowledge and see what we can come up with for the best deal for everybody.
Yeah, I would actually prefer division. Like if I could get a division package. Hell yes.
Well, actually, the NBA has got it where you can do it individual by individual team and pay per team.
Yeah, that's
you can just follow your team around.
Same with baseball.
Yeah, the NBA. Yeah, NBA does that.
I get that, but hear me out. If I pick a division, it means I always have a game to watch. It means I can sit there and watch the other teams in my division play and get a better understanding of what's actually going on.
That's a good point.
Like a division would actually be better for the fan than just their team's games.
Can I let me ask you a question? When you get a division package, is that something
it's
that's
super cheap when you pay per team? But yeah,
I have a question. If you do a division type of thing, does that mean you watch all out of conference, or I mean you play interdivisional and outer division games? Do you
see? That's why they wouldn't do it that way, probably.
Yeah, they probably just make you pay $3.99.
Or are you getting like only the games interdivision? That'll be the thing that I'd want to know.
I would assume you'd be getting games for all teams in your division.
By the way, you guys, just so you know, I'm reading something that says that the YouTube TV deal for NFL Ticket is not going to require a YouTube TV subscription.
Oh, sweet. So, Kahari, there you go. No, you will probably not have to give up your Hulu subscription.
No,
unless it makes it easier.
Mm-hmm.
Well, keep in mind though, Kahari, don't be afraid to look at the channel lineups, compare what you got, and say, hey, if there's if there is not one channel that I'm gonna miss by switching, and YouTube TV can do you a better deal on the same package, then switch anyway. But no, it sounds like you're not gonna have to necessarily switch to YouTube TV just to get it. You might want to do that just for synergy.
It's kind of funny because I'm moving at the end of next month to New Mexico with a house I bought. I got out there from San Diego, and living out my retirement life. Although I'll still be working, from home. But I got a bigger house out there and everything. I got like 2,400 square feet and a 3-car garage, and my son-in-law and daughter live there. So we're going to go to a package of Fubo TV and then just the YouTube NFL Sunday Ticket package. You guys should look at Fubo because Fubo.
Are you in a big metropolis area, Mark, out there? Are you going to be near a metropolis like Albuquerque?
Normally, we probably wouldn't go this
far
away from Dolphin.
We're out by Albuquerque. We're in a place called
Mark, hold on a second. Normally, we wouldn't go this far away from Dolphin content, but since YouTube is our great partners who are our gracious hosting platform, YouTube. Gene Prince asks, "What's the difference between YouTube TV versus YouTube Premium?" And I can answer that for you. YouTube TV is an actual TV service for streaming TV, like your channels and all that. Whatever, USA Network, whatever you might like, History Channel,
NBC, Fox,
your TV. It's meant to replace your actual TV. YouTube Premium is just if you watch YouTube videos and follow great channels like the Finn's Tailgate on, of course, YouTube. YouTube Premium allows you the ability to not have to basically pay for your ads, so you don't have to watch advertisements before you fire up a show, a video or stream, and you also don't have the advertisements in your suggestion feed. There are a couple other benefits from being for YouTube Premium. I don't have the whole list off the top of my head.
Caller, so does that mean for
you can background the applications?
If I have YouTube TV,
wait, one question at a time. What's that, Mark?
On my TV instead of on my phone.
I'm sorry, Mark. Say that again.
So if I have YouTube TV, does that mean I can watch you guys on my TV instead of on my phone?
No, it is.
You could do that anyway without anything.
It's just an app.
It's two different apps. YouTube.
All
TV
you need to watch is on your TV is have a TV or a Fire Stick / Roku / that type of device that has the YouTube app built in, and you just log in right on your TV. If your TV is a network TV, the YouTube Premium allows you to not have to watch ads.
But YouTube TV will do that as well. I had YouTube TV and I like that aspect of it.
Right.
It is like premium. You don't have to watch ads.
Right. And yeah, the YouTube TV certainly it can basically, you can log into that from your TV as well, so it's a seamless experience and it seems like regular TV. Sure.
Yeah, because it's kind of crazy. Like tonight, I was watching I have Amazon Prime for shopping and for Thursday Night Football, so I was like listening to the DTA and Rabid Dolphin on the phone, and I was watching the football game on my laptop. So,
right.
Which, by the way, the one thing you don't want to be tonight is a Jets fan. Oh my God.
Oh, dude, I had to watch the game with a bunch of my buddies' friends that were all Jets fans at Smoke on the Water. And I had to pretend that I was like not happy that they were losing, but I was happy.
No. I wouldn't have pretended. I would have just called that shit like it is. My buddy's a Ravens fan, and tell him to go sit there and suck on a dick.
Zach Wilson is the worst quartersquarterback in this league. Yeah, I'd say that so.
Well, he was wearing the Zach Wilson jersey.
Oh my, jeez, he is just awful.
Like I said, he has a better chance of becoming a MILF porno star than he does playing for a playoff team.
Yeah. He has a better chance.
Like I said, he's halfway there already.
Do you think he's done?
What was that, Mark? Hold on, Mark. What was that? Say that again.
I said he's got a better chance of selling me my next car.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
In New Mexico.
Yep. He'll be at like
Right.
some used car dealership in New Mexico.
Yeah.
Do you think he's done on the season now?
Oh, I don't know. You looked at him on the sideline, and it was just bad. He put his jacket on. He still had his helmet on, thinking he was going to come in the game. And they had the guy in Streveler who couldn't throw a forward pass that was life dependent on it, and it was just a total shit show.
Wasn't Streveler the quarterback color that we had that had his own YouTube video on how to throw passes?
Yeah, so I don't know what Mark's talking about. He was throwing just fine. And,
well, he was throwing he was 5 yards down the field, except for the one.
Okay, fine. Fine, but his mechanics were fine. I'm just saying. I'm not saying he's a great quarterback. He doesn't scare me at all. I'm just saying we owe him a lot because I firmly believe he was brought in literally to show Tua how to throw a football.
Well, that very well may be.
And it's not so much that Tua didn't know. It's that sometimes you just got to come in and retrain somebody. Like, yo, remember this?
Well, they completely retrained Josh Allen because he was throwing off the wrong foot with a crappy motion.
Look at the plays Mark, that most people have criticized across all these channels on the All 22. Look at Tua's mechanics on those throws. They're terrible.
I'm impressed with Tua that they've actually trained him to roll to the right, not to the left, and he can throw when he rolls to the right, and that's a huge asset. I saw a play in preseason where he rolled to the right and threw an absolute blue dart for a touchdown. I forget if it was a scrimmage. I think it was a scrimmage.
Yeah, he can do that fairly accurately at short range, but as you saw, the competition out there, they can do it with the flick of a wrist.
Right.
Yeah, very much.
He doesn't have the same arm strength as everyone else, but we know that.
Tua. I did have a question though. If right now the Dolphins playoff seeding is looking pretty solid. The Jets lost tonight. You got to think the Patriots are gonna get their helmets handed to them by the Bengals on Saturday. And Baltimore, I was playing with the playoff predictor between going from one show to the other tonight, and it looks as though the Dolphins really only have to win one game, although there's certainly a distinct possibility that they could sweep. But even if they go 11-6, the Chargers look like they're going to go 11-6, as do the Ravens. And in a three-way tie at 11-6, and I'm not sure how this plays out yet, with the Dolphins, Chargers, and Raiders, I'm trying to think of who's going to get 5, who's going to get 6, and who's going to get 7.
Well, it would go to conference record.
Yeah, they would go to conference record at that time. And when I ran through the playoff predictor with you guys going, actually, I didn't run the Dolphins going. I gave you guys a loss at New England. I should have ran you to 11-6. I'm sorry, I didn't do that. But
Kohler, I
play with the playoff predictor and run those three teams out at 11-6 to see how it plays out.
I just saw the funniest shit ever, bro. Someone made a thing. Yeah. I was going across YouTube and they made some little meme. I think it was fucking Master at Work for the AFC Roundtable channel. He had fucking put up some, like, you know how he put up like a meme on his YouTube channel or whatever, making fun of the Jets. And he called Chris Stiebler, or however you say his last name, he called him Tattoo Tebow.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, because he's got the tattoo.
Tebow.
And I was actually in full hysterical laughter on the foot fumble.
Yeah, that was something, dude. I went and saw it. I went back and saw it.
Why are we talking about that crap game? The Jets lost. Jags won. It's over with. Jets are done.
Yes, sir.
Well, actually, they're not necessarily. It really depends on what the Dolphins do.
Oh, come on, Mark.
Depends on what we do. Yeah. We can end their season by winning 2 straight, or we can keep them alive by losing 2 straight.
Right. And the Jets have to play in Seattle, but they have 10 days rest. So maybe Mike White is healthy, he can play again, because that quarterback room looks pretty ugly with Streveler, Zach Wilson, and Flacco.
Did you hear what I said, Kohler, about them calling Streveler Tattoo Tebow?
Yeah.
It was bad. Very, very, very bad. You know, the other thing that's weird is you realize that the Packers play the Lions the last game of the season, and if the Packers
win or get in, right?
Yeah,
exactly scenario for them two teams.
It's kind of an oddball thing. So
it is. Detroit can get as high as number 6, and the Packers can beat them at 7.
Yeah,
to win that last game against them. Yep, I saw that. I was like, man. So they're playing for their playoff lives.
And then, of course, I'm reading today. The Bills starting center is going to be out on Sunday. I think there's one of their defensive ends is going to be out on Sunday. Of course,
Mark, it might.
all the stuff
Hey,
about
what
Fields
Kohler
being
said.
able to play, and
What
another
Kohler
one of the
said,
running
it may
backs
come
coming
true,
into play,
buddy.
and it's frozen in Chicago. I'm like, Kohler has me scared. It's like, yeah, we could actually lose this game.
Hey, you could lose all three, just like Kohler was saying. It might happen.
Yeah, it's if
That
anything.
Oh Jesus! Oh, you
would think
No
that Buffalo would
hiccups.
be able to win that game, but now I'm not feeling really great about it.
So but here's the thing though. If the Bills lose out, let's say they lost their last three, I mean they're still in the playoffs. So
yeah,
right. The lowest they can go is 6.
But they could drop all the way down to like a 7 seed, literally, if all the other teams. Well, probably not.
Yeah, that's a fair
Baltimore.
yeah.
And hey,
They will be
who
6
knows?
as their lowest.
Who knows? They might want to prefer to play in Miami in January. You know what I mean?
That's a fact. Yeah, I got out of Buffalo many, many years ago, and that place is not pleasant. You have a combination of snow, wind, cold, and ugly women. Not the best.
I want to see if it's gonna make me throw up.
Right. That's a terrible combination.
yeah, that doesn't sound like a place I want to be.
It's a place you want to be far from. I'll tell you where you don't want to be in the world. You don't want to be in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Started out 28 yesterday, and it was minus 42.
I want to be in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I have to agree with you there.
Well, no,
Yeah.
they had a 70-degree temperature difference today. Went from a positive 28 to negative.
I wouldn't want to be in DeSoto, Missouri either right now. It's -4.
And they say Colorado's going to go be like -20. It's like, oof.
Hell, none of the Dakotas.
It was -16 today in Colorado.
Friend of the channel, Zippa, he's in -30 temperature area.
Yeah. Did you guys see that? Like,
where in North Dakota, South in Dakota?
MetLife tonight?
No, he's in Minnesota.
I
Oh.
grew up in Montana. Being in the negatives is not new. It just sucks.
What'd you say, Mark?
I said, did you guys see the sheets of rain coming down at MetLife tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah.
Crap.
To be honest, I didn't really watch the game.
It's some brutal.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. Believe me, you missed 4 field goals and the Jets being ragged out up and down the field. And they had 78 yards with 3 minutes left in the third quarter.
Yeah, another sub 100-yard game for them.
So does Saleh survive? Does anyone in that offensive staff survive?
You got to fire. You got to look at firing the head. That you fire
the
coordinator,
offensive coordinator for anything, and then they go into a draft and get another quarterback.
How can you do that though? I mean, seriously, how can you blow Pickett? I mean, you blew a 3 on Darnold, you blew a 2 on Wilson.
Right, they just keep blowing their top 5 picks.
All they keep doing is extending their. They're in like the 87th year of their rebuild.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. The GM should
bust out.
I mean, what in the literal fuck did they see in Zach Wilson when they drafted him?
He had like one or two amazing throws in pro day. It was his pro day that did it.
Two amazing throws.
I kept telling. Listen. I watched this dumbass play because I watched Pac-12, so we would go against BYU a lot. I was very familiar with them, and there was that season that Zach Wilson had that out of body experience, as Crypto says. The season that he had that out of body experience, there was a whole big thing going on because he fucking wore that stupid ass headband. Because of what the Washington Huskies said, that they wanted to play them and take them on because we would have fucking exposed them. And he had that stupid ass headband that he wore that said anyone, anytime, anywhere. So I'm very familiar. I always told everybody, I said they never played anyone. So even though their record was very misleading, he is a shit, average, mediocre quarterback at best. I tried telling
strong
everybody.
arm. He's just highly inaccurate.
He reminds me of a really crappy Jim McMahon.
I was gonna say,
that's about right.
Allen
that sounds about right.
Correction is
he looks like Nick Cannon.
That is a good one, Color. Yeah, McMahon. I remember those years.
That's what he looks
like. The punky QB. Remember that he's the punky
McMahon,
QB.
6'1", 185 or something. What is Wilson? He's like 6'2", 210 or something like that.
Yeah. He wowed him with his arm in the pro days, man. That's the
I
only
don't know,
thing
man.
that kept him along.
This kid reminds me of like the one guy on a boy band that's dressed all up in like sports gear.
Speaking of Jim McMahon, Crypto, what do you think? A zebra never changes its stripes, bro. And Zach Wilson, mark my words, will be the starting quarterback in at least 2 years, maybe less, of the Chicago Bears.
No, I don't see that one happening. Going to happen in the field?
No, Fields is
They are
actually
so
improving.
afraid to have an offense that upstages their defense because of the image they want to present to their fan base that they will get rid of Justin Fields and they will literally bring in somebody like Zach Wilson, headband wearing ass, freaking cocky, whatever. Just to
tell you,
suck on
McCaskey will roll
offense.
over her grave.
Just to
Zach
suck
Wilson
on
has a
offense
better
so their
chance
defense looks good.
Zach Wilson has a better chance of playing in the Canadian Women's Football League than he does in the NFL.
Damn.
He
could be
Here's a legit question for you guys.
Hey, we're gonna see Zach Wilson in the Lingerie Football League. Watch.
So if
That's when they go broke and
if
they
you're so intent,
he can take the center snap from his MILF.
If you're so intent on Chicago cutting Justin Fields, would you go pick him up?
In a
Hell
heartbeat?
no.
Justin
Hell
Fields.
no.
I
And
don't
there's
know.
no way that
Honestly,
Justin Fields gets cut either.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he would ever do. They?
He's got
they
a
like
lot
him,
of good
but I'm
upside.
just saying.
They like him.
What
They just got to
what
get him some
Robert said.
weapons.
If he was available, dude, I would want to jump on that. Justin Fields,
Oh,
I
God.
think he's a pretty decent
He's got some
quarterback.
good weapons. If they give him weapons, they're going to be a team to look out
That
for.
and the proper offensive line, that team is really good.
Yeah.
I'll tell you,
They can put
come
up
from a
points.
Bill standpoint, I don't want to play that guy on Sunday. I was pissed when he wasn't hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He is
like
tough
that
nails,
would
tough
be
as nails, man.
that would be a player that you could convince me to go sit there and spend money on because he's not too deeply rooted in his tendencies. He's still coachable, and he's got talent for days. He's got things to clean up.
He wouldn't cost you a lot at all.
Hey,
contract.
John Seattle
Right,
Spin
he
fan is
wouldn't.
in the house.
What's up, man?
Who's that?
How's it going? John, Seattle Fins fan.
Oh,
What's going
Seattle
on, brother?
Fins fan. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's super
He was on the
cool.
panel last time.
Yeah, he is. Pretty good guy.
Yeah.
He's from your neck of the woods, DTA. Tacoma?
Yeah, he's in Seattle, yeah.
Yeah.
So now let me ask you guys a
Getting ready
question.
for Texas? In their bowl game?
What bowl game?
I was just asking DTA if the Huskies are getting ready for University of Texas in their bowl game.
Yeah, and
okay.
just what that's the thing too, Mark. So I don't know if you're familiar, but Sarkisian has a long history at the University of Washington as being the head coach there.
I do.
And,
yeah, I'm familiar with them.
This is back in his drunk years when he was a fucking drunk. He was a pretty decent coach. He was just a drunk. Washington and Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb are going to expose the hell out of them, and they're going to beat the dog shit out of Texas. Hell, Texas is going to be down their starting and second string running back, which is one of their center points or focal points.
Bjorn Roberts is not going to play, I would assume, because of what injury, or is it just the draft thing?
No, the draft. They're opting out because they don't want to. Yeah, they're opting out. They already said they're opting out
right now. Who's the quarterback?
And Washington's going to play at
Texas.
I
forgot Ali.
Is it yours?
Yeah, Brock Ewers. I think he's like a freshman, but he was a highly touted freshman. So
he's a transfer from Ohio State. That's why I was inquiring if it was.
I'll tell you what, DTA Washington be having some good corners, man. They got some good cornerbacks in that they be recruiting up there.
Oh,
bro, you go look at the draft.
Kyler Gordon and the other kid that they had. My God,
Kyler Gordon and Kyler Gordon and Trent McDuffie. Trent McDuffie's the star rookie cornerback for Kansas City right now. Kyler Gordon's the star rookie cornerback up there in Chicago right now. This is known, dude. We're known as Washington is known as DBU for a reason.
Right? They be having some good ones.
And bro, when we had Jimmy Lake, we were pumping him out like nothing. You should go look at our recruiting class. All the 25 commits we just got. All we have is 4- and 5-star defensive backs, and they're like top ranked athletes in their respected states. bro. Our team next year. Michael Penix Jr. already said he's not going to declare.
That's a huge thing. They could be, they could with USC and UCLA heading on off to the Big Ten. You could see Washington run that conference.
We're going to run that. Yeah, we're going to run that.
And that's why I said that, DTA. If I was Greer, man, I'll be sending guys up there right now, man. As we speak, man.
We're gonna run the Pac-12, especially with them leaving. And here's the other thing too: is Michael Penix Jr. already said he's not declaring for the draft, even though he's projected to go in the first round. So you can mark my words right now. I'm telling you, Washington will likely. I think we're going to start the season probably going in ranked like at 9th.
Didn't Gaskins and Ahmed go to Washington?
What's the deal with those?
Yeah, they came from Washington.
Rankings,
but next year,
next
year you're going to see Washington in the playoffs. Mark my words.
Has there been expanded to 8 teams yet? Did they expand it to 8 teams now?
In the playoffs when they start having the 12 team, which is what 24 in 2024.
Yeah, that expansion's supposed to happen soon, right?
And check this out. They have Washington is going to have one of the best pass rushing duos in the nation returning next year. So
didn't they also have Joe Tyron of the Bucks? Wasn't he one of their defensive players?
Joe, dude, the guy we have now, the coach is saying that he's going to be better than Joe Tyron was.
Yeah, that's one of those programs.
Joe Tryon.
You keep forgetting about them when you look at the Pac-10, Pac-12, whatever they want to call it. And, they went through some weird lean years after Don James, but for the most part.
Hey, you know what, Mark? Here's the thing, and I keep trying to tell these guys, Washington owns Florida schools. Go look at the records against Miami and Florida State.
Oh, shut up. What is that?
And the Gators. And the Gators. Baby, don't forget about the Gators.
Wait a minute, the Gators too?
What's that, like the last 10 years, bro?
DT, I'm going to give you one bad memory because
everybody's owned Miami in the last 10, 15 years.
DT, I'm going to give you one bad memory.
This was strung out. Kohler, no.
They've never had focus.
Kohler, with Miami, it's 2-1. We're 2 wins to their 1 win in the all time. And this is back when Miami was a great team. We actually took a national championship from Miami.
Everyone welcome John, Seattle's Fin fan.
Yeah, please do welcome John. And John, glad you came up because I get to personally thank you for the 10 cups of coffee that you bought me the other morning. Appreciate that, man, very much.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Hey, John.
So now you're not going to be worried about Utah or Oregon?
Maybe Oregon. Utah,
Oregon, bro. Do you understand? Listen, you understand how many people are going in the transfer portal from Oregon right now?
Oh, I didn't know that. See, I didn't.
But they do have some linebackers, though.
Are they bailing on
Oregon?
Bailing on the coach?
Bro, Washington and Oregon State already beat them, and we're going to beat them again next year. And the last time we beat them before this, we put 70 on them. 77.
You fired DTA up now,
damn,
man.
70? Yeah. God damn.
You done did it.
I'm not worried about no fucking Ducks, no Cougars,
no, I was asking a legitimate question.
Wait a minute, you guys put up 70 on the Ducks or the Utes?
We put 77 on the Ducks.
What the hell is a Ute?
Huh?
No, that's who they are, Color. The Utes.
Yeah, the Utah.
What, are they
Utes.
from Utah?
Yeah, from
Utah Utes.
They the Utes.
Oh, I know what a Ute is.
From that movie, My Cousin Vinny. The 2 Utes.
Right, the Utes. What is a Ute?
What's a
got some
Ute?
crazy names.
Bo Nix is the only thing that's good that Oregon has returning, and they got a lot of people going to look. I'm telling you right now, Washington, Oregon State, and I'd say Utah is probably in Utah, Washington, and Oregon State will be like the top 3 in the pack. Colorado, I think, is going to get there in the next coming years with prime recruiting. Oregon's going to stay somewhere between the top and middle. And then
the Arizona schools are bad.
Cougars, because WSU is always going to be the little brother to Washington. We're always going to put that hurt on them.
Well, Washington State and Oregon State, dog whipped their opponents on last Saturday in the bowl game.
No, Washington State got their ass whooped by fucking.
Oh, that's
Fresno
right. They got beat by Fresno State. I'm sorry. But I remember Oregon
Fresno
State killed
State.
Florida.
All people whooped their ass, and
I put $100 on Fresno.
Well, you're always going to lose a bad one, DTA. It's always that one team you don't expect.
No, they didn't beat us. We're So University of Washington is different than Washington State.
Yeah, one's
right.
They're in the different locales. You guys are in different weather parts of the state too, because up in the Washington State plays. I think it's I'm trying to remember where they play now, but it's like horrid weather, and then the Washington University plays at in a good location, a better part of the state, I guess. As I remember.
But yeah, I went off on a stupid.
So
they got
what you're telling me, DTA, is because of the fact that USC is leaving the Pac-12.
No. We're not
for you guys.
I
so
don't
you
like that
can run
moving around
wild on the
conference
Pac-12.
stuff. I wish they would stop.
No, we're not. See, we're not going to do that because look, you can ask anyone that fucking knows. Go around. Look, if Washington, dude, okay, we got snubbed out of that game. If you would have put Washington against USC, did you even see how they played against the Utes? We would have dog walked them.
Well, actually, I think the Caleb Williams injury affected that game an awful lot.
Williams,
Regardless, you understand our quarterback from the first game to the last game of the season led the nation in passing yards and is one of the Heisman candidates. I'm telling you, we have one of the top wide receiving corps who are all of them except for one has already said they're coming back and not declaring.
But
we're going to be a playoff team. We would have dog walked them.
DTA, what's up, John? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm in, man. All right, now, hey, Color, thanks, man. I'm gonna buy you some more coffee. You keep those compliments coming, buddy. Don't you worry about it. Hey,
you're so generous, bro. I appreciate that, man.
I had to hop in here. So we're talking about the Pac-12, and honestly, it got me thinking about Justin Herbert, and I gotta interject here, and I gotta go straight to DTA on this. DTA, have you given an evaluation? I mean, the Dolphins were in the QB market during that year. We got a lot of exposure to Herbert. And frankly, I have my opinions on him, but I'd really like to hear where you were at and what you thought about him versus Tua. Where did you stand on that whole thing?
So I liked them both. Look, I personally, I knew a lot about Tua back then, and I kind of we've had this discussion up here before because I remember on Broken Takes we talked about this, but. My evaluation on Herbert, I thought that Herbert had all of the qualities you want physically in a quarterback, and that's one of the things that I think he had over Tua. I think that he had some good qualities too. Like, let's face it, in terms of college to pros, it didn't translate well because he looked a lot better in college. Like, going up against Justin Herbert and the Oregon Ducks was different than going up against the Chargers and Justin Herbert. He doesn't play as well as he did in college, even though he's got all those physical tangibles. My evaluation, it's hard to say. It's weird, bro. I think from unteachables, I still would have took Tua over him. But I think if you were looking at physical traits and limitations, I think like this, and I hate to even say it, but the smart move would have probably been for the Miami Dolphins to go after Justin Herbert. But in all honesty, my personal opinion, I like Tua over Herbert, me personally. But I think the smart move would have been them going over for Herbert.
Well, and the injury makes that a super fuzzy conversation anyways.
No, I was uncomfortable with Herbert's intangibles coming out of college.
Whether or not he was going to be healthy.
And I was uncomfortable with Tua's injury history, so it was a split decision for me.
I'm with you on that. My whole take on Herbert was, he has all the attributes you want in the prototypical QB. But what I noticed a lot is he wasn't winning those games in the fourth quarter. It seems like he was coming up short while playing his college days. So
do you notice that's what he does? You notice that's what he does in the pros?
Absolutely.
I was worried that was going to translate into the pros, which it has. At the same time, though, he's overcome some of that as well. So to my surprise, I think he's actually turned out better than I would have expected, frankly.
Well, he's turned out better than most people would have expected, but he still chokes a lot of games in the fourth quarter.
Well, I'm saying it's probably split between him and his coach because Staley blew a whole bunch of games.
I mean, that's fair.
I just want to know one thing.
And it gets, it falls on him.
if Tua doesn't get that injury, is he the number one draft choice over Burrow?
It's neck and neck. It's close.
It's all about tanking
because Burrow did have a good one. Yeah.
It's just an interesting that I've thought about now.
I think
it would have been close. Put it like
players
that.
in that game between LSU and Alabama are now in the pros and playing at incredibly high levels.
So,
because Burrow had a crazy season.
Burrow had a great season.
He had a crazy player personnel around him.
And isn't it amazing?
If you put Justin Jefferson,
they both
Jamar Chase, and I'm trying to remember the third. They had the tight end, Thaddeus Moss, the tight end. They had Hilaire at running back. I mean, my God, how stacked can you be?
I think
that's how they both were. Alabama and it was stacked.
Yeah.
If Tua didn't have the injury, I think Tua still would have been the number one QB picked, because one thing that Tua has that Herbert doesn't is consistency year after year. He
at least in college.
In college.
At least in college.
That's what I'm talking about. In college, he's done that.
Yeah.
So at that point, even though it was close, I think that they would have still went to it because of that.
Well, and that
he,
championship game would have gone differently too, probably.
Yeah, that's true.
Ali, how did you let Burrow out of Ohio State?
There was a guy that was ahead of him, unfortunately, and we're not going to talk about him because, unfortunately, he's no longer with us. So may rest.
Dwayne Haskins. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. I just don't want to really get into a discussion about him because he passed away. And
I understand.
Like but no joke though, he's definitely was very liked and very much loved around the campus and around Ohio State. Ohio State fans still consider him a Buckeye, regardless of what happened and what transpired. They really still feel that he's a Buckeye and part of the family, regardless. So that's
I remember that. I remember that game between Alabama and LSU in a regular season, and that was like a wild shootout. And the receiving talent on both teams and the overall talent, there's got to be like 20 guys in the NFL from those two teams.
Yep, that was a crazy game.
Yeah, it is.
That was one of the better college games.
At least 20.
Did you guys see?
I think Alabama had like 7 in that first 50 picks, wasn't it?
Did you guys see Aaron Rodgers' comments on maybe catching us at the right time because we were on a 3-game losing streak?
No, I didn't see that at all.
Yeah, I was reading something online and that came up. I was like, huh.
What comes up? They say that Rasul Douglas can cover Tyreek. That's what I've read. I think is crazy. I don't think Rasul Douglas and whoever the other guy is, because I know it's no longer Clinton Dix, but I can't think of his name.
He couldn't cover Tyreek with a 10-foot net.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand what they're saying. Like, can't believe people are saying that their secondary is better than our receivers. I'm like, are you serious?
I have what I would maybe consider a dumb question. Why is Tyreek not in the MVP race?
Because he's a wide receiver. They hold that.
It's mainly they hold it against the quarterback. It's mainly a quarterback-driven award. That's why.
I mean, Justin Jefferson also qualifies for that.
Justin Jefferson and Tyreek deserve to be in the conversation.
Both of them. Yeah. Both of them do.
Yeah.
It sucks Tyreek's not going to break 2,000 yards.
What is he at right
I
now?
don't necessarily agree with that. I mean,
I don't.
He's got a eclipse 200 average. I think 200 almost 200 has got to be his average,
out of
right?
the question. I think he still could break.
He can, yeah.
Well,
it's going to be difficult. Depends on the scheme.
540 something. Is that
what
he's at right now?
He's over 1,500 yards, isn't he?
Yeah, he's over 1,500 yards. Yes,
1,500.
So if he gets
and he's probably got to do it in the
150
16 games
apiece,
versus 17. You know how they say.
If he is 150 apiece, he's still short.
Yeah, but he could have. I mean, let's say he's got
like it's theoretically possible.
It's got to be like 170, 180 every
game.
I
see what you're saying.
Chiefs, he had like 3 touchdowns in the first quarter at Tampa Bay. I think it was.
Yeah, that was 200-yard quarter he had.
One of those kinds of games that.
I mean, it's possible. Tyreek, when he sets his mind, he could very well do it, possibly. But here's my question. So Tyreek put out something that he has a very special celebration planned for the game. What do you guys think that's going to be?
What do you mean? I
Good
didn't
question.
see it.
I think he's I think it was reference to like a touchdown
2,000?
celebration.
Oh.
You know, like deuces, or I kind of thought it'd be funny if they played paper rock scissors or something. You know what I'm saying? What do you think? Because he says he's playing something special. Is what he said.
Could be something. It could be something with the receiver group on the field at the time.
Right.
They've done the teams have done the dice thing and some of the other stuff. So hard to say.
I'm trying to think.
Is he gonna do like a backflip or something? That'd be cool.
I'm trying to think like what would have meaning, or like what he would like. Trying to think like what would have meaning, or what it could possibly be. It's hard to say. I don't know.
Well,
I was thinking
like
maybe they were going to do Lando
and stuff.
leaps. I think you were talking about doing Lando leaps at Hard Rock.
Yo,
That'd be
yeah.
funny.
Do the Lambo leap in the Rock, baby.
Well, that would piss the Packers off.
That's what I'm thinking.
That would. That's probably it. That's it. A Lambo leap with them.
What do you guys think about?
Yeah, because Aaron Rodgers did that
what do you
stupid
think?
fake fight against us a couple years ago.
I think what Green Bay is going to do is they're going to play Alexander on him and then drop a safety to double cover. I think that's how they're going to try to handle him.
Yeah, then they stop.
I think this is foot moss. I'm not 100% sure, but pretty sure it is. But I think he's got a question for you guys. I don't know anything about a TFPG fantasy league.
On the TH Fantasy League Finals. I have no idea about the Fantasy League. Do you know anything about that, Color?
About what?
Moss is asking about the TFTG Fantasy League.
Oh, no, you'd have to ask Capitan about that.
That's a captain thing.
Okay.
So go ahead with what you were saying, Mark. I think you were saying something.
I'm trying to remember what I was saying, to be honest with you.
So
I think I lost it somewhere.
I was driving home. I was driving home listening to you guys, and I heard you talking about a potential 3-way tie for that wild card, maybe a potential 11.
I wasn't sure how that was going to play out because if the Ravens, if they lose the Bengals, are going to go 11-6 because they got two relatively soft games coming up, and they're already at 9-5. The Dolphins sweep, they go 11-6. And the Chargers have like the easiest schedule of all, and they go 11-6. I was just wondering how 5, 6, and 7 play out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care as long as we get 5, 6, or 7.
Well, four is going to be interesting because that's going to come down to Jacksonville and Tennessee.
Right, 4 seems like the easy route to that next stage. Now, I don't know if you want to catch Jaguars while they're playing hot or get Tennessee while they're down, but that seems like the ideal.
Well, Tannehill's out for the season, right?
Yeah, I don't know that.
That team that's got lightning in the bottle is the most dangerous.
The Titans could be passed up, couldn't they? If they lose,
the Jaguars are going to catch them and beat them because the Jaguars play the Texans next week, and then they're at home against Tennessee, and Tennessee's got to play Dallas yet.
So yeah, I mean, I would rather.
I think you'd rather want to play the Titans if you're a 5 seed.
Yeah, I hate saying that because honestly, but here's the thing. Here's the problem I have with that. Like, yeah, obviously, because it makes more logistical sense, I would rather play the Titans when they're down. But I hate having to say that because it's like, dude, I just want a fucking team that can be competitive even when, even with one of these teams that are are healthy.
I do feel that we can be competitive with any team.
Well, they won't be because Tannehill's done.
Yeah, he's out for the year. So now you're looking at Tennessee. They won't have a starting quarterback trying to hold a 1-game lead, and they've lost the tiebreaker because Jacksonville beat them in Tennessee, and Jacksonville hosts them in week 18. Jacksonville's going to win that division.
To be honest, I mean, look,
unless Malik Willis catches lightning in the bottle,
he won't.
Any of these potential matchups,
more like he's drinking out of the bottle, much less capturing it out of the bottle.
I mean, these will be good if you think about Jacksonville because they put it on us last year and kind of embarrassed us a little bit, and then
no shit,
and then Tennessee. I mean, hell, they embarrassed us too. Tannehill or not, I mean, I'd like to see us take them down, and then of course Buffalo or Cincinnati. Frankly, I think we got beef with all of these teams that we might match up with.
Hey,
we got a revenge factor, like you said.
Let me ask you guys
this:
is there still a scenario? I think Kohler would know this, but is there still a scenario in which we would have home field advantage in the second round, or is that sailed?
That
Not
would
as a
depend
7
on
seed.
that would depend on how the wild
Only
card matchups.
It would
Right.
depend on if we end up having to play if we're in the
Anybody
5th
below
seed and
us.
we have to play the 6th or the 7th in the second round, then yes, we'd have a home game.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the way that would
That's
play
the
out.
It
scenario.
trickles down
Right.
from there. It trickles down from there. If we're in the 6th seed and we have to play the 7th, then we get a home game.
Right.
I don't know if it could work out that way depending on who wins.
As long
if
as
we're
the
the
Dolphins don't
6th.
get a 7 seed, you could have a home playoff game in the divisional round.
It would probably have
Right,
to
we
happen
have to
in the
leave.
championship round because if we're the 6th seed and we win our first game, we'll likely play the 3rd or the
1
4th
seed.
seed.
Or
going
remember,
forward.
Or the 1 seed.
If the 16 parlay
Right.
plays out, color you win the division and end up, with a higher seed.
DTA, have you
true.
seen DTA? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but DTA, you saw that video of the Packer fan rolling down the steps, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen it from the other angle?
No, I only saw it from behind the back of the guy that pushed him.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in
What
private
are you
chat.
talking
Why
about?
am I not surprised?
Putting it in private chat. Check out private chat, everybody. Let's go check that. I'm not gonna play it on the show. I really want to, but it's not my video, first of all. But it is ridiculous.
Can you just explain to me what happened? I'm not tracking
Basically,
this.
a lone Packer fan was at a Bears game, harassing Bears fans, right? And some Bear fan got into a fight with him, and it kind of looked like he got shoved down you're talking about 3rd level nosebleeders down the entire stairs, the flight of stairs. He fell,
Jesus.
rolled over like really bad.
Whoa. We talking about criminal charges here.
Yeah,
That's some serious shit.
That's some serious.
Yeah.
shit. I can't believe the guy got up
Dang.
afterwards. He got up and went and confronted the guy too. I was like, oh my god, how did you walk away from that? So,
Ooh.
but yeah, that's the other angle, and I was like, damn. Anyway,
I forget what celebrity it was. in
It's
San
tough
Diego
people do
Stadium
at
that got into a
stadiums.
fight and got thrown out of San Diego Stadium in a Charger game because there was a great big fight. He was a celebrity of some sort. It was like 3 rows down from where I was sitting. It was crazy.
Mm.
That's crazy. The last home game we
nuts.
had, one of the God, what's his name? The YouTubers. One of the brothers is a UFC fighter.
Oh, Logan Paul.
One of the Paul brothers was at the game, the last home game we've had.
Mm-hmm.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
Can anybody want to run the playoff predictor to see what happens if the Chargers, Ravens, and Dolphins all finish 11-6 and see how the seedings play out?
I mean, I'd kind of like to see that, but I think it's amazing how, I don't know about you guys, but how optimistic I feel about the playoffs. I mean, we're on a 3-game losing streak, and I'm just like, I feel great about our playoff chances. It's very, this is an odd feeling.
Well, I mean, look at the bright side. Tua play showed that he can play in bad weather, and the Dolphins put up a great
holy
show
shit!
Saturday night.
He did too. He kind of proved he showed that cold weather.
Awful.
Yeah, he could make his way through it. So I was really impressed with that.
I just think McDaniel's got to be a little less stubborn, and he's got to go to that running game, and he's got to stay away from throwing passes on 3rd and short. And then I think the Dolphins, notwithstanding the injuries, and I honestly think if they didn't have the injuries, they would be 11-3 at this point. The other thing I wonder about is how does the season change if the schedule changes and the Dolphins play the Bills in Buffalo week 3, and then they are at home after the 2-game road trip. I don't understand why they made it that way. I just thought it was competitive unfairness, and that's just my opinion. And that's coming from a Buffalo fan.
I mean, it was fair on both sides though, because I was saying before that even week 3 that you have to take the heat into account, and you didn't, and they paid the price for it.
No. Mark is saying that it was an unfair advantage because we had to go on a 2-game trip to the West Coast, and then had to come home and then go back up to Buffalo on a short week to play them. What he's saying
I thought that was idiotic scheduling.
Yeah, what he's saying is we should have played them in Buffalo week 3 and then did the West Coast trip, came home, and played Buffalo at home.
Yep.
So you want to know?
Well, look at the bright side.
Same thing, what they may very well not. Because
Mark,
if all of a sudden you're playing that game at home, now you beat Buffalo in week 15, and you've got all that momentum going into the final 3 games. It's a huge difference, in my opinion.
All right, so who's the 3-way tie you were asking about, Mark?
Baltimore 11-6, the Chargers 11-6, and the Dolphins at 11-6.
Okay,
that would mean the Ravens lose to the Bengals week 18, the Chargers and the Dolphins win out.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm working on it. No worries.
11-6 tie.
I think the Chargers would have the 5th seed.
I'm not
Chargers
sure
are going to be over.
play it out that way.
Yeah, because I don't know how many
the
conference
Dolphins
games
losing
they
at New
lost.
England, so I didn't run it the right way. I screwed up.
But would you have to take into account wins and losses for New England and the Jets on that too?
No, because neither New England or the Jets can get to 11.
The Ravens have a bye this week?
No, the Ravens play the Falcons, and then they play the Steelers, and then they have to play at Cincinnati.
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
So the 7th seed will be an 11-win team, so basically, virtually.
Right,
in that
yeah,
scenario.
because the Jets and the Patriots are going down the tubes on Saturday against the Bengals anyway. I don't see how you come back. I don't see how you can come back as a franchise after that disaster. And isn't it interesting? Both Ramondre Stevenson and Jacoby Myers are questionable to play this Saturday.
Well, yeah, I'm not surprised. Belichick does that when you piss him off. He'll bench you. He benched people in the Super Bowl.
You ever saw? Was that the
Well,
stupidest play?
he benched Malcolm Butler in the Super Bowl for stupidity. So I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm listening to
Belichick
TD.
does that.
I'm watching the Dallas Jacksonville game, and I've got TD on my phone, and he's saying, "Oh my God, the Raiders won." I go, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah, I thought it was going to overtime. I'm like, what the hell is he doing laddering the ball?
So if there's a 3-way tie with 11-6, Baltimore is the 7th seed.
Wow.
And
So
Chargers
Baltimore doesn't win the division?
Oh, okay.
No, Cincinnati
Miami
wins
is
the
the
division.
5th seed. Miami's the 5th seed.
So Cincinnati wins the division. Okay.
Yeah,
So now it's Miami and Jacksonville.
We would be
Baltimore
playing Tennessee.
Baltimore going to Kansas City, and Cincinnati and the Chargers. That's potentially, assuming Cincinnati loses to Buffalo, or it could be a scenario where the Bills go to the 3 seed if they lose to Cincinnati, and they host Miami.
If Patriots beat the Bengals, right?
Right.
That moves Miami to the 6th seed. Why does one game make the difference? That doesn't make sense.
Because that Baltimore thing. Because Miami was the tiebreaker with Baltimore.
Right. Because that will give them extra win over us.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, we want the Bengals to win their division.
We may have to.
Because if the Bengals lose out, that pushes us down. Right.
If we win out and we're the 7th seed, we play Kansas City, bro.
I'm still not scared of that game.
I'm not as scared of that game. I'm just scared of the location because to play in Kansas City is kind of tough.
Ali, if the Dolphins win out, they can't be the 7th seed. They have to be higher, don't they?
No, it depends on who wins and loses the other games.
Right, between Cincinnati, because Cincinnati is the tiebreaker with us. That puts them ahead of us.
If what happens is if Baltimore beats Cincinnati, they go to 12-5. The Bengals drop back and they end up in a 3-way tie. So if you have a scenario where the Bengals beat the Dolphins and the Chargers beat the Dolphins, and then you have the Dolphins at 11-6, then it comes down to conference record.
That might push us to the 7th seed.
That could push Miami to the 7th seed.
Then we'll be playing the 2 seed, which would be Kansas City or either
the Bills. If Baltimore wins that game and goes to 12-5, they won't catch Buffalo because Buffalo at the worst is going to probably be 13-4, assuming they lose to Cincinnati. So Kansas City would be 1.
Right, Cincinnati
Buffalo
would be the 5th seed.
2. If the Dolphins drop to 7, they would play in Buffalo.
Yeah, that'd be another game.
If they drop to 7, right? Yeah.
I mean, that's not the question that I'd
be
concerned with. What scenario puts us out of the playoffs?
The Jets winning in Seattle and the Dolphins losing
the Jets
in
winning out.
And then the Jets winning in Miami. That's how the Dolphins get knocked out of the playoffs.
That's how we get knocked out, yeah. Jets winning their last 2 and we losing 2 out of 3.
And let's face it, if that happens, we don't belong anyways. I mean,
I agree.
So
Yeah, in that scenario, you can't be losing 2 out of 3.
Right.
That's terrible.
writing's on the wall already.
It's already bad enough we have a 3-game losing streak, to be honest. So I mean,
right? Yeah,
let's just take the worst hypothetical case. If the Dolphins lose and get knocked out of the playoffs, is McDaniel and Greer's job in jeopardy because the Dolphins possibly bringing in Sean Payton?
No,
if only if Sean Payton is interested.
But listen, I don't see how they would. Like, how? First off, how the hell are we gonna pay him? And two, like, we're in such a position right now that we're just like set with what we got, at least for a while.
Yeah,
pay who?
Mark.
No, Sean Payton get paid by the owner. That's not against the cap.
I think it depends on how we lose.
I don't know that they fire him after one season.
I think it depends on how we lose. If it's not an offensive issue, let's say the offense is rocking and rolling, but the defense is just trash. It's not on McDaniel. It's on Boyer.
If we're losing how we lost to the Chargers and Niners, then definitely he's gone.
Yeah, but I don't see that happening, especially how we played against Buffalo Bills.
Wait, are you talking about if we lose in the playoffs like we did against the Chargers?
No, he's talking about regular season where we don't
lose in the regular season where we don't make it. And
I don't
we just
know,
go
man.
out like that.
Even then, I still don't think that he fires McDaniel. I just don't think so. But like, here's the other thing we got to remember is people, not everyone, but people seem to forget McDaniel had no say in Boyer.
Who you calling people?
Right.
You people.
No, well, you're right. He didn't have no say in Boyer, but we're not saying that Boyer is the issue and why we missed the playoff. We're saying the total collapse by the offense.
I know, but I'm just saying overall, and I'm saying is with Boyer, it's not like McDaniel got a chance to even hire the guy that he wants and to work on the defense. He got stuck in that position. The two stipulations of him coming in was it had to be with Tua, and he had to keep Boyer. Those are the two stipulations of McDaniel coming over.
But Sean Payton costs you nothing other than money because there's no draft choice compensation. And you look at McDaniels, and if they don't make the playoffs, and you look at Sean Payton, who's not going to go to the Chargers because if they go into the playoffs, their coach isn't going to get fired. Staley isn't going to get fired. So he's
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
What color was Sam first?
Hold on. I have a question about the Payton thing. Even though he retired or stepped away from coaching, he's still under contract with the Saints, isn't he?
Yeah, they still own his right.
He only had 1 year left, and once he plays out there, once that year ends, he can go any place he wants with no draft choice.
So if you step away from a year, even though you had a year left, you don't have to complete it. You just have to step out a year from that time frame.
Right. That's why he's doing interviews. He's on Colin Cowherd, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So is Sean Payton a viable alternative to become the next Miami coach? And if he is, Payton has a history of wanting to bring in the groceries. That means Greer's position is in jeopardy.
But check it out, Mark. This is where I would.
The way how unstable this owner is, I wouldn't be surprised that he'd do something like that because.
But hang on, Crypto. Hang on. We know how off the wall Ross is. Okay, we know he does stupid, crazy. Like we wouldn't hold it past him.
Well, the man's trying to do anything he can.
Look, guys.
But hear me out. Just hear me out real quick. Here's my thing. I'll make it short. With McDaniel, even if we miss the playoffs, and even if it's because of a shitty loss, I still think you take the season as a whole, and the majority of it isn't on the offense. Like I still don't think that there's enough to fire McDaniel after one.
I honestly believe. Hold on, Crypto. I honestly believe if we're even talking about a guy like Sean Payton or anybody of that caliber, then the deal, the Jello's already in the fridge and it's jiggling because the fact of it. Sorry, Crypto, I had to.
That fucking saying.
The reason I say that is because, look, McDaniel, we could not miraculously, I mean, necessarily, but we could somehow pull out even a Super Bowl win this year, and Stephen Ross could be just like Jerry Jones. Jimmy Johnson won a bowl or two. Boom. Get rid of him. Barry Switzer. George Seifert immediately replaced Bill Walsh in 49ers after winning the Super Bowl. Mike Marks immediately replaced Dick Vermeil after winning a Super Bowl with the Rams.
Vermeil retired.
Well, okay, but still,
Well, Color, all very, very good points, but like Mr. Ross is kind of in an interesting position. He just abruptly moved off of our last coach and freaking cost us a draft pick and all kinds of other stuff. I mean, do you think he might be a little trigger shy right now? I mean, is he even willing to do that?
Well, that's why crypto has used that as a reason. Crypto in the past has used that as a reason to make a good point that's why there's so much expectation on a first year coach, because you're sitting on third base with Albert Pujols at bat. You know what I mean? And you fire the last coach to bring in this guy because the only problem we were supposed to have was that we couldn't put points up on the board. You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you a question. If you're Sean Payton and you have a choice between Denver and Miami, looking at the rosters,
no,
the
you
Packers
also
gone
need
in Denver at the end of the year, and nobody's got more money in the league than the Walmart people that own the Broncos.
Mark, you're also forgetting Dallas as a possible option
with McCarthy and his issue.
And he'd go to Dallas.
And like Dallas is a preferential situation out of everything due to draft picks, capital, quarterback situation not being as murky.
Not too far from New Orleans. Not too far from New Orleans if he's already got roots in New Orleans,
Well,
do we think
if Dallas loses to Tampa Bay in the playoffs, then I think McCarthy's absolutely gone.
But do you guys think that Sean Payton could do something like? Do you think what he could do with our team is a large margin from what McDaniel has done?
Yes.
Here's another thing.
He's done it already and won the Super Bowl with it.
Yeah, but he did that with the Saints.
He did that with the
He did it with just a similar talent.
There's a lot of things that Tua can do.
You could argue even
there's
less.
Something you guys are forgetting also, and this is I'm not saying that anybody here is wrong or right, okay? But I want to make a point to something because not a lot of people think about this. If you know anything about Ross and how he does business, and this happens not only with the NFL side of things, but also in his business side of things with his real estate company and other companies and organizations he owns, he tends to hire people that are hot, young, on the market, like they're hungry and not necessarily experienced. Look at all the coaching hires he done. We never hired somebody that was a proven head coach. And even if all the rumors about Harbaugh and Peyton and anybody else that we wanted to bring in that was proven head coach, don't you think if he really wanted one of those guys, he would have gotten them? Think about that.
Well, wasn't there an issue with Harbaugh with the whole alumni thing?
He was when Sperano was on the docket. He was trying to go out the
Harbaugh and everything. That's what they say, but they'll never say that out loud. But the truth is, if he really wanted one of those guys, he would have went and gotten them. And what has he done in his entire time as our owner? He's always went and got the young, upcoming guy that everybody's talking about.
Well, at his age, isn't it time that he maybe want to look at a different way of doing things?
Well, we rebuilt. That plays into the whole fact we did.
That plays into his impatience. That's why I say it wouldn't surprise me that he'll fire somebody after 1 year if he's not satisfied.
That's actually a good point too.
That just seems crazy to me. Like that seems super crazy to me that they would fire McDaniel. I mean,
Mark, you said something really interesting.
If you're 8 and 9, it don't make it. It's not that outrageous.
No, I get it, Crypto. I get it.
Go ahead, Robert. You had something you wanted to say about what Mark comment he made.
So, Mark, you made the comment of you think there's a markable difference between what McDaniels and Sean Payton brings. I'm not calling Sean Payton a bad coach, but let's put some perspective on it. He won what, 1 or 2 Super Bowls with the Hall of Fame quarterback?
He won one.
He won one, and it was years ago, right?
With Breeze and that team against the Colts.
And he didn't have to play someone like Josh Allen twice a year to do it.
No, but in his division at that time, he had Matt Ryan, who was an outstanding quarterback. Tampa Bay didn't have much of quarterback at that time, and let's see.
He also had the whole entire bounty game
was on the decline.
He also had to pay defenders.
Carolina was
pre-new.
So,
that happened. Correct me if I'm wrong. He had to pay
was the same
people to hurt people. So that happened too.
So my question then becomes, what do you think he would do that would be markedly better?
I think he wouldn't be as stubborn. He would use his
That
running
was
game.
my question,
Remember,
Robert.
he did
Too.
use the
That's what I
running
want
game
to
in New
know.
Orleans, and to me, McDaniel's biggest issue, he is too stubborn. And I've watched every Dolphin game this year, and it gets frustrating to see that when you should run the football, you're throwing these passes and you're putting two in bad situations, and you've got weapons, and they can get. The Dolphins have the ability to bring in better running backs, because of the age and free agency situation that they have. But I think Sean Payton would manage the team better, and the team would be better defensively.
Hold on, Mark. Hold on now.
Well, he knew how to build offensive lines. Let's not forget that he drafted Tyron Armstead, number one.
Look,
so he knew how to create offensive lines that could protect quarterback. His lines are always at the top 10 of the league whenever he was coaching.
How much of that was his? How much of that was his GM and his scouting department?
Skill set are very comparable.
That was him. He had full autonomy of the roster.
Right, and which is why I say if they bring in Peyton, and Greer's going to be good, Greer's going to find his way out the door too.
Well, Robert makes a good point about
Sean
Peyton.
Will
It's like
do what the guy in Buffalo did, McDermott did in Buffalo. He's going to bring his own guy to be GM.
Yep.
Okay.
And if he did go to Denver, would Elway be out the door?
Yeah, I think we're ignoring the bigger
Elway's the president.
Bigger issue here.
What are you talking about? Where Elway be out the door?
Go ahead,
Elway would be giving him the job.
If we're bringing in a new coach, I mean, do you think they're keeping the quarterback? I mean, if we're moving off of our coach, that means something terribly went
Let me
wrong,
ask you a question.
and we can't put that solely on a coach.
If you have a choice of going to a
If you're
team,
8-9, you can.
is either going to be
when
Dak
you got all the
Prescott,
groceries in the table is set.
Crypto, don't overtalk
if your
people.
choice
Let
is going
Mark
to be Dak
respond.
Prescott, Russell Wilson, or Tua, where are you going with the wide receivers that you'd have on the roster? I'm going to Miami. If those are the three choices I have, and the money's the same, and it may not be because Denver's got that Walmart money, but if the money's the same, I go to Miami because there's a greater chance to win in Miami because that roster's not that far away from where Buffalo's roster is. And I think the Dolphins can compete with Buffalo, and the two games this year proved it.
See,
I think it's a huge hype. Go ahead.
My stance on it is I don't think you sit there and swap out the coaches here. Could it happen if we falter down the line? Yeah. Do I think we're going to? No. But that's
still has to be played out. Yeah, but we don't know. The Patriots game could be difficult in New England. The Packer game could be a lot more difficult than what a lot of people are thinking about. And the Jets will have Mike White back and all their other players back, and it won't be Chris Streveler and it won't be Zach Wilson, and that's a different football team. The Bills played the Jets twice, and they're a good football team. They didn't show it tonight.
Oh, good for you.
Football team.
Yeah, but
we can't be defeated by what happened.
What are they going to have to play for if they're eliminated?
Well, the Jets
ruining somebody else's chances if they think they had the opportunity
to. The Jets become eliminated is if Miami beats both Green Bay and they win in Foxborough. There's no guarantee to that. And the Jets have 10 days before they have to play in Seattle, and Seattle's fading very badly as it is right now anyway.
Yeah, and then after that game, they got to
go 8-8. And if the Dolphins, by some unfortunate bad luck, lose one of those two games between the Packers and the Patriots, that Jets-Dolphins game is for the last playoff seed.
Yeah, but look, we were just mentioning how Miami had to deal with a tough travel schedule. I mean, the Jets have to come all the way up to Seattle, then they got to go down to Miami. But it's still, I mean, well, no, they don't have 10 days off. They have 10 days off in between now and Seattle, but between Seattle and Miami, that's a normal turnaround.
Jets going to Miami on a Sunday is basically the same as every other week.
Oh, John, you know, Mark only thinks that the negative things affect Miami. You know how it is, man.
Oh, I know, and he's like, I actually hear Mark badmouth my coach, and I'm really not liking it. I'm not like I'm really having a hard time with it because I like Mike McDaniel. I think he's doing a good job.
Earlier, I never got an answer to my question when Mark said that the Green Bay's secondary is superior. My question still remains: superior to who? our secondary or Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill?
I think Green Bay secondary is a match for those guys.
Okay. Well, they haven't played anybody this season to even come close to test that.
Caller, if you're saying that Green Bay is going to get blown out by Miami, I would say be very careful. Green Bay's got an awful lot of weapons.
I don't consider 31-20 and a blowout per se.
Well, 31-20 can get there a lot of different ways. It could be 31-13 and they get a late concession touchdown. It can be a one-score game and Miami gets a pick or a turnover towards the end and blows it out to 31-20. There's a lot of ways 31-20.
But that's what I'm going with. That's an 11-point victory. That's not like a super blowout.
I'm just saying that
it's a decisive win, but it's not a super blowout.
Dillon at running back, Tanya at tight end, and then Watson, Lazard, Cobb, and Dobbs as wide receivers. They're a threat, along with an outstanding secondary.
Right, but see, there you go again. You're assuming only those guys can execute, and I would argue that if both sets of guys, our guys and theirs, execute, we outmatch them.
I don't think you outmatch them.
I don't know.
I don't think you outmatch them.
Let me ask you this: Has Randall Cobb is Randall Cobb feeling his toe turf these days? Is Randall Cobb feeling his toe turf these days?
The Packers are operating at a higher level right now. Their offensive line is back because now Bakhtiari is going to be back.
How many times is Aaron Rodgers going to have the treads recut in Randall Cobb?
No, Bakhtiari is still he's still shown as questionable.
Yeah, but I was reading reports today that he's going to play Sunday. He's going to play on Sunday.
I don't know what the status.
So right now,
I would have more faith in their running game. However, our defensive front is a brick wall.
Last year.
To be honest with you, this game can actually end up like the Bills game, high scoring.
It could end up as
last team with the ball wins.
I'd say it's going to end up just like every other NFC North team we played. Did you notice every NFC North team we played was sort of a similar result? They're all the same. They're built to beat each other. They're all the same team.
Well, they lost to the Dolphins, Minnesota beat the Dolphins, and then the two games.
Yeah, but we beat the Bears and the Lions. I don't equate the Packers to be to the Vikings level.
You beat Chicago 35-32, and you beat the Lions 31-27 on the road.
Okay.
So, and you lost to the Vikings at home.
Okay.
Yeah, but we play a lot better at home than we do on the road.
Well, statistically, that's one thing, but I again tend to I don't look at stats as much as I look at personnel on the field at the time of the game.
Hold on, Mark, real quick. Mark, Color, I just want to say shout out to, I hope he doesn't play, but shout out to David Bakhtiari. He's actually Iranian and Icelandic. So shout out to you. So,
wow, that's
I didn't know that. Cool.
Yeah. Just saying, I had to shout out to a Persian man. So sorry about that.
That's not a problem. There's not very many in the league.
That's an interesting mixture, though.
Interesting.
Very, very interesting. Well, actually, not so much interesting because.
Well, you're right, because you had a lot of, there was a time when you had a lot of, people with,
wasn't there
Norse blood that were traveling all the way into those regions.
Yeah, there was an Antonio Banderas movie that explains the supply chain from that area into Icelandic, area and whatnot. So.
Plus, you had like mercenaries and bodyguards and all that.
Yeah. So, anyway, going back to the content we were talking about regarding the Packers and the Dolphins, I just don't see. I understand they have weapons, and I understand that you feel that they outmatch us. But one, they haven't faced an offense like ours. That's number one.
They played Buffalo.
I'm gonna stay out of this.
Buffalo's offense is averaging 27 and a half.
Yeah, and also looked how badly you beat them.
Right. Win or lose.
Ali, did you watch that game?
You guys
that was the game where
the
Bills jumped out at big time, and then Allen got crunched in the second or late in the first half. I think he had a concussion myself. He played horrible.
They picked off Allen twice.
Ran up and down the field just like Miami did. And because they didn't, and they were out, all of their wide receivers were out that game. So that 27-10 final was not reflective of the talent on the field.
Yeah, but the truth is that You're saying if we execute and they execute, they still outmatch us? I disagree. I don't really think there's a defense in this league.
What I'm saying
execute,
I think Green
hold
Bay
on.
matches up very well on offense against the Dolphin defense.
Okay, but my opinion, and I just want to get this out. I'm sorry, Mark. When our team executes on offense, right? When the whole offense executes, I don't really think there is a team in the NFL that can stop it. The reason that we get stopped from time to time here and there, or against teams like the Chargers or the 49ers, for example, we were not executing.
I also want to point out
may be able to beat us because they're built to last that way, and that's why they win game after game, like against the Detroit Lions.
Can I ask Mark a question?
Go ahead.
What was the score before we took Tua out of the game against the Texans? What was the score?
It was 30-0, but who cares?
I don't. Pretty simple answer. Thank you very much for answering the question. It was 30-0.
Whoopee, you beat it. You were ahead of
Okay. Hold on. Currently, the Houston Texans give up the 9th ranked lowest passer rating in the NFL.
And didn't have Derek Stingley for that game, and who's their best corner?
I don't care for okay, bro. If you're gonna do that, then have you done the Packers yet? Because the Packers are the okay. So what's that get them? So what's that get them? So what's that get them against us? A little better. They were ranked. I mean, the Packers are ranked 19th.
I don't care what the rankings are. It's what your roster looks like the day of the game. I don't play on your statistical thing. It doesn't mean anything.
Dude, we're 14 games in, bro. We're 14 games in. I'm pretty sure the roster there's some parity across the rosters in 14 games.
I'm pretty sure that if you play the game reflective of the rosters that are going to be on the field, then you're going to look at it. Then you really need to take a look at where Green Bay currently is.
Who is your biggest concern on the Packers for us? That's a question that
Christian Watson has 9 touchdown passes. The running back combination of Dillon and Green. The offensive line that's coming back to health. The outstanding secondary.
We got 2 guys with 8. We got 2 guys with 8 touchdown passes.
That's color because it doesn't mean anything.
Well, then it doesn't mean anything for them either.
I didn't say it did. It means
you are saying it does.
Caller, what I'm saying is that the stats don't matter for either team because it's the team that you field on the day of the game that's relevant.
Right. And we're fielding a team at home whose defense gives up 15 points a game.
But you haven't played Green Bay and their weapons yet.
Oh, so whoop-de-doo. We played you guys and your weapons.
And you guys complained about the Heat after the
sharks in the
I
water.
didn't complain about the Heat, so don't blame that on me.
That's exactly
I didn't say you. I said your fan base complained about the Heat.
And what does that game got to do with the current Green Bay roster and the current
I'm
current
just
Dolphins
telling
roster?
you.
It has nothing to do with it.
Hold up. I actually have a legitimate question. So, Mark, you gave me 2 running backs and a receiver.
And I'm going to give you.
You're mentioning.
Watson. I'm going to give you Randall
Cobb.
I'm going to give you Romeo Dobbs.
Hold up. I asked you. You gave me your answer of 1 receiver and 2 running backs. Our defense has been good against backs, and we can manage 1 receiver.
Your defense is horrible against backs. Your inside linebacker
against running. No. Against them running or against them catching passes.
Catching passes.
That. Okay,
Green
I will give you that.
Going to go is going to go that weakness in the Miami linebacking core and in the safety core, and they have a potential of eating the Dolphins alive.
So your concern is our ability to stop running backs from catching passes out of the backfield.
And the tight end and the receiver group because the secondary
haven't necessarily killed us this year.
The secondary is a problem.
Look, Mark, I'm going to tell you like this. If we lose against the Packers, it's going to be for the same reason we lost to the 49ers and the Chargers. Bottom line.
Because of Tua?
Whatever you think it's because of.
How many points do you think Tua in the offense has to put up to win that game Sunday?
Wait, Mark, is it Tua or is it the coach?
Against Green Bay?
I think it's an issue with the
coach. Wait a minute. Did you say wait, I want to hear Mark's question again.
I said, how many points do you think Tua and the offense has to put up to be able to win, to outscore the Packers on Sunday
against Green Bay?
Yes.
Okay, I'll tell you. Give me just a second. I'll answer that question. Give me just a second.
Certainly.
Quick second. I would say we would need to score
28.
At most 24.
I knew what Kohler was doing.
You're a little lower than where I am. I think you have to score 27 to 28 to be in a competitive.
Yeah. So in a 14 game sample size,
which means
the
nothing.
Green Bay Packers are scoring 20.5 points per ball game and giving up 22 and
because
a
half
half.
the games they played without their wide receivers.
And in the same 14 game sample size, minus our quarterback for 3 games, we're scoring 24.6 and giving up 24.6.
And Color, as I said, those statistics don't mean
so.
anything.
If Aaron Rodgers overachieves and scores 24 points against our 15 point per game defense at home, and we score 25, we win.
Color, as I said, you're a statistics person. I do not.
And I'm giving you credit for the overachievement. I'm saying if Aaron Rodgers overachieves and scores, 4 or 5 points more than his 20.5 average this year, and we score 1 point over our average, we win.
Averages don't mean anything.
Why not? It's a 14 game sample size.
Because the rosters are the statistics.
Bro, they're not that much. And what's wrong with our roster on offense?
Your roster on offense is fine. They have the ability to score.
Well, that's who scores
they have
points.
A head coach who has a propensity.
That's who scores points, bro.
Don't forget points. Don't forget the defense could score too.
What has the Dolphins defense done for scoring this season?
I'm just saying there's a potential.
Mark, let me ask you this. Not many times, but where have we been when we have scored?
I'm comparing roster talent to what's going to be currently on the field, and I don't care about the 15.2 points a game at home. I don't care about the 24 points scored and the 24 points given up in the Packers.
No, you don't, because it embarrasses you for the fact that we scored 29 against your team that was holding teams to 17.
And
that's why you don't care about it, because it embarrasses you that we put 29 points on you in your house.
Add more.
I'm not embarrassed because the team that I root for pulled up.
You should be.
Why should I embarrass when you lost the game?
You should be embarrassed because everybody, including the media and everybody else, including yourself and every other Bills fan that comes around here, said that Tua was going to get killed.
We were giving up what you scored on the road. You didn't. You guys didn't commit anything. You guys didn't do anything better than Detroit did against us. But what did we do against you?
You lost.
We put 29 points on your 17 point per game asses.
You lost.
Correct.
Okay, you also lost one game too, Mark. Like,
so we lost. It doesn't matter.
Color's bringing up a unique situation.
No, like Mark. Here's the goal. No, Mark. Let's stop.
His words about what was the outcome.
Hold up.
The Dolphins lost.
Hold up.
Regardless of all the things that happened in that nature of that game, you lost.
All right, are you done?
Which I predicted in the offseason.
Argument that Color and I are having right now, or this group.
No.
I predicted us to get blown out.
Person, and I am a players on the field that are going to be playing on the field on Sunday. And I agree that
I'll tell you what. You tell me when you're done talking out your ass, Mark.
Let me
and then I'll talk.
And points per game is not a statistic. That's the reality in a 14 game sample size.
Sure it is. And I guarantee you the Packers statistics were also compiled when they had no wide receivers and injuries in their offensive line.
Christian Watson has had 2 breakout games, bro. You play him in fantasy and waste your money.
I won 3 of the 8 fantasy leagues that I was in last year.
Yeah,
so
in the 2 weeks that Christian Watson broke out, you happen to have him on your roster.
You won
Look
less
at
than
his
50%,
stats. He's had
and you're
2
talking
breakout
shit?
games.
Caller, you're talking about
Aaron
fantasy.
the
I'm talking about where we stand.
Aaron the bad man Rodgers has not even thrown for a 300-yard game this entire season.
Nah, Kohler, can you please do it in the voice, bro? Please. The bad man.
He has not even thrown for 300 yards in a game this season.
Good point.
I want to hear it in the voice.
What's going to change after 14 games, Mark? What, the Dolphins' crap defense? Like we're the first crap defense.
I don't think you're really loving Roberts or Jerome Baker.
Like we're the first crap defense he's faced all year.
Howard, who was a shell
like
of
we're
himself.
the first crap defense he's faced all year.
Caller, you can scream all you want, and I'm not going to scream.
You know it's true. I'm screaming.
No,
I'm
Caller. I said we have a disagreement. We have a disagreement in philosophies of how we evaluate a game. That's all I'm saying. And you don't hear me screaming about it.
No.
We have a difference. We have a difference of opinion.
You don't have to scream
the way we
because
look at
I understand what you're saying. You're not understanding what I'm saying, so my natural instinct is to raise my volume because you're obviously not hearing me because I know you understand English.
Caller, I don't agree with your philosophy, which is why I dismiss it. I have a different philosophy, which is why you dismiss mine.
But you're imagining that Aaron Rodgers did all these things this year.
No, I'm not.
And he's going to all of a sudden do them against us.
I'm not doing that. I'm saying with the roster and the talent, that level that's going to be on the field on Sunday, Aaron Rodgers has a greater chance against a very, very, very porous Miami defense.
His closest game to 300 yards came 5 weeks ago.
But Mark, the one thing is Miami's defense does play a lot better at home. And I just wanted to ask real quick, what would you say if it does go the way Kohler says and we win by that margin, like Kohler's talking about? What would you say the reasoning would be?
Of course.
No, I'm saying I'm saying if that happens, what would the reason be?
That he would also give me credit if it goes the way that I think.
No. I'm saying if it happens, what do you think the reason why it happened that way would be? Like hypothetically.
Hypothetically, I would say the edge would have to be the Dolphins front line, and Chubb and Phillips would have big games, and they would put Rodgers in a lot of difficult issues, and there'd be a turnover or two, which would cause the outcome the Color's talking about.
So what you're saying is that the Miami Dolphins would execute, and because they executed, they won the game.
The Miami Dolphins that are the top of the line players, which would include Jalen Phillips and Christian Wilkins, and Bradley Chubb has shown me nothing so far season to date. And I think Roquan Davis is certainly a force. Seiler is absolutely a force. So the Dolphins have incredibly good skill players at key positions. They can cause problems, but I don't like Roberts. I don't like Baker. I'm not in love with Cahu. I'm not in love with Crossan. I don't know what I don't like Vernon McKinley because we don't know what Eric Rowe's status is.
Okay, bro, you've gone on for a while now. Okay, we got it.
How don't you like?
I got a comment to make to DTA because you can rewind DTA back to pregame week before the Chicago game, right? Remember how everybody was on pins and needles? Oh, got to take every team seriously, this and that and the other, right? And you had a situation where everybody was, and during the game it looked pretty bleak. Justin Fields was running all over us, right? Remember that?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking, DTA in particular, but everybody in general.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all remember that, right? Well, that game.
You mean after he had already did all that, or
no? Like
before?
During the game, we're like, "What the hell?" You know what I mean?
Oh, after the game,
and we feel like, we ended up taking control, but we really kind of feel like, we had some problems that game, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a boxing match.
So here's the thing. And Mark can say what he wants about statistics and analytics, okay? Because I'm not a believer in analytics either. I've just been monitoring the stuff all season, these certain things, and I'm just reporting to you what I'm witnessing and observing. I'm not a believer in anything one way or another, despite what Mark wants to think. I'm just delivering you guys what I've observed so you can make your own informed decisions for yourself. And see this pie chart right here that shows that 58.6% of the time the Dolphins win this game, according to ESPN's analytics. You see that? Okay. That's about what it said when we started the game in Chicago. And at no point, if you go back and look at the Chicago game, maybe I'll do that. How about I do that?
No, I'm saying
Let's
earlier.
Hold on. I don't want. When did we play Chicago?
I'm saying when you said it was directed at me, I'm saying when you said it was directed at me, did I make a comment or something?
No. I just know that you're one of the people in our community that make sure people that you like to set the right expectation and make sure people don't.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Okay, so look, as you can see, to start the game, okay, it was a little more when we started the game in Chicago. It was 68.3%.
God damn it, it's snowing here again, dude.
Okay, but no matter what we saw that day, as bleak as it looked, as good as Justin Fields was running all over us, at no point did we fall below 50% to win that game.
And this means what?
Rodgers ain't going to run.
In relation to the Green Bay game on Sunday,
we are 58.9% to win that game.
So what does that mean in relation to the Green Bay game?
We're 4-point favorites.
I don't know who said
Vegas,
which is a Vegas number.
We're at home.
You're a 4-point favorite at home,
right? Because Vegas is taking into consideration Aaron Rodgers. Because Vegas is taking into consideration.
Who was an 8-point favorite? We were like
a 7.5-point favorite. What happened? Or why did it drop?
Aaron Rodgers is on a 3 or 4 game win streak. We're on a 3-game losing streak. That's why.
I got
8 to 4.
Yeah, it was 7.5. That's what it was. Now it's 3.5, I think.
Mark.
Now that's the best argument I've heard, Ollie. That's what Mark should have used. The win streak argument.
Yeah.
Mark.
I mean, that opens my eyes a little bit. I didn't like hearing that.
Whoever said Aaron Rodgers isn't going to run on us, yeah. Bro, he's not the one.
Plus 162 for the Packers. You see that money line plus 162 for the Packers?
Exactly.
Hold on. You guys see the money line plus 162 for the Packers? That's the sucker bet right there. That's the one everybody's going to take. And Vegas is going to rob them.
They're not doing that stuff.
Yeah. Vegas tend to. They've been having a bad year. Vegas.
I don't understand the Vegas numbers. I only understand the over under and the point spread. I don't really understand the money line. I don't even know what the hell that means or none of that. Never really have.
How can you not like Kahoo?
I think his performance at the start of the year was really good and unexpected.
He's young, Mark.
As a play led to a lot of passing.
The guy came from a D2 school. D2,
but hang on, Nick. Hang on. This is the thing about Kohou that people look. The kid, just like you said, he came from Texas A&M Commerce, and he was an undrafted rookie. The kid is still young, and considering everything, if you look at his stats, how he's been ranked with PFF, not just as rookies, but even as an overall cornerback in the NFL, he's been one of the highest highest ranked cornerbacks in general in the NFL, not just with rookies. He's an undrafted kid from a D2 school. And considering everything and him being thrown into the fire this year, he's played very well.
He's starting.
I don't consider anything at this point. I consider where you are at week 16 of the NFL. I don't care where you came from.
Let me show you how disingenuous Mark is.
Yeah.
Earlier today, he was like Chicken Little. Oh, it's gonna be a rainy day. What do you see right there?
Well, this afternoon it was going to be 55 degrees and rain.
No, I had already checked before you said that. It said the same thing all day. The only thing that's changed is the temperature's increased and the humidity has decreased a couple points.
and we'll see what it looks like tomorrow and on Saturday.
And you're out there. Oh, it's gonna be a rainy day. A brief shower or two, which means that it could be completely dry all day at the stadium. They could not get one drop at the stadium. Just so y'all know how it is to be in Florida, to know the weather here. A brief shower or two means that the stadium could not see one drop of water.
Let's also not forget that when that stadium's packed, even
99%.
though it may be however many degrees outside, it's usually hotter at the stadium too.
Yeah, 58 feels like 54 with a nice dry day. That's football weather. What are y'all talking about?
And I wonder how much green and gold is going to be in the stands, like what color witnessed with the Vikings game.
Well, probably a lot, but whatever.
I was in the stadium in that game
Christmas
too.
Day, I don't think it's going to be a ton, man.
Why? They're not.
I think there's going to be a lot of Dolphins people that are going to stay home, watch the game on TV, and spend the day with their family. And a lot of people, and there's a lot of people
hold up.
who want to get out of that horrific
See how
weather.
everything only applies to the Dolphins? You see how that is? See how he does that?
One second. So you're telling me
like Green Bay's a bunch of soulless atheists that don't celebrate Christmas.
No, they may take their family on a trip to Florida because Florida is a lot better than what.
I'm sorry, Robert. I didn't mean to cut you off, dude. I just had to get that out.
So you mean to tell me that they don't celebrate Christmas? They don't value Christmas traditions with their family? Like it's stupid.
Say that.
For
I'm
the
just saying how much
games that
people
they're
actually the stadium on Sunday. I have to. I bring up that question.
I don't think it's going to be a sold out crowd. I don't think it's going to be super busy. I don't expect a ton of fans in the stands.
I said it's probably going to be like 25,000, 30,000 people in the stands.
It is a 1 o'clock game, though, right?
If you don't sell out the stadium on Sunday, it's an embarrassment.
Oh, God.
Okay, Mark, you're changing the argument.
It's a Christmas game. Well, of course, we're not going to sell out the stadium. Are you nuts?
Right, it's Christmas.
Are you freaking
It's going to be probably about
Hell outta
25,000
here,
at best. Everybody be eating Christmas dinner at that time.
Oh my God! What
Or
time is the
lunch.
game? What time is the
1
game
o'clock.
on Sunday?
1 o'clock.
I'm
Yeah, which
sorry.
is solar
I'm with
noon.
my kids. I want to go to this game.
Yeah.
I have tickets to this game. Guess what? I sold
Not
them to
anymore.
somebody. I know. I'm getting there, Color. I sold them to Color because I have a family. I have kids, man. And do you think my kids want to go to the game? No, they want to open their presents. That's what
Right.
I'm about. My family. So it's sell it out and or it's
Hold on,
So
I'm
there
gonna
you
give
go,
you my
Mark.
number.
There you go. There's
15,000
a Dolphins
people tops
fan
will be at
that
the
there's a
stadium.
Dolphins fan that replaced himself with a Dolphins fan. So there you go, 1-1.
Well, the better question is how many Dolphins
But no,
fans
Mark.
with a Green Bay fan because
Mark.
of the money.
Well,
Hold
Mark,
up,
this
Mark.
is irrelevant. If nobody's in the stadium, it's Christmas Day.
Yeah, what the fuck's it matter? Who cares?
Hey, everyone.
You're
hold
gonna
on a
hear my
second.
ass. Just make sure you all listen real closely for some guy going, Mark, fuck you. You know, watch. It's gonna be me. Y'all are gonna hear it through the TV.
Hold
man.
on a second.
They're gonna have to censor
I
me.
want you to do it, Color. I'm gonna turn up my TV so loud. You're gonna be on my
So-
clip speakers.
What?
Challenge one of us to actually make a sign and put Mark's name on message.
No, I was gonna do like Mark with a chapter and a verse in the Bible. You know what I mean?
The bright side.
Mark, what's your
Saturday,
favorite?
and
Mark,
put up
what's
a
your
sign that
favorite
says,
verse and
"Mark,
chapter
you suck,
and
Bills
verse in the
AFC
book of Mark?
champions."
Mark,
Right.
what's your favorite chapter and verse in the book of Mark?
I can just tell you to put up a sign that says "Fuck you, Mark," but the Bills.
No, I don't want to be that rude. I'm gonna do like Mark 666 or something.
Mark 216.
So hold up real quick. Mark, you're telling me that Packers fans are so well off that they can en masse travel down there, buy plane tickets, reservations, hotels, and goddamn
I mean, they are
tickets to
pretty
the
rich,
game,
dude.
Let alone
and
the
goddamn
tickets
tickets
are
to the
very
game
expensive at this on
to
top of it.
actually go there.
I mean, they are pretty
En
rich,
masse.
Robert.
Same thing. How
Yeah,
much
Minnesota
do
did it
how
that
much
day.
do Packer fans different from Viking fans and and
It
Color was
wasn't
he
Christmas.
said nothing but complain about how much purple there was.
And
in
the
the
average
stadium
ticket
for the
cost was
Viking
not
game.
200 or higher. That's the other part of it.
The Packers aren't going anywhere, so I don't
The
know.
Packers
what are people
travel.
Come to watch them for?
The Packers do travel.
For what? They're not going to make it.
Dude, I don't think any team's going to travel well on Christmas Day.
Yeah, I disagree.
That's why I'm saying it's probably gonna be 15 grand at 15K at the stadium at tops.
There's likely to be more Bills fans in the stadium than Packers fans.
I mean that.
Yeah, that could be.
And I mean, the Christmas season, but also the holiday season
Christmas
comes into
Day.
play. So I want to.
Somebody has
I
some
will
really
be calling
static
you to
feedback,
the
by the
stadium.
way.
I'll be very interested to hear your reports as to how much Green Bay fans is in the
There will
stadium.
be some, but you're making it sound like it's going to be solely Green Bay fans, which is
I
just an
didn't say that. I
asinine.
said it's going to be.
I
Mark,
hope
it's
it's not.
Mark.
I really pray that it's
Mark,
not.
hold up. It's not
And it
what you
seemed like
said.
Colin was
Mark,
very, very agitated with the number of
Mark,
Vikings fans.
let me finish my damn statement, dude. It's not what you said, it's how you said it and how you're portraying it. The way you're coming across is the stands are dominated by Packers fans. Oh God.
No,
Which
that's
is just an ass. That's how you're, whether that is your intent or not, that is how you were coming across.
That's how you took it.
Hey,
No. That's how you're
hang
coming
on, guys. Hang
across.
on.
Caller, you're gonna have to send me a ticket.
Hey, hang on, guys. Either Greg or Nick have some really bad feedback. I don't know which. It might be Nick. He might have to come out and go out and come back in. Nick, if you go out and come back in, it should work.
Well, listen, guys, I'm leaving anyway. It's 2:00 in the morning, so everybody have a great Christmas.
You too, my friend. Thank you for coming out, man.
And to Mark, I mean, I don't even know how much I'm going to see the Miami game because you guys know my mom's in the hospital. Well, my mother will come before a game any day, anytime.
Absolutely, as
she should.
So take care, guys.
Tighten that
and have a great
hospital up,
Christmas.
bro.
Yeah.
Tell them to get the right channel on.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Have a good Christmas.
Godspeed.
You're welcome, Robert.
Hey, you too.
Have a good Christmas,
Greg,
man.
one of us. I'll probably be on Christmas Day too. So if I can give updates to help anybody out, and you guys just want,
Absolutely.
a way to tune in real quick and get an update on the game, I'm sure one of us or all of us at some point or rather will pop in. So.
Well, not only that, I have the ESPN app, so I can always check on that.
Okay.
Take care,
man,
guys.
I just want to say I'm gonna, just as everybody in this community did for my dad, I'm gonna be praying for your mom, and I hope everything turns out well and whatever's going on with that situation, man. And I hope you guys have some quality time together, even so be it at the hospital, but have it as nice as a Christmas as you can together.
All right, my friends, take care.
Hey, see you later, Greg.
See you, my friend.
Take care, man.
Oh man. Well,
so yeah, the thing is it's like I still think, and I get what Mark was saying, kinda, but
I don't.
No, I'm saying I'm not. Trust me, there's the parts of that, like everything I heard when I was at the store. No, but the last part, I mean, just about the traveling. I think that's quite a far trip from Green Bay, Wisconsin to Miami, especially on Christmas Day. I don't see them being that. I don't see it being there that many at the stadium.
Besides the fact, how's the weather out there? Can their planes even take off right now?
Oh, it's probably awful. I'm sure.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, I just don't see. I mean, Christmas Day from Green Bay, which is all the way at the top right there, down to Miami at the bottom.
You fly out obviously beforehand, so the people that are gonna go to the game are probably already in Florida. If they're
all gonna be like Clark Griswold driving across country.
Here's the other part: is the team already down here? That's a better question. Is the team already here?
Well, I'll tell you, the Bills left for Chicago.
That's a good question.
Because of the weather.
Is there a way we can look
you
that
would
up?
think they would be.
I'm not
already
sure if they're
there.
here. I've already tried looking, but my
it's
thing is
Friday. They should be here.
Well, now it's Friday. It was Thursday, but here's the my question and why I'm asking this is because regardless, you're going from an area that has had negative temperatures. The cold has been really bad up there. To an area that, even though it's only 58 degrees estimated, that's considered a heat wave to people that are in an area like that.
That's
considered
a heat wave for those
that's definitely a heat wave for Green Bay.
And with the humidity, they may not be used to that since they've been playing in the cold the last couple of weeks at home. So that's why I'm saying, regardless of what people think, that even though it's not very hot to you and I that live here in Florida, color
humidity's going to be 34%.
I still
or
think
38%.
that it makes a
That's
little
really
bit of
low.
a difference. I still think it's going to be a little bit of a difference, regardless, playing in that heat versus playing in the cold. But that's the reality of things. I understand, I understand what color's point of this. I
So
do
do I.
agree. I do agree
Same
with
here.
color in the sense that I think that if you look at it and you look at the law of averages and the law of probability, it looks like we're going to win this game versus
It's
the
going to be a
Packers.
hard game, but
I
it's
don't
winnable.
see. I don't. The way that Mark has put it out, it almost sounds like what we heard before the Buffalo game, that we don't have a chance in hell. That's basically what it sounded like.
No,
And
I'm just stating what the Green Bay weapons that they bring.
I understand, but when was the last time that Randall Cobb really did anything in this league, bro?
And I get, Mark, that they've started playing a little better as of late, but I just I like how Ali said it earlier. If you have both teams executing, let's just hypothetically say both teams executing.
Yeah,
I think Miami comes out on top. I just think that you've got, for one, I think you've got more talent. Certainly on the offense. I don't know about the defense, but certainly on the offense. And I just think that our defense plays well at home. They obviously don't play the same that they do on the road for whatever reason it may be. It's still an actual statistical fact. Like, it's tangible that they play better at home and allow less points, and they play better against no matter who it is at home.
I mean, if you look at the teams that they've played the last 2 games, because they're not on a 3-game winning streak. I was wrong. They're on a 2-game winning streak. They played the Bears. They've been losing all season for the most part. You look at the Rams. The Rams are in shambles. They've gone through their starting quarterback. They've now submitted themselves to Baker Mayfield, of all people. Their top wide receiver is gone, and their running game is inconsistent or non-existent.
And Aaron Donald.
And Aaron Donald's not really the Aaron Donald of before. So you look at that, they really haven't.
Aaron Donald's not even playing. He's out. He was out that game.
Their biggest win, as Color stated at the beginning of this show, has been the Dallas Cowboys. That's their biggest win that they played, and they only won by 3 points.
How many offensive points does they score against Dallas? I'm just
31 points.
But that could have been an aberration where Dallas was playing like absolute dog shit, like Dallas does once in a while.
Yeah, any team can beat it. Just any given Sunday, it doesn't matter.
I'm just saying that there's obviously a difference where let's say Dallas is playing fucking superb all season long, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then Green Bay is under the same circumstances. They go in, they have the same win or loss table as they have now, but they go in and they beat that Dallas team as opposed to them going in and Dallas it's not a matter of Green Bay outplaying them.
Sorry.
I think one of the things that scares me about Green Bay is they put up 40 with Jordan Love playing half the game against Philadelphia.
Green Bay didn't put up 40.
Yeah, they did. They lost 40, I think 48-40 or something. It was a
wild. Eagles won 40-33. I'm looking right at
40, okay, 40.
It was 33.
Oh, Eagles won that game. So they
lost
40-33.
Put up a lot of points, a lot of yards, and they gave
up.
But
Eagles, all you're saying is their defense gave up 33 points against them. That has nothing to do with what we're going to do at home with our defense.
And that's the thing. And you asked my opinion. I think that the Miami Dolphins have a better. I think Miami Dolphins
doing.
I think Miami Dolphins has a better.
What are you doing in the back 7 of your defense?
Well, listen, Mark. I think the Miami Dolphins have a better offense when they're firing on all cylinders and everything is clicking. I think they have a more deadly offense than even Philly does. And honestly, I don't even think Philly's known right now for their.
I don't know if I'm ready to go down that road.
That's just my opinion. That's why I said crypto. I don't. Nobody has to agree. I'm saying that's my opinion, solely mine. If you take Miami's offense, they're fully healthy.
Must I?
I know, Color. I was thinking about doing last thoughts. Unless you want to keep it going.
Before you do that, I just want to squash a narrative real quick.
Sure.
So as you can see, I have it. You can call it what you want, but I think efficiencies is probably about the closest you can come to just about overall how your defense performs. Okay. And currently, the number 1 ranked defense in efficiencies is the Philadelphia Eagles. Number 2 is the San Francisco 49ers. Way down here, you have us. Right?
Right.
Ranked 21st.
Is that the rankings for the 51 efficiency?
Ranked
Is that the number?
21st. Ranked 21st, right?
Right.
And then way down here, you got the Green Bay Packers ranked 28th.
And efficiency.
And there you go. Let's
go with
the DTA's point.
Wait, hold on. Let's go with
The
offensive efficiencies. Right here, you got the good old Miami Dolphins ranked number 5th in offensive efficiencies. Where's Green Bay?
Where's
Oh,
Philly,
down
Kohler?
here at
Where's
16th.
Philly, Kohler, on their offense?
Philly's above us. That's why I was saying DTA. A lot of people sleeping on their offense.
Okay, but not far off.
16th. That's average.
All we got to do, all the Dolphins have to do, to DTA's point, is just do our job. And if we perform, if we execute, you know, we're going to come out on top of this thing. And really, and I don't know where Mark's really coming from on this.
Real quick, overall defense and offense, we're ranked 9th in the league. Green Bay is ranked 26th. There should be no reason, if we perform the way we did against Buffalo, there should be no concerns with this football game. I'm sorry.
Where Mark's coming from is the flashbacks of the previous decade of Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams and everything else that Aaron Rodgers has done in his career. That's what he's flashbacking to, thinking that it's still in existence.
Actually not,
It's
Ali.
like,
it's
almost
And
sounds
if
like
this was still back then,
New England
if this was
fan
still
that's
back then,
hung up on the
if this was
Nelson
still
days.
back in Da Nang like Mark is functioning back in 1971, that would be season-long numbers right there. 14 game sample size.
Yeah, it would be.
I'm
This would be
actually
the
not- I'm
last
not
week of
having
the
a
regular
flashback
season.
or anything else. I am simply looking at trends, and Miami is. I don't know. I can't say that Miami's trending up.
But here's the thing,
And-
though.
and
Mark,
I
if
really
you're
can't
looking
say
at
that
trends,
Green
Okay,
Bay is
trends.
trending
Okay,
up.
trends. The last time we lost 3 in a row, we ripped off 5 wins in a row.
But Mark, hold on, caller, I got this. Hold on, I got this real quick. Mark, you just said that you're looking at trends. Trends are based off of statistics. Earlier in this show, you said you don't look at games statistically. That's what you said.
I look at how a team is playing. I don't look at the.
So
I don't.
that
I
is
don't
not
care about the
necessarily
number.
based. So regardless, those trends are based on statistics. Yes.
Right, and you don't think the team you saw play your team Sunday night would roll all over the Green Bay Packers right now?
No,
Seriously?
I really don't.
Wow.
Would you roll over the Green Bay Packers right now? Let's ask that question.
We played the Green Bay Packers.
No, Mark.
We
That's not the
beat them by
question I asked.
17, but
No,
we played
Mark.
like dog poop.
No, let's answer the question I asked. Would you roll over the Green Bay Packers as they sit right now?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so you think, in your opinion, the Green Bay Packers will beat you too?
No, I said that I don't think they would roll I don't think they would roll the Green Bay Packers. I think it'd be a very competitive
What do you
game.
think the point differential would be?
3.
What's up, Ron?
I'd guess 10.
How's it going, Ron? What's up, man?
Seeing as that's what they beat them by, 27-17.
It doesn't
Big
matter
whoop.
what by Green Bay played that game without any of their wide receivers. They have another guy kicked out during the game. The 2 guys.
Mark, I've been sitting here listening to you and thinking, what the hell do you see in Green Bay? Did they beat the Bears and the Rams? The last 2
What
games?
I see, I'm looking at
what
the
else have
team
they
as
done?
composed now, not during their season. I refuse to look at somebody during the season. I only look at them from how they're coming into a new game. Green Bay's coming into this game as healthy as they've been all season long. Their offensive line is now healthy. Their wide receivers are now healthy. Their running backs, for the most part, are ready to go. And their defense is back up to speed. That's the team that I see. And if you're not seeing the same thing, then you might end up having quite a lump of coal for Christmas on Sunday.
Kohler, you got to show me how you did the bar around your small square. That's cool. Like the border.
But Mark,
I got it
just to
going
be
through
clear,
OBS
you don't
right at the
think
moment.
you would beat them either.
Okay.
That's
I've heard
The
way
only thing
too
Green Bay
much
has
that.
going for them is they have two good running backs, and we have shut down running backs all season.
Okay, how are you doing against them?
Aaron Rodgers has not had a 300-yard passing game yet this year.
How are you doing against
that? Ali's got the shirt on. That one he showed us from before.
Yeah.
Mark,
I think a better. I think a better argument
because
there's no value to it. I look
That
at a
is a
game
nice
a certain
shirt,
way.
but
You
yeah,
look at a
that
game
is.
a certain way, and the results will be ascertained about 4:15.
It reminds me of Ace Ventura.
And like
It's
I said,
cool.
the results of the game will be ascertained about 4:15 to 4:30 on Sunday.
That's right.
Well, Mark,
but either way, hold up, Alex.
3:15, we'll already know the outcome because we'll be way up by half.
Okay, that's everybody's opinion. I don't have the same. I don't happen to share the same opinion.
This
And
team
it's not
plays
a
so
bias.
much
It's
better at home.
not a Buffalo biased
This team
opinion.
plays
It's
so
an
much better
opinion
at
based on what I'm seeing
You're
on the
home
field.
for the first time in a month.
Hold up. I just want to get one statement out there. So to be clear, Mark said he doesn't think that the Buffalo Bills would roll the Packers as they stand right now, and that would be a close game. If I heard you right, you said that would only be a 3-point game.
That's what I feel. It's about a 3-point game, and it could swing either way.
Okay, then any conversation we have with you about this is going nowhere.
Right, because
And
I have
that's
my
fine.
beliefs of where the Packers are right now as a football team.
Because the Packers beat the Rams and the Bears, all of a sudden you have all this faith in them?
I have faith on personnel and history.
So again, it's a flashback from the past, bro. It's still a flashback.
Yeah.
You've gone back and forth about the statistics. Now I mentioned that it's a flashback of the past and history, what they did, and you said no, that's not the case at all. But now you're saying it is. Which is
No,
it,
it's
bro?
not. I'm looking at the team as
how about Miami's 5-0 record at home?
I think there are a number of reasons, and you're just doing clickbait right now. I think there are very specific reasons that the Packers need.
What's clickbait about it?
And there's a lot of people in the fan base who are going to say it's a walkover. It's a walkover. It's a walkover. I don't.
I'm not calling it a walkover, but you are coming across
again.
as we are
But
guaranteed
right,
to lose.
Robert. Hold on, Robert. It's because he's selectively hearing what people like I have said. I said, if we perform the way we did Sunday against the Bills, we should roll the Packers. That's what I said.
Or if the way we
We should have a decisive win against the Packers. I don't think an 11-point win is a blowout, but it is a decisive win.
And Color, you're right. I will only add to that by saying only if the Packers don't perform like the Bills, because it will still end up losing.
Our defense only gives up.
I
50
get
points
that,
a
but
game.
the Packers have not demonstrated all year that they could perform like the Bills on defense.
Correct.
Is this an elimination
I'm talking about
game?
on offense. They can't perform like the Bills.
Okay,
Because
fine.
if they're just as prolific offensively, then we still lose.
Okay, fine, but they couldn't perform that way against the Bills.
They didn't have any wide receivers.
Nor a couple other really, really bad teams.
Does anyone know what this does to the Green Bay's chances of the playoffs if they lose?
They have to win out. They have to win out, John. They have to win all the rest of the games in order to get in. So if they
Well, that's
lose,
a better argument for Mark, is to say, look, the Green Bay Packers' back is against the wall. Aaron Rodgers is in the twilight of his career. This may be one of his last chances to sniff the playoffs wearing that green jersey. I mean, I might buy an argument like that, you know, this has meaning to him and he might hero it, but comparing the two teams, it's not equal.
Hero it in a 5-game losing streak.
Green Bay could be
starting with losing to the Giants, then losing to the Jets, then losing to the Commies, then losing to Buffalo, then losing to Detroit 15-9.
And if the right things happen on Saturday, Green Bay could be eliminated by Sunday.
Then they had their Super Bowl and put up 31 points on the Cowboys in Green Bay. They lost to Tennessee, lost to Philadelphia, won against Chicago, and won against the trash Rams with no Cooper Kupp.
And somebody had just said that the Packers could be eliminated by Sunday, but then we have the playoff scenarios for Green Bay depend on the Giants winning in Minnesota, the Commanders winning in San Francisco.
But somehow Aaron Rodgers didn't find any desperation in a 5-game losing streak to play hero ball against some pretty trash teams like Detroit, the Giants,
Aaron Rodgers
the Jets.
had a broken right thumb.
Oh, Jesus, man.
Come on. Keep coming up with more.
He shouldn't have been playing.
Hey, I have a side note real quick. Ali, when is your next broken takes going to be?
That's a side note we will talk about at a different time.
Okay, sorry.
It's probably going to be, I'm going to be real with you guys. It's probably going to be after the holiday season. With kids and family in town, it's just kind of busy right now.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's like
I
people
like
that
those,
think
man.
that Brady's going to pull it out and will the Bucks back into contention. That ain't happening, man. Come on.
Well, by default, that's a
Crypto.
trash
Hey,
division.
Crypto.
They're going to win.
Give it to us straight, Crypto.
The losing record's going to win.
What's happening with the Jello, bro? It's in the fridge and it's
in
jiggling.
the fridge and jiggling.
And it's jiggling. This one's in the refrigerator and the Jello is jiggling.
Hey, Jay's telling me
I agree.
we're not losing to Green Bay. I'm the one saying that, Jay.
We're not going to lose to Green Bay. I don't believe we will. Based on everything that we saw last week.
Now, I do appreciate Mark trying to set our
We just need to show
expectation
up.
that you can't just roll anybody in the NFL. You do got to perform. But I made that caveat.
Hey, let me spin this another way. If we win out and Jacksonville wins that division, we go to Jacksonville for the first game of the playoffs.
Not necessarily. It really depends on how everything else plays out. If you go 11,
We already did the scenarios.
We've already reviewed this, Ron.
Okay.
We may, depending on how things play out,
Yeah,
we either
no,
play
yeah.
Tennessee
Who are the 11 and 6 teams?
or
Yeah.
Could be 5 or 6.
or Buffalo.
Yeah, you could be 5 or 6. The Bills could be anywhere from 1 to 3.
Hey, did you guys see the thumbnail that HB did?
Yeah, it looks dope.
It's cool.
You guys haven't seen it,
Jacksonville
check it
and
out.
the Titans are guaranteed the 4 seed, whoever win that division.
Right.
Yeah.
They kind of like locked in that 4 seed.
Yeah, the scary thing for the Dolphins is if they lose the New England game, that's critical.
Well, if we win this Sunday, New England literally don't matter anymore.
Yeah, it does. It does because of conference record. It really does.
72 undefeated. Said Ali, you said we're not losing to the LA Chargers, and to that I say, by all accounts, we shouldn't have. I don't think anyone saw that coming.
That game was all based on execution, bro. It wasn't that they had better players than us or a better game team.
Right.
It was complete.
This is why December
execution
games are so
failure.
dangerous.
100%.
Well, it was coaching
And the refs just let them play.
The
The refs
49ers game, okay, I give it them. They have a really good superior defense. And McCaffrey, that was really a debacle on our coaching staff on the defensive side, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah. Look,
but the other
I kept
side
saying-
of it, oh, God.
I kept saying the same thing I kept saying that about the 49ers, but the Chargers, I don't think any of us could have saw that coming. I didn't sure as hell see that coming. I thought that was in the bag.
Unless you knew that their offense was going to show up because they finally got their weapons back and playing together for the first
Yeah,
time
but it
all
was
year.
their defense that won that game by bugging our receivers all game.
Even with their
I'm with
weapons, I
Ali.
still
I
didn't
think
think
it's
we
a
would have
failure
lost.
on our
Allen
part.
and
It was-
McCarthy
played inside
It
line.
was nothing their
Williams'
defense
first time
did
playing
anything
together.
to us, bro. It was a
Failure on our
failure
part of
execution.
execution.
That's
Yeah, it was piss poor.
Mr. Irrelevant. That's really
Well,
what I
like I
gotta
said,
say.
I thought it was
I
coaching.
Now,
mean,
you could argue that the 49ers defense was the cause of us not executing, but against the Chargers, that was our failure not executing.
Yeah. The 49ers definitely, their defense stepped up, but
Same with the Bills. You could argue that we had no failure in execution other than your average failures that every team has, and Buffalo just overcame that at home.
I could also argue. Hold on, real quick, Ron. I could also argue that Buffalo Bills got a little bit of lady luck with a dumb reversal of a incomplete pass. Just saying.
And some questionable play calling by our coach.
And keep in mind, every one of those games, it was a one-score game at the end of the fourth quarter.
I wouldn't say the Chargers had a better quarterback. What the hell has he won?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you're talking about raw stuff, DTA, then maybe, but
I guess like I said earlier,
I don't
maybe
think the difference between between Herbert and Tua is the reason we lost the game.
no, I don't either. I was just saying to what somebody said in the chat, and like I said earlier, I guess maybe if you talk like physical
maybe
traits,
a better quarterback could have overcome whatever failures we had that night, but whatever.
Exactly, but I'm just saying to that question, question in the chat, maybe physical traits, yeah, maybe, but I don't know about. There's a lot of other stuff that Tua has and can do that Herbert can't, and vice versa. So I mean, I don't know, but physical traits, yeah, Herbert's got him beat.
And again,
100%.
at 14 games into the season in a playoff run, we're not. I mean, what are we going to do about it? It's our quarterback. We got to stand behind him and say, "Hey, we got to overcome whatever his deficiencies are."
So 100%, let's go around the room with final thoughts. We're going to start off with Ron. What's up, Ron? What final thoughts do you have for us?
I got in here late. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I don't fear the Packers at all. I don't think their last 2 wins mean anything. They beat 2 horrible teams. They all season. They haven't looked good. Like I said, Rodgers is not had a passing game all season. The only way that I can think of them doing anything against it, their running backs on the backfield catching some passes. But at home, our defense gives up 15 points a game. Everybody's finally home after this team plays so much at home, and I think you're finally put together on Sunday.
All right, good point. I mean, I definitely agree. I mean, I kind of feel like it'll be one of those types of games, so we'll see what happens. But thank you for coming out, Ron. Really appreciate it. You can hang out back if you'd like, for backstage if you'd like. All right, no worries. All right, Robert, talk to me, man. What are your final thoughts?
Hey guys,
definitely.
I mean, so let's look at the last 3 weeks. We played like absolute trash against the damn Niners. We didn't play all that great against the Chargers, but we were at least in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Bills game, it was close. If we're talking about trends, we've improved the past 3 games. We are a streaky team. We have a young head coach that's making rookie mistakes, but he is getting better, it seems like to me, every week. I'm not super concerned about the Packers. Yes, Aaron Rodgers is a thing, but they haven't been dominant at any point this season. Yeah. So I think we're sitting in a good spot, and our young team needed to learn some of those lessons, and they had to learn the hard way. That's kind of where we're at. I just hope we're better for it.
Mm-hmm. I agree. We're going to see what happens. I do agree our coach has made some rookie mistakes as expected. We expected it, but I think he's grown a lot and he's shown what he could do with the offense. And I think, it's a big improvement compared to last year.
Oh, absolutely.
So definitely. Anything else before I let you go? And happy holidays to you and your family, by the way.
Thanks, man. Same to you guys. No, I'll just hang out back and BS.
All right, no worries. Thank you very much, Robert. Mark, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining the holiday edition of Late Night Exhale.
Each and every one of you and your families.
Definitely.
Just my last thoughts on the game are.
Well, real quick, Mark. Thanks for the lively debate. You're still wrong as hell.
Well, that's fine. I just like to have a lively debate.
Thanks for chopping it up. Thanks for giving me somebody to go at besides my own fan base.
Jeez, I thought I was on final thoughts here, but that's okay.
You'll get them. Don't worry, they're coming.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think it's going to be a 30-27 game on Sunday. I think it's going to be more of a shootout type of game, and I think that Green Bay has a 45% chance of winning that game, in my opinion. I still favor the Dolphins because of there's a lot of what's been said about how well they play at home defensively, and the fact that they're executing. So that's how I see that game. As far as whether their playoff scenarios, I think they've been enhanced by the Jets' loss tonight and the Patriots' probable loss on Saturday against the Bengals, and I think the Dolphins are sitting solid. The critical game for me is the Patriot game. Can you win that game up in Foxborough? History says that you probably will. And if you beat Green Bay and you beat New England, then playoffs are locked in for you. Then you're in a scenario where you can go 11-6 and get into a multi-team tiebreaker as to 4, 5, and 6, or 5, 6, and 7 seeds, unless Buffalo completely craps their pants, which is not out of the realm of possibility. Anyway, that's all I have to say, gentlemen. You have a great night, a great holiday. If you're Ollie, you're going to be up Saturday night, I assume. Oh no, not Christmas
well,
Eve.
I have family in
No,
Christmas
you shouldn't.
Eve and
It's
Christmas
Christmas.
Day. Yeah, that's my thing.
tonight for him.
So I'll probably talk to all of you guys on Monday, and we'll see how the results
Well,
play out.
I'm sure you'll be one of us will probably go around that time, and you'll probably be around again
Oh,
before.
and have an
then.
first time of the game on.
But if
on
not,
Sunday.
have a Merry Christmas.
Hey, I'm gonna be live. Holidays ain't stopping me. Like I said, we got stuff because my dad. You know, it's gonna be more like, I don't know how you call it, more just like the immediate family. So we don't got like a whole lot going on. So
remember, Mark, I'm a man of my word. When I say I'm not a man of faith, that means that's probably going to give me a lot of time during the holidays, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, totally understand.
I know what you mean.
Guys, it was an absolute pleasure, and thank you for letting me on the panel.
No problem, man.
Later, man.
No problem.
Later.
Be good, man.
All right. Crypto.
God, what an asshole.
right when he goes out the door.
Try to give him a compliment, and he still condescends, man. It's like, geez, man.
I know.
Trying to thank him for having an adult debate, even though it got heated. It's like, you know.
Bro, you guys understand, though. I mean, real quick, I know where I'm taking. I apologize, Crypto. I'll give you your moment, but you guys understand what I was saying, that you mentioned that he's not looking at it as statistically, but he's looking at trends which are based on statistics. And then he says, "Oh, I'm not looking at history," but then he goes back and says, "I'm looking at history." Which one was it? You understood why I was confused, right? You can't say one thing and then take it back. It doesn't make sense.
Right.
So
yeah,
that's just my opinion behind it. But go ahead, Crypto. I didn't mean to interrupt your final.
Yeah,
thought.
it's like when he craps on us for going back to 72, and then he throws it in our face when he's like, none of you all here have seen any of the games in 72 like I did.
Well, you may have been there and saw it, but I watched it on YouTube. It still counts. I watched it.
Yeah, same.
Or he'll bring up the Marv Levy era, you know, in which they lost 4 Super Bowls.
Ron said he saw them all.
I actually
one of the things that Mark wanted to hide, and everybody's been wanting to hide all week, and I've been trying to repeat it over and over again because it's a very missed nuance, is the fact that when you look at the overall performances, and when I say, hey, and I don't know this for sure, maybe we didn't beat them up as much as I think. There's a lot of bravado involved with that. But when I say between the two teams, they're the ones that had the bloody lip in their locker room after the game. When I say that, I'm looking at things like, look, we made them punt 5 times and got a freaking strip sack on them. Okay? Mm-hmm. So effectively, that's 6 times making them, quote unquote, punt the ball. Okay? They made us punt 4 times. That's a very missed nuance, people. That means that kind of indicates who really had control of that game, who really was winning the line of scrimmage and field position. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Bottom line. You know.
Yeah, they just had the ball at the end, and that's what basically gave them the game.
And Josh Allen is Josh Allen. He overcame all of that. Credit to him. It ain't gonna happen the next time.
People forget too, man. Josh Allen, you know, the same. I almost see like the same kind of scenario when we played in week 3. If Josh Allen made that pass to the flat, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
And that's true.
Right.
But it is what it is.
That's all I keep saying.
Yeah, 100%, Corner. It is, yeah.
I could also argue, you know, back in the 90s, you know, if it wasn't snowing balls in Buffalo, they don't go to 2 of those Super Bowls.
No, yeah, I see. I know. I get your point. I'm just saying.
And we could argue that the best team in the AFC didn't face the Giants and lose by 1. You know what I mean? Or the Dallas Cowboys to get rolled 52-17.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure the Dolphins would have had a better showing in that Dallas game than the Buffalo Bills that year. Yet, because of the snow in Buffalo, the best team didn't go to the Super Bowl that year. We could argue that all day long, but they don't want to hear none of that.
Yeah.
They just want to complain about the heat in Miami. We've never said one word about that, DTA. We lived with it.
Yeah.
We knew it's something we had to overcome.
If
we would have beat them in the regular season more often, more of those games would have been in Miami.
Yeah.
That's why it's so important for me to get the freaking damn playoff games in Miami.
Yeah, 100%.
I hear you. And on top of it, if they really want to
Definitely
complain
as much as
about,
possible.
if they want to make an OSHA complaint about the heat, I want to make a complaint not only to the league, but I don't care what organization I need to call about the snowballs, because you could pack them with ice, bro, and throw and hurt somebody. You know, that's a real thing. You can hurt somebody, right? And they said, oh, we're gonna start penalizing the team if you're gonna continue to do it. They continue to do it, but they didn't throw any flags for it. That's the thing that irritates me the crap about that game, by the way.
And to be honest with you, in that era, they were just a tad better than us in the respect that they had a better chance of beating us in our house than we had of beating them in their house. But it was still way more often we were getting the win against them in our house each year. You know what I mean?
I understand. All right, Crypto, give us your final thoughts, man. Sorry to hold you up.
No, that's fine, Ali. It's good. I just said till I'm blue in the face. The Buffalo Bills and the Miami Dolphins 2 games sums up as each winner won in a TKO. It's that fucking simple. Not of this intricate analysis on who held the ball, who should have ran the ball, who should have passed the ball the most. It was a tie game going into the final minutes of both ball games. And the team that ended up with the most time won at the end, just like a typical boxer when he get the final few licks in the 10th round. It's an old-fashioned TKO. That's how the Bills won that game. And that's how we won the first matchup. And that's who gets the assignment for the blame of the win, of the loss. The Buffalo Bills is the reason why we lost this game. Just like the Miami Dolphins was the reason why we won the first game. And as far as the upcoming matchups against the Packers, I'm just going to use our 3-hour window that the NFL has allotted us for this particular Sunday on Christmas. They've given us 3 hours to come out by 1 point ahead. I'm predicting we're going to end up beating them by 5 to 7 points because I think they get 22 points. We'll score somewhere between 27 and 30 points to win, to edge them out. If it's even closer, then if Green Bay outdo and Aaron Rodgers so happen to have one of those last hurrah type games and it happens to be against our defense, that will be something that our defense haven't did at home, at least. If that was to happen, because he is a good quarterback and he's capable of it, then yeah, they can either we can end up edging them out on a TKO type game. Well, we'll need a last-second drive from our offense to win the game.
On that, Crypto, I just pray that it's not a tie game and we get and I hope that Aaron Rodgers doesn't win by one of his damn Hail Mary caught passes in the end zone.
Yeah, because he is. Yeah, I think he's got the most Hail Mary completions of any quarterback in NFL history.
I would shit a brick, bro.
That would be that would be the most. You want to talk about taking a heart and ripping it right out of your chest?
Yeah,
yeah.
I'll lose my shit. Like you all will hear it.
I will be livid if that was to happen.
Yep.
Yeah, because we do not want that because They are sort of like a wounded. They are sort of like a wounded animal per se, even though they may have won their last 2 games. But they're still kind of wounded as far as the way they've been performing due to their performances. So we're playing against a wounded animal. We all know how wounded animals are. That rat that you get in the corner.
But the other part you have to
It's
look
the most
at,
dangerous
Crypto,
rat.
But the
We
other
just got to
part of
kill
it,
them and snuff them out. Don't give them any cheese or peanut butter.
but
Don't feed them.
Crypto,
Just
I
kill the rat.
understand. I understand, but at the same time, we're that wounded animal also, and we've been back to the corner because we have nothing up to look forward to but winning. We have to win no matter what.
I get
This
you. You're
game
right.
is
That's a
more-
good point too.
You
We
know,
could be
so
considered that wounded animal in the corner as well.
yeah.
But yeah,
So
if we're the wounded animal in the corner, then we need to be biting like crazy.
we need to
You
fight
know?
for survival, and that's actually what I think
Exactly.
happened in the Buffalo Bills game. We're that wounded animal that we decided, okay, we're gonna fight for our lives dependent on it, and they did
Right.
that. And I have to commend them for that.
Exactly.
So
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that's a good point, Ali. Yeah, we were the wounded animal in the corner. We got to fight like hell, and
yeah,
I can't take it anymore.
I
That's
understand
what you call
definitely.
it. But
Definitely.
we got to take it 1 week at a time. We
Mhm.
definitely got the roster and the team. Well, hell, we got a Super Bowl capable roster, but we just ain't been given Super Bowl like performances to match what we have on paper. We got to do it for the next 3 weeks, one game at a time, fellas. This is not the NBA where you can say, "Hey, we're going to play this team best out of 5," and we can get them on the very next one. It's to a brand new opponent, a brand new set of time. You're going to play a different team, different personnel, different everything, different philosophies. You know, it's not like best out of 7 when you have in baseball and freaking other sports where you can just scheme for just one team and you can get them the next 2 out of 3.
Mhm.
It don't work that way in football. So we just got to focus one game at a time, and just we control our own destiny still. So that's the way it goes, man. We got to do it. We got to start with the Packers first. Damn the Patriots and damn Jets. I just want to try to prevent Aaron Rodgers from having an out of body experience.
Yep.
No, I agree.
That's
All
the
right,
goal.
Crypto. All right, well, thanks, man. I really appreciate you coming by and hang out in the back if you like. All right.
Oh yeah, no problem.
I just
Yeah,
wanted
DTA
to
color and
Go ahead.
yeah, go ahead, DTA.
Oh, I was just gonna say real quick, because I saw everyone asking about Eric Fisher. I addressed it a couple shows back, but what their plan is with Eric Fisher,
He has an injury now, by the way.
Yeah, he's got an injury now, and what their plan was is they wanted to put him at right tackle, and replace Shell with Eric Fisher, which he does have some experience playing right tackle, but obviously his main position is left tackle.
Mhm.
But I don't know what their plan is now, especially now with him having an injury. But I saw people asking, so I wanted to.
So if there's anybody, we had this conversation of what we need to do next year. Robert's probably going to be screaming from the backstage. You want to know what we should do next year? The first thing I would do is fire the strength and conditioning coach. I will tell you why.
That's real good.
If you look at every single free agent pickup that we picked up during the season, signing people to the practice squad or to the main roster, like Fisher, for example, with the exception, even the people we traded for and brought in, with the exception of Bradley Chubb, all of them got injured right after getting signed.
Yep, and we just signed another guard on Tuesday. We just signed a new guard.
Coach. That's
He'll be injured by next week, guaranteed.
Yeah, we just signed a new guard on Tuesday. He's an offensive tackle, but we signed him as a guard.
Yeah, so it is ridiculous. That would
keep
be my
getting
first
injured
firing
immediately after
and
they get signed.
get somebody
Yeah.
new to get that all figured out.
That's interesting. See, I didn't even know that. I didn't realize
that medical staff is trash.
Well, that's what I've been saying.
I was thinking the strength and conditioning coach. But
do you remember the conversation where I said this? And I said it's partially on the players, and I said it multiple times. I said it was partially on the players because this was back like mid-season before the bye, and I was talking about how our injury report's always long. And I said I know that's partially on the players to have do their part to have their bodies in peak condition, but that also falls on our strength and conditioning, our training staff. To do what they can do on their end to make sure that these players are also not so susceptible to injuries and not going to get injuries if they can help it. And to me, bro, as big as our injury report's been, and as much as it's been happening in our organization, it's hard to say. I mean, who knows? I don't really know. I'm not in the building, but it would seem from the outside looking in that they're not really doing a great job.
Introducing ourselves. I am Hans. I'm Franz. And we want to pump you up.
Going to pump you.
That's nasty.
I remember that skit.
All right.
That was a classic skit.
Anything last minute for the holidays, Crypto?
Gene, if you ain't first, you're last. You know what I'm talking about? That phrase is trademark, not to be used outside the tradition of Ricky Bobby.
I know I'll be seeing you guys up until Christmas, so happy holidays if I don't. Happy Merry Christmas, and, to all. I won't say to all a good night because I'm going to be on for a while. But yeah, anyway, to all a good night. I might as well finish the phrase while I'm at it, right? Merry Christmas to all a good night.
Right on.
We don't want no coal in our stockings because Rudolph is waiting.
I want candy in mine, so.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Crypto. I'll put you in the back, bro.
Drink a lot of nog, bro.
All right. Mr. John, Seattle Fin fan, thank you for coming on, man.
Hey, guys. I've wanted to step outside. I know half the country's covered in ice. Seattle's no exception. So
you're making me sick looking at it.
Yeah. Anyways, it's kind of. I think Finn's tailgate is literally taking over my life. So it's the craziest thing.
You're awesome.
I woke up this morning. I don't know if it was alert. I don't know if it was my dogs. I go to check my phone, and Color, you're freaking on at like 3:30 a.m. my time. I don't know if I tuned in right then and there, but then you were chewing DTA out. You're like, hey, you need to go to bed, mister. You got some work to do later.
Oh, yeah.
And I was thinking, shoot, I need to go to bed too. So anyways, and here I am late with you guys, about to end my night. So yeah, I'm loving the talk, man. I'm so addicted to the Fins, and I just can't get enough of the team and want nothing but the best. And I want to win a lot of championships here. And we've really been starved. So, yeah, just kind of my thoughts is
spend some time in Missouri, man, and it gets cold. And it's just some nights are just like, you're like, just somebody talk about my Fins somewhere,
Yeah, I believe it. Plus, yeah, that's got to be some cold stuff over there. But yeah, just as far as we go, look, we're on a 3-game losing streak. And I feel pretty optimistic about the playoffs, but I still can't forget about San Francisco and LA. That's a nasty taste in my mouth. And I think we could win this game in Green Bay, but if that team shows up, and I'm going to single a guy out, I think Tua played a huge role in those 2 losses. If that same guy shows up, then yeah, we're probably going to go down to Green Bay. All right.
See, Mark would have been making that argument. I might have been going with him a little bit. You know what I mean?
He should have been. But at the same time, I don't want to believe in that. And I don't think we're going to see that Tua. I think we're going to see a Tua showing up and doing what he's been doing all season. And that's been at least beating the mediocre teams. And make no mistake about it, Green Bay is a mediocre team. And this Dolphins team knows how to beat that class of team. And I think this is going to carry us to where we really need to be. And hopefully we get a nice little matchup against Buffalo or Cincinnati or the Jaguars or even Tennessee for that matter, because I got beef with all of those teams. And that'd be really exciting. I wanted the division. I wanted the conference. But hell, I'll take a wild card versus Buffalo, because what we saw last week, man, for as bad as we played in San Diego and in LA, we stepped up in Buffalo, and I think we could beat that team. And they don't look as good as I thought they were. Also, I think they fell off a little bit. And
John, which correlates with number one, why it is a slight, however slight, a real possibility they could lose all of their 3. Another reason that I haven't given up on the division, even though how long a stretch it is, okay, is because after what we did Sunday, I don't care who we play in any other seed at this point. I'm not trying to resign myself to, who cares about these games, but I'm saying, like, whether we're playing Tennessee, Cincinnati, even Kansas. I mean, if we can't, we're going to have to face one of those teams at some point to get, if we're talking Super Bowl, whether it's the championship game, the divisional round, or the wild card, we've got to face the likes of Kansas City.
That's what I said, Kohler. What when does it matter when it comes? If it's
Exactly.
going to come.
So at this point, if we don't win the division, which is likely, obviously, I'm not that stupid. You know what I mean? I don't really care. I want to win out, and I want to be a high seed just in case we're playing somebody below us so we can have it at home. But other than that, I don't care who we're facing.
Yeah, and I think that's also changed a bit from that Buffalo performance.
That's precisely what I'm saying is
right,
that's what Buffalo did for me.
Well, I want to be a little more specific about it though, and say that for me, it was the weather factor. I did not think Tua could play in the cold weather, and like it or not, the dude proved me wrong.
Why I picked it as a loss to begin with from early in the season was because of the travel.
That going
a shot on that alone.
Hell, and the plate that Tua had, that thing was crazy, man. That was I feel like he did not do enough to win the game. Josh Allen outplayed him in my eyes, but he kind of stepped up to the plate enough to regain some of my trust and belief.
Right.
And yeah,
and
so
well said.
And it's every bit as likely that he steps to the next level the next time we play them as it is he fails this week against Green Bay. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's the other beautiful thing is there's been a lot of trial and error throughout this season, and to sit where we are still sitting with the playoffs really within our grasp, these could be some really valuable lessons that we've learned and could be developmental for Tua. I don't know that the guy hit his ceiling. Hopefully not, and hopefully, these bumps in the road have done nothing but make the guy stronger. So, as a Dolphin fan, I want to believe in the kid. I've seen his play though, and when game day, when Sunday comes around, I'm not so hyped on the kid, to be completely frank. I'm cussing a lot more than I am on this XL off your show here. So it's
You got the gluten from your fingernails building up in your stomach.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, no, I mean they could they're getting nerve wracking lately. In the mid part of the season on that 5-game run, it was like hell. I didn't think we could lose. Like a third down, I was yawning. Oh, whatever. 3rd and 15, I didn't care. It's definitely different now. Oh, there's one other point I wanted to bring up and a concern about Tua. I don't know if you guys noticed, but on his out routes, he hasn't thrown very many of them. But I think that ball floats in the air. I'm not seeing those on lines like they should.
He's resorting back a little bit after looking at the all 22 for San Fran and the Chargers. He is reverting a little bit back to that standing there lackadaisical, not really rotating my hips, relying on my arm, thinking it's stronger than it really is mechanics. You know what I mean? And it's not serving him very well. And that's where you're seeing that, in my opinion, when you're talking about those strong out routes. Now, the last one that he threw that he barely completed, remember when the snow, that was really because of the snow and kind of how things were picking up. The ball got really heavy, really quick.
Got there, but it got there. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
But he did complete the pass, oddly enough. Yeah. It's like, hey, holy crap. He got one of those throws, but it still got completed. So that just kind of tells you, hey, there is something to be said about great teams putting themselves in position to have good luck. You know what I mean? So
he's going to have to turn those hips a little better because I'm looking at a potential pick 6 right there.
Agreed.
So that's a little nervous. But anyways, like I said, love the show, guys. I don't know. I might catch you again at 3:30 a.m. I have no idea when you guys are coming on, but I'll certainly be tuning in.
I'm trying to be regular.
Can I comment real quick? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Color, but to your comment about him, with his hips and his throws, there are talks that an ankle injury might be bothering him right now.
I wouldn't be surprised.
If that is the case, that kind of maybe explains why his hips might not be turning properly because he can't plant his legs properly or his foot down properly to pull into that twist or motion of your hips.
Another thing too is that the way your lead foot plants, it's sort of like a kicker in the respect that you can actually, if you're throwing with your eyes closed and you're just relying on pure mechanics, you can actually shave the ball left or right by turning your foot in on an instep or an outstep when you plant it. You know what I mean? So if he's having a little pain somewhere in his foot and he's not able to really step in the direction that he wants to throw, sometimes that can cause a little bit of these off.
Imagine
it going. Hold on, real quick, DT. I'm sorry. If it's true, though, if this is actually true that he's dealing with some type of ankle injury and it's causing him pain and discomfort, that would explain why in the 49ers game and even the Chargers game, there was a lot of off-tilter throws that he normally makes, like it's money every time in Miami or wherever else he's played.
He fell off a cliff for those games. It was odd. But then he kind of came back in Buffalo. So maybe he's getting a little better. I mean, I was thinking he fell off the cliff so bad, it had to have been injury. It was either he went over the hill before our eyes, or the dude had something injury go wrong, or terrible mental. I just chose injury. And
go ahead, DT. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say you're right, absolutely right. And again, something I've been saying, the margin was just so large in the drop off that, you know, if it was like a little, like when you see a lot smaller drop off in someone's performance, it becomes much harder to or I'm gonna probably articulate this poorly, but if there's a much smaller drop off in someone's performance compared to like what happened with Tua, right? Where you got this guy that you're talking like MVP, and then you have the drop off that you had coming out of the bye after Houston and then going to San Francisco in the LA Chargers game. That to me was so large that it was inexplainable. What explanation could we come up with? And I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing about like the ankle thing, but that makes sense. Think about what if he had a high ankle injury or something, or an ankle injury on his plant foot or his back foot, right? You get that sharp pain. So if he's trying to plant his foot to throw a ball, and when he goes and does that, gets that sharp, really sharp pain, you know, that sends up his nerves, that could definitely affect your throw, especially if your mechanics rely on it that heavy. You know,
I was thinking it could have been a hip, but ankle affects the hip. I mean, any of those number of things. So yeah, I think we might be onto something, but even unreported. But I'm pretty sure it happened in that Houston game. I mean, he goes out early and he took a nasty hit. That guy got bent over backwards, and frankly, his ankles did not go right on that one. They were. So you might be onto something, Ollie, and let's hope that's the case, and let's hope he's getting better, because if that was injury related, that really does change the way I look at Tua. That matters.
And to your point, John, as far as indication that things might have gotten better, he did break out of the pocket and kind of kick up the wheels against Buffalo a little more. You know, he might be feeling all right. You know what I mean?
And he got sacked. He got sacked those 3 times back to back. But that after that Houston game, when they did pull him, they did report the reason that he was pulled is because he did. And after that game, had an ankle injury. So that ankle injury was reported after that game. So
there you go. Yeah,
that is a possibility. That might be the issue. Because I know
that's what I'm thinking.
If I have an ankle injury, I like planting the foot down is really hard for me. You know what I'm saying? Or or pulling.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And you might planning it a certain direction might make it feel better, and that direction might not be the direction he was intending to throw.
That's true.
And that could shave a little English off the ball one direction or another.
Because it seemed like every pass was like 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It was terrible.
It was off.
It adds up in a 25-yard throw. You know what I mean? When you're off
20,
that little bit.
Well, no, we had 25 in one half, and you're sitting there thinking like, what the hell is going on here?
I've seen this guy make this throw all year long, and you can't make it once in this game. What's wrong with you? You know.
The surprising thing is, but we were in. I don't know who Crypto said it. We were in those games, and it was still technical knockout. So even with all that said, and look, guys, I am not a Tua fan. I swear I'm not. I think he could get us a Super Bowl with this team, though, but we can't pay the dude. But look, I'm not a fan. He's done things this year to prove me wrong, but he's also done things to prove me right. But the one thing I'm really glad I don't have to hear about anymore is the guy never lost a game. He like started and ended. At least we don't have to hear that no more, because that was like, oh man, that was my Twitter kryptonite. Well, I'd get shut down real
Could
quick on
also
that one.
indicate a little bit of regression to the mean,
Yeah.
which going forward might not be a bad thing for us, because if he gets a little hot again, like I said, maybe how do we know? I mean, we lost 3 games in a row. First of all, we beat 3 really good. I mean, last year they were all 3 playoff teams. Okay.
Even streaky team.
To open up the season. Then we lose 3 in a row without Tua. Okay, fine. Then we rip off 5 wins in a row. Now we've lost 3 in a row again. How do we know that our identity just ain't that pattern? You know what I mean?
It might be. Well,
another 5 games. You know what I mean?
Have we proved otherwise? I mean, that seems to be who we are. But I would say on our win streak, though,
John, to your point about the Super Bowl, another 5-game winning streak takes us into the AFC Championship games.
Right. We're gonna have to be some good teams though doing it. But I think the point being here is
that is a difference.
This is a Super Bowl team, and really we need a quarterback to not screw it up, really. And to show up and
you know what? Defense to execute on their
pointed
side.
out a great
they
difference.
dropped off too.
You pointed out a great difference that I'm sure Crypto is ripping the remaining a little bit of hair he has left on his head backstage because of what I said. But I'll agree with your point that those are different caliber opponents going forward than we played at the 5-game winning streak. I get that, but that's another level that Tua has to elevate to. Can you now beat 5 teams in a row that arguably are pretty strong level teams, especially when you get to the playoffs, being 2 of those games that we're talking about, in a 5-game winning streak, and get your team to where the paper says you should be, given
and
execution.
evaluations on Tua too, because we are still evaluating this guy, and this year is just so valuable for the evaluation. And thank you to the Patriots and to the Jets for just throwing us bone after bone this year. I just get even if we lose, it doesn't matter because they're going to lose 2. So I mean, yeah. So
I mean, people forgot that part, John, is they still have to do their business too, and they, if they did business better than we did, their record would be better than ours.
That's true. And it's not.
Shaping up to be could be some fireworks here for us. So, I mean, maybe we make some hay. I'm excited, guys. So that's my closing thought. Hell of a year. Woo, let's see where it goes.
Definitely. Fins up, man.
Fins up. See you later, man.
Definitely. Yeah. All right.
Man, that's a solid guy, bro. He's dude's like in my head. He thinks exactly how I do, man.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep you guys up here. Go ahead, DTA, real quick with your take.
Yeah, man. I'll make it quick. Look, important game. We got an important game this weekend. I want to win this one. I think that this is an opportunity for Tua and this team to come back from this losing streak that we've been on, and maybe things are starting to work up in a positive momentum for us, so we can take that as a driving force into the rest of the remaining games and take that into the postseason. And this is why I said today, I wanted to know, are we war ready? I feel like we're war ready. I don't know that we're battle tested, and that was the question, but this is our opportunity to become battle tested and to show that we're a proven team, whatever that looks like in the postseason, that we can do things that a lot of people had questioned if we can, and if this team can. Look what I can do. This is an opportunity for a big opportunity for like I said, for Tua to continue to answer questions and show one way or the other who he is and what his identity is as a quarterback. And I need to see that before I put such a title on a guy as our franchise quarterback. You know what I'm saying? That's a big deal. Right, bitches? But yeah, with Green Bay, man, we just need to go handle business. At the end of the day, listen, this whole thing, bro. Like, the war's already begun. We cannot let Green Bay come into our house and shit on
Oh, Ollie getting carried away.
But yeah,
go ahead, DT, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. We cannot let them come into our house and shit on us. You know, we got to handle business. We got to do what we need to do, and you know, it's very simple. We got to win games. We got to win these games. So
100%. I agree. We have to definitely win, and we are battle tested. By the way, I disagree with you. We are battle tested. You think about everybody we played. We played 49ers team. They were in the last year's NFC championship game. They're a playoff team this year, one of the top 2 defenses in the league. We played Minnesota. They're one of the top 3 teams in the NFC as well, right? We played the Buffalo Bills twice. We split with them, and they were one of the top dogs in the AFC and a playoff team. We beat the Baltimore Ravens,
we are kid tested, mother approved.
We beat New England first game. That was a playoff game. You know what I mean? So we are tested. Now, team games we've lost in argument, with the exception of Cincinnati, the Jets, and what was the other game? The Minnesota game. I don't know. I don't really rate Minnesota that high, even though their ranking is up there. I really feel like the San Francisco game, the Cincinnati game, those are like real losses to me, against good, should have been good opponents is basically what I'm saying.
Right.
The Chargers team, we just didn't execute, bro. That's the reality of it.
Yeah,
they have a good offense. They have Eckler. They have Mike Williams. They have Keenan Allen. I don't. They have.
That is part of who we are. Make no mistake. We got to be mindful of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand, and I give the Chargers, but the defense that the Chargers have, they don't really have anybody special. Joey Bosa, or not Joey Bosa, one of the Bosa brothers didn't even play in that game. Do you understand?
Joey or
J.C. Jackson didn't play in that game because he's injured out for the season. They're big.
The other guy is Nicky the Nose.
Yeah, they're big time safety that they have. Didn't even play in that game. Khalil Mack didn't even make that much of a difference in the game, to be honest. I don't remember even hearing his name.
Bro, look at the list of pass rushers we shut down this year.
The only person
it's actually fairly long.
That's true. That is
one of them is in the Pro Bowl starter, Matt Judon, and I actually mentioned him earlier, and people just thought, oh, whatever. We shut down Matt Judon.
Two of them are Kohler. It's Myles Garrett and Matthew Judon.
Yeah,
Myles Garrett. That was the other person. Yeah,
and I think Khalil Mack's in there too.
So I really think we are battle tested. I think is we need to execute and make sure that everybody is on the same page with everything. And also what comes with that, the coaching needs to get a little bit better in the sense of play calling, especially on the defensive side. The offense, okay, I get it. I understand what they're doing and why they do things. My more concern, like Robert was the defense. I think that's really.
Look, man, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to modify crypto a little bit. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to modify his statement a little bit. Look, man, look, baby, the jelly is in the fridge and it's jiggling, and Miami Dolphins is on the counter. We the peanut butter because we're kid tested and mother approved, and we gonna take this shit. So cheeseheads, we don't want no cheese on our peanut butter sandwich. So that's just how it's gonna roll.
That's a good one, Color. I love it. Color, you got anything for us? Anything else?
I just told you.
That's it. That was your whole.
That was my final thing.
All right, man. Well, thank you. Merry Christmas to you. All right. I am gonna put myself up here, I guess, real quick. Well, thank you for joining us on a holiday edition of Late Night XL. Thank you for coming out. Make sure you hit like and subscribe, share with your friends, family. I'd like to say to everybody out there, to all a good night. Have a happy holiday. Have a Merry Christmas. Happy whatever you celebrate. And I will actually see you guys next year. That's the truth. And actually, I'm going to bring the guys back real quick because I just remembered something.
Daddy loves you guys.
Yes, he does love you guys. Real quick, Color, King DTA. I'm not going next Saturday. That's big news for everybody out there. I almost forgot to tell everybody. Next Saturday, I'm driving my No, no, maybe it's Sunday. Yeah, Saturday. I'm sorry, Saturday. I'm not going because I have to take my daughter to the airport at 2:00 in the morning. So
okay,
that's why I won't be going. So if you guys want to go, you guys can. So I will see everybody next year. Anything else do I have to tell everybody? Nope, but I'll give you a sneak peek about Broken Takes. Sean Payton may have another destination outside of Miami or Dallas or any of the teams that we brought up.
Birmingham?
No. Up north. He may have a destination. And
I still think if things don't work out with Tua in the NFL, he's still got a shot to become the king of Bama again and become Birmingham's quarterback for the USFL.
We'll talk about it on Broken Takes. That's what we'll talk about it. Anyway, everybody, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, happy whatever you celebrate, and I'll see everybody else. And thank you so much for coming out. I love you all, and we out.